I'll see. Oh, well, never mind. I'm all good. All right, guys. Hi. Welcome to EUS Season 4 promotion. I mean, we're back. We're back with EU Omega Strikers, man. I'm so happy to be here. So is my partner, Celestia. I mean, it's been a while since we casted together, no?
Yeah, Ben, almost over a year.
Do I remember? I don't even remember when we started cast. I think it was like season. I think it might have been season 2 promotion tournament, or not promotion. It was season 2, like the little whatchamacallit. I forgot what it's called. It's like the games that did not count. Oh, the freaking show matches. My bad. Out of nowhere.
Yeah, yeah, you were my first casting partner, and also the only time we casted together was my first cast experience. So,
All good. And I mean, we're on the Clarion Corp Chambers, and we have Orb Dancer, Dead as our start. And with the bands already going on, I mean, holy smokes. The new patches too. I mean, I'm gonna see some new gameplay since I haven't played all season.
yeah, the patch, I mean, it didn't change anything crazy. Like, we had a pretty small micro patch that came up that only really shot Kazan. We had a micro patch that was very small, that, like, just nerfed all of Kazan's cooldowns, but gave him, like, a special cooldown back. And then Kazan still gets banned. So, is this character broken? Who knows?
Yeah, the character might have been broken until it wasn't broken anymore. And of course, our star already with, I mean, Cinder Royalty on the red side. I mean, this is kind of already expected draft, bro. I already see Era in the draft. I mean, Vargas is definitely piloted Era. And whoa, double, oh, Atlas, Atlas forward?
What? Is it really?
I think so. I mean, Vargas is definitely playing Era, I'm pretty sure. Unless it goes the other way around, but Vargas playing Atlas, I mean, this is definitely something to watch at least. I mean, the only time I've actually seen Vargas play was playing Era, for that matter.
Yeah, that's if this is Atlas 4, this is a very different game. um, and we have a pretty heavy damage comp on with the IME Vice here. So having an Atlas is a good thing. And maybe the Atlas forward is a difference maker in this matchup.
Wait, yo, I'm low-key getting it all mixed up. Vargas is playing midfield. Oh, it's okay. No, it's okay, bro. Atlas goalie, Atlas goalie. It's okay. It's okay. I got for 2 seconds, and I was like, oh, never mind. It's all good. It's all good, bro.
Okay, makes sense. My casting partner's throwing, giving me misinformation already.
Ow! All good. Yo, I'm so used to seeing him play goalie, though. Oh, God.
Yeah, kind of mixing it up, I guess, for this tournament. And yeah, this goalie definitely makes a lot more sense. I feel like this is going to be a really hard matchup to kind of break through Atlas. There's nothing really here that is good at securing goals versus Atlas, as a lot of Vice and Vice's abilities kind of just lose to Atlas's cooldowns pretty easily. I mean, Atlas is a very strong melee goalie right now, and it's going to be quite hard to break through. Thankfully, there's no CDR on the table yet, and you have Deadeye, so you can kind of hopefully just out KO his ult. But you are kind of hoping and praying at that point that the Atlas doesn't get too much cooldown reduction, especially this patch where there's stuff like Inner Focus, which can just win melee goalies the game.
Yeah, and I mean, on the other side, Sir, for example, I think they're running. I mean, what do you think is going to be the goalie pick here? I mean, all three of them can technically play goalie, but they also technically could play brawler.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I do really like Vice IME. My teams run it all the time. I very much enjoy Vice IME forward duo because it's one of the few forward duos where like you can get away with IME brawler. That character is actually pretty solid as a brawler, and you just do so much damage. Like you can just blow people up.
I mean, as a little bit of surprise, like we have a NA player on the other side, on the blue side at least, Patat playing on, I think, what is it, 130 ping maybe? I mean, it depends on where the server goes, but if the server, oh no, we're being put to London. Oh God, I mean Patat. Actually, well, Patat isn't going to be dealing with that much ping, but at least there's still going to be a very big ping differential on the side of Sir. So hopefully we're gonna see a lot of good plays come up for this team, but also if something happens, hey, it's not our fault. The servers can't be really blamed for when you're playing on 130 ping.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing you have to realize is if this is actually Dubu goalie, which
Oh,
it
it
is,
is.
this character is super inconsistent on ping. So unbelievably inconsistent. Your roll clips through stuff. I can't play this character on ping. I hate it. So we'll see if Potek can pilot it well.
Hopefully they can, and of course, I mean they banned the Kazan on the start, so I mean it kind of gets rid of the fact that the Kazan can just throw it around Dubu and not really and have a lot more piloting options. So hopefully Patat doesn't have to deal with that. But again, the Juliet stuff and the era as well, making Patat smaller, I mean, it's going to cause a lot more problems once they get that offense going. But of course, this Clarion test chamber, a lot of the map variations on this set is going to be very, very important. I mean, if they get like good maps, like for example, if they probably get Xeno or something like maybe Bouncy House where they have a lot of core speed and they can easily stuff it, not respectively, of course, but if they get those two maps, I think they'd be pretty solid. But first, we start on the Arrow Orb, as well as Vargas and Libraries getting started with the offense, though. Onto the bottom side is Video Wave, trying to clean it up, but it does go to the top side. Attack grabbing the first orb, and Video Wave losing both barriers as well. Ava and Lukimana keeping themselves on top of Video Wave. The core really isn't leaving the red side, as now it finally gets through Patat, being shrunken down, and Verica's trying to get Library set up in this corner offense position as it is cleared out.
Yeah, now Eva pushing up does end up using the Supernova, not quite finding anything here. Good strikes from Video Wave, clearing it away for now as Likimon and Eva some strong offense, but Video Wave able to continue to hold on here.
And with the dash, Lukimana securing that first point, and of course, I mean, that double barrier take was very nice. They were already in the position to bring it into the corner as the core kind of drifted up to the top side, and now on the Obscura map at least, Video Wave, I mean, as the hold it down goalie against this double midfield comp, it just seems that for a moment, he just wasn't ready for the power of it just yet, as now Patat loses a strike where to Era primary, as now on the other side, both barriers are down, but Lukimana and Ava, even if they lose this point, they do have flips to spare. One going down, and Varka is being brought to a little HP, as now the core is on the other side. Ava passing options coming through as they set up on the J quarter here. And of course, Varka's having to evade, and Library's having to come back, means that they're not really in a position. That's the corner! I mean, whoa, 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 whoa.
What a weird bounce. I've not seen that one before, as it bounced off the corner and off the bottom side to sneak into the bottom corner there. Potat not ready. I wasn't ready either. So, very fortunate points here for Cinder's Royalty.
Cinder's Royalty tying it up 1-1, but of course, they also get the kill as well. And now 2v3 for Sir Patat, holding on with Lukimana with a flip to boot, as well as 6 seconds left. Ava coming back up and forth. Lukimana does also pop the evade, I mean the burst as well, as he lose one barrier. Lukimana on the defense now will be getting hit a lot here, as now they're not even going for the orb here. They're trying to step on the offense, and that's not good. If they just take any type of damage, they will be off the map, though. They will be walking back for the orb, though. Patat does hold it down, and now with the flip to Vargas flipping it out. Ava with the Supernova too, keeping damage on all-time high, everyone! Oh my god, all 3 members of Sarah on the other side, as now 1 KO again being found for Library, trying to even up the matchup, especially with the 1 barrier still ready to go there, but Sir holding on right now. They aren't letting anything go through their defense. It's just holding extremely strong, as Patat does clear out to the bottom side, and now Ava back online, and Lukimana with the crazy pass to thread the needle to Ava to finish the top side.
The perfect angle, the perfect setup, salvaging this point where Library's got 2 KOs, a big deal for this Pummeler's Julie, but it wasn't enough of an effort, as Sir is just looking so strong on this offense once they get rolling.
And of course, that first barrier take, second barrier take two, I mean, completely like the third point at least, where they've had both barriers fall, but Patat is holding out on this open barrier position here, as Libraries and Varkas just have to try to convert with the amount of edge they have. And Varkas burns the flip too on seemingly what it kind of looks like thin air almost. Like you could probably just evade that or just step away from the IME turret, means that they're at an energy disadvantage right now, as Ava attacks the first barrier, and Video Wave sends it right back up to Lukimana, who has a chance to take it, but is defended pretty well, as now the top side a kill being found again for Libraries, as now another 2v3 power play for Cinder's Rosie now as they just have to push the core up attack, still holding strong into the corner here. Varka is taking a lot of damage, but he does get the evade and get past it to the Libraries, who does get the point, and now we're on 0.5.
Yeah, incredibly well won strike orb by Varkas, and Libraries just getting these KOs. Such a big deal. This pummel speed giving so much value, especially when you start picking up an orb for these orb dancer stacks. So really dangerous setups here by Cinder's Royalty to kind of let Libraries really take over the game.
The only thing that's not on their side is the energy disadvantage for the most part. Ava popping Supernova yet again, and Varkas just doesn't have an evade to deal with. They just have to be mindful of their positioning. As Libraries tries to make a play themselves, Varkas getting extremely low will have to evade here as now they're staggered and one barrier piece left on each side as Libraries and Video Wave just have to connect with each other to get things done as Ava pops the flip 2, even Video Wave pops the flip 2. And the bad thing is that Patat and Lukimana still have more energy than Libraries alone. So now Patat can make a play on the bouncy house, and Video Wave just really doesn't have anything to deal with it. Somehow the kill found onto Lukimana sets them up again with a 2v3 power play as Libraries coming up with Flip. Vargas trying to stall out and try to make sure that they don't get any advances so far, but Ava still keeping it away, and Video Wave now clipping overtime as both flips being burned the other side. Libraries burning their flip too, as now Vargas trying to find something to Libraries, trying to get the corner offense. Whoa, another bouncy angle from Libraries. 2 so far, forcing those Royalty as they take up the first set.
Yeah, an insane angle there by Libraries, who just almost had some crazy wins. 2 weird bounces for goals, but like when you're getting so much offensive pressure like Libraries is, it's just you're gonna get bounces going your way eventually.
Yeah, for the most part, I mean, and I feel like the first one was a bit lucky, but the second one, I mean, it was kind of bound to happen already. Like the core was already stuck on Patat's side of the net, and I mean, this draft just isn't looking that good. I mean, the value that Julie's going to get for prize fighter already, 2 kills, and of course, Era Monumentals as well, pushing the Cinder's Royalty offense a lot further. But the thing we should be looking out for is really Ava with specialized training right now. I mean, they've been getting a lot of attempts to just do damage, and for the matter of fact, Library is already taking so much damage. He will get saved by Video Wave, though. Good recovery from Cinder's Royalty is now looking to try to take up an offense themselves, but the corner offense looking pretty nice for Sir, as now the core is rotated back, but not missing a strike war, unfortunately, as Library is advancing up into the offense, and of course, Patat looking pretty low as well. I mean, there really isn't much damage being done just yet, but just the fact that Patat has to play this aggressive to try to keep the damage momentum going is just so dangerous. Lukimana pops the flip, Video Wave counters back with just a single strike. As now the momentum was I think Lukimana tried to push the momentum back to their side, but cancel with the flip just means that Libraries gets just a second barrier. The kill being found. As now, I think that was even a prize fighter stack, but still, 2v3 is very strong. The speed coming online for Varkas, as now the core is on the other side, of course, and Lukimana coming back online to try to even it out.
Yeah, and Libraries trying to push towards the bottom side. The Firewall Sentry is out, kind of doing a lot of damage to Libraries here, who is forced to flip, trying to get the pass. Varkas doesn't really find anything here, but Eva is taken so low, able to clear it for now. Kind of dumping everything into the corner here, but Video Wave with one expanse it's just clearing the core here. Libraries taken low with no evade, trying to find a kill for this prize fighter stack, but Eva is able to fight back for now here. Kind of holding on as Lukimana, almost winning a 1v2. Libraries getting a prize stack. The core being pushed right back up, but the Dubu wall is holding for now, and the roll doesn't reach.
Oh, the roll! It was supposed to be. I feel like the straight up roll would have been better, honestly, but I think Patat just wasn't comfortable with the top roll. Decided to go for the angle that just barely misses. I mean, usually when that happens, I expect the roll to connect, but apparently he just did it there. As Libraries taking that first barrier extremely easy, as now Video Wave pushing up as well. As now that bottom barrier will be sacrificed to try to bring it back into the corner here, as all 3 members of Cinder Royalty back on their own side, of course. As now the corners and the defense is going to hold on for now. Libraries with another KO, but Patat takes the KO for themselves. Now resetting Libraries' stacks, and now they have 0. Not a really good sign for them, as now Ava with the amount of power that they have on the secondary pushes Video Wave and Varkas extremely low, as Library just come back online though. As now the Atlas Res does come up and the second barrier is taken. as now Library is trying to find some pressure, but Kamataz is just clearing this pretty nicely. There really isn't any play, but the fact that you can't really react to the on ping is not that good in Batat. With flips though, they still have one saving lifeline for themselves, but Vargas and Libraries, they're hunting for that goal as Lukimana with the overtime will try to send that red core in, but just won't reach.
Yeah, and oh, the expanse doesn't come out in time. And Eva getting the point here, get an even game, and Libraries has 0 orbs and 0 prize stacks. Libraries has 2 Dead Awakenings. And this is a really big momentum shift here for Sir, who now have literally a Wakeless Julie to deal with.
I mean, to be fair, I feel like he's been getting kills outside of it, so maybe it might not matter, but Batat, again, pick up the orb extremely well as Ava pops the flip with the first barrier, but will be defended by Video Wave as Lava trying to find any kill onto them, but just can't seem so even winning another strike war as Lukimana picks up their flip as well. Doesn't hit the cyber swipe though. Will pop their flip in advance, but look at how low everyone is. The Libraries of Vargas taking so much damage. The front is being felt for now as Video Waves just still has to deal with no barriers to their name as Libraries becomes staggered. Will evade off the glitch pop, and now they're being hunted by Patat right now. The Libraries will pick up the other side orb, which is kind of funny, but Video Wave has to pop the flip now. One barrier being found, bounces right back to Video Wave too. I mean, the core knows where it wants to be as now Ava the one in control. Lukimana doesn't even need to be there as Ava sends it right in again, past the Atlas Suspect for the second time as Sir take another point away from Cinder's Royalty.
Yeah, and maybe it's a blessing in disguise that the core went in when it did, because Vargas was definitely dead to that Supernova, able to keep the orb stacks for now at least, but there's just so much sustained offense. Patat is able to walk up so far, especially with Libraries just having so much less power than he used to. Patat's in so much less danger.
Flip comes on from Patat, good flip away. As now the core is still on the other side though. Video is doing such a good job just keeping it away. Lukimana just overcommitting on those on those dashes. This doesn't mean too much as now the top side completely stopped that with abilities. As now Lukimana finds the glitch pop to take Video Wave's second barrier. Of course, the Supernova doing so much damage again. I mean, what really can you do? As Ava still has their flip to go, as Library is the one popping their flip on the defense. Not what you want to see from the Brawler. As now Ava has to just walk to try to get the orb, but they won't die though, as Lukimana still having so much pressure. I mean, that's the fact of just having an Aimi there on the board just makes it so you have pressure almost all the time, as now Library is finding their first kill of the set. Could try to even it out here as now they have the speed to do so. Patat with a good clearing it away from Libraries, but Libraries finds the angle, and now Patat with an open barrier as well, as the core will sink in. Library's the one to do it all. Brawler's get it done here as they tie up the points here. And of course, I mean, they're pushing it every mile of the way. I mean, I've seen point after point just going to either side, just depending on whether or not either one person messes up or just complete checkmate on the other side. So, of course, another 0.5 on the cards, and of course, Bouncy House again, the decider. As now the core just moving around. Vargas getting a lot of value with the Iron Monumentalist, means that first barrier will be taken from Patat, but of course the first barrier isn't the one that matters. The second one is, as one falls from Video Wave 2, as opposites will connect now, as Patat just has to find the good clear to Lukimana to try to restart this offense.
Yeah, and they are doing a good job of pushing up here, but Library is using the dash punch, using everything in Julie's kit to take both barriers. Patat able to hold on for now, but is out of cooldowns here. Lukimana though pushing up with Eva, maybe an overquit. Patat doesn't flip.
Oh, the flip. Patat holding on for too long. And of course, Cinder Royalty again take another point off Sir. As now Video Wave, the one in control, can take the extra special. I mean, the extra special has to be a pick here. I mean, dual extra special is pretty dangerous, but also Ava with it. There it goes. And now, what do they draft though? Like, there is so much they can do. I mean, the heavy impact still on the board too, but it just, like, their damage. I mean, it's not even the one, it's like they're doing damage too, but like, are they finding really any value with the KOs?
Well, the whole enemy team has the Orb Dancer, right? Libraries has the Prize Fighter, so it makes sense to take this heavy impact. Now, Visal literally one-shots you. Like, it will just one-shot you now. So, it is a forced evade every time, and if you catch somebody using a cooldown or something, then it's just a free KO, and Library's getting taken down to like zeros on everything.
Oh,
Gave a lot of value when it was there.
I'm not gonna lie, a little bit of miscommunication. Video Wave popping the ult to try to save it. Instead, Vipers finds a kill. Great kill to Patat now. The revenge being taken as now in a 2v3 position. Libraries finds one, will be defended, but the second one soon to doom fall as it now does. Patat coming back online just in time to keep the goal alive for now in this position. As now Varkas and Libraries, they just have so much speed against this team. And of course, Ava trying to push it around. But Libraries in the 1v1. Patat does save it out with the Tofu wall. As now defense just has to hold strong for Video Wave and Vargas. And so far, they're doing a very good job at holding it down for now. Another kill almost being found. So Lukemana has to force the evade out. As now it just seems that Libraries and Vargas have complete control as the core 6 right past Patat again.
Bewitching Beam shrinking the core for the perfect angle, and Patat's just not ready. It's such a hard thing to react to, and it just seems like every single time Cinder's royalty gets offense, they're just succeeding.
Of course, back on the Era Orb, as Varkas and Libraries not really looking to take it. I think Patat's been the only one taking it so far as the top barrier falls, but Libraries the one actually just snatch it away from Patat again. As Video Wave still has a lot of speed here. I mean, this Alice is just holding it down so hard. The side's coming into good use as Libraries takes the first barrier as well at the corner. Not being found, though, as Vargas just has to win simple strikers to get it right to Libraries, though, as it does fall out to the bottom side with all 3 members of Sir on that side as well. The flip having to be popped, and of course, Lukemana getting the advantage here. Vargas is dead! The stacks reset, and Video Wave can't defend! Eva taking the other point away. I mean, this is just a back and forth matchup. No matter how tight it might not look.
Yeah, it looked like Vargas thought that he could end up getting away from the Supernova in time, but Eva doing a good job popping it at the right time, taking that KO, and now the Era's kind of lost a lot of speed once these orbs are up. Not the worst thing in the world, but it is something you prefer to have, but Libraries is just picking people off now.
I mean, again, another KO found on for Libraries. I mean, his build is a little bit crazy. I mean, he can really kill from a set amount of distance, and even if you're not ready for it, he will be coming for you. And of course, that just leaves them a lot of time to rebuild here, as Video Wave doesn't clear it away from the Eye-Mield, and that's not really good. He has no barriers to work with, but now the offense is coming in strong. Cinder's royalty building up that pressure for the top side, and now Ava the one trying to do it. All the Supernova pop, though, doesn't really save them much grace, as Ava just doesn't have an evade to work with. One DP can send them off the map instantly if he gets the flip to boot as well. Video Wave pushing up that Atlas speed was doing so much before, as Ava's the one trying to bring it back, and will do it again. Actually, I think Video Wave tried to strike where the stun, and I mean, it kind of works the same way like Duba's done as well. There is a set, like there's like a small portion of when you can't strike it, and Video Wave just didn't strike it the right time.
Yeah, that Vice secondary stun, it's set up perfectly for Vice to teleport in and take it. Oh my god, Lukemana almost goes down to the Maelstrom.
Ow, that was a bit scary, and of course, Library's the one forcing out the evade yet again. He has flipped to boot now, as Video Wave doing a good job clearing it away, as Patat is trying to stick this offense together. I mean, somehow, some way, it just seems that they need to just get something done, as Ava's the one really doing everything, putting the pressure onto Video Wave. But now, the forced evade coming out. Library's lost his flip. Not looking too hot for them, but Ava just having good presence on the map means that they're almost always in the right position. Video Wave losing out on the Strike Wars, and now again another barrier, another goal box being open now for Video Wave, as it does slip right through, and he will have to force it with a flip. The kill being found, another set of Orb Dancer being thrown away, as Ava again cleans up the job, and now Sarah take their first set, but they still need 2 more to go.
Yeah, I mean, an incredible point here from Eva, resetting these Orb Dancer stacks. Quite a big deal here, and taking a set, obviously, you need to stay alive. And going for the Twin Drive, you know, to deny Atlas. The scary thing is, Atlas could just take Inner Focus if he still wants cooldown reduction.
Yeah, the CDR, great find. As Siege Machine now on the board, I mean, Damage is trying to be a big player here, but I feel like they need to work on a little bit of the speed. I mean, Damage is doing a really good job, but also you're kind of lacking in the speed department. for the most part. But if they're finding kills like that, Ava, the one, kind of just carry the chains around, giving every kill what they so rightfully deserve. As now the bouncy house again, first one to be taken, last one to be counted out, as Viper's the one having to evade here. The KO not being found, as Libraries does get the evade off in time, as Video Wave loses their first barrier. Attack rolling out of position.
Oh.
2 barriers being found. Libraries putting God's work on his shoulders now, as somehow Video Wave loses the second barrier too. And now open barrier position for both teams. As Library, I mean, I feel like Cinder's Royalty is likely to come out of this victorious for the most part. I mean, I've seen Video Wave put it down a lot longer than Patat here. As now they're just trying to work around the midfield line. Nothing really being found for either team, as the core bounces around. Almost finds the gap. Patat to save it though. As Libraries, Vargas, Video Wave putting up that meter. Gotta watch out for the meter. The Library is the one taking full control. He has so much presence. And Vargas as well. He has to flip almost to boot. As now Supernova being popped, Vargas has to evade here. As Lukimana finds the evade timing. I mean, Vargas just still for a still moment, and Lukimana taking advantage of that will find the first point.
Yeah, Vargas in quite the panic situation, right? Forced to evade for that orb, and then just isn't able to get the beam off in time. Kind of tries to get the panic clear, but Lukimana does a very good job being patient, but Lukimana's dead.
Lukimana paying with their life now. But can they get something done here? Patasha still holding strong. We'll lose the strike war to everything. And Vargas will not find the second barrier, but instead we'll find a flip to boot here. Eva trying to get aggressive, but gets stuffed out by Video Wave, but it doesn't matter. Basically, a trade off, but instead Libraries, again, not really a trade for them, as now the sinking coming in. Somehow he isn't dead. Wait, what? I feel like that should have killed, but it's okay. Libraries still stops the flip to go. Oh, find the kill too. Oh my god. 4 prize fire stacks for this man. I mean, give this man an award. 4 prize fire stacks. Let's go.
Potat, now with 0 orbs, 0 pancakes. The Dubu just lost all of its speed pretty much, and Libraries is fully scaled. This is very dangerous for Sir here, trying to potentially just keep Libraries in check, but what can you really do?
The only thing you can do is just throw evades at him. He doesn't have an evade to work with right now. I mean, it decreases his power by a little bit, but hey, a step is a step forward. And now Video Wave losing a barrier very early on, but he can still hold on for now. He still has a lot of CDs to work with. Lukimana the one now trying to start the bottom side. Flip coming out from Video Wave, greatly timed as Library tries to find a kill onto Lukimana again. I mean, Lukimana has been taking a lot of these DPs to the face. And it's not looking really too good. The Maelstrom pushing the core forward as Lukimana again dashes out of position. And gets punched for it completely! And Libraries, I mean, a single punch just knocks you off the map. I mean, what really? He do other than position correctly, as Patat with the Tofu Fortress does find value out of it, takes it away from Libraries and keeps Lukimana coming back for more. As now the offense dwindling away as Patat tries to find the kill. Libraries actually evading out of panic as Lukimana's Timeless Creator gets value there once again. Video Wave not being able to clear it out in time. And of course, one barrier. I mean, he almost died there. I mean, there's so much damage being put onto Eva right now. I wouldn't be surprised if they ran. Whoa, 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 whoa. I mean, a bunch of stuff going on. Library's not dying though, but still doesn't have an evade to work with anything, can send him off the map at this point. And if anything can happen, Lukimana and Ava can surely do it, right?
The Library is able to get 2 orbs and stay alive. Is a force to immediately burn. Evade though. The flip burned by Vargas. The Video Wave barely holding on here. Patat potentially could push up with Lukimana here. Lukimana with Firewall Sentry does so much damage, pushing it with the flip and gets the point.
Yeah, a bunch of stuff going on there. I mean, Vargas not dying there is a bit scary though. I mean, he gets to keep his stacks, but also he has no evade for this next point, and dying here is not that good. But Libraries pick up the orb yet again. He has so much power into this offense, and now the ones in control for the moment are Cinder's Royalty declared coming out from Patat. And now Video Wave, the one on defense yet again. I mean, both goalies have been holding extremely strong here, but it just comes down to whatever midfield, but whatever forward duo works best. Vargas funneling them in, and Video Wave popping the flip a little bit too late means that that barrier will be taken. Eva has a chance to take the second barrier as well. Lukimana the one trying to push it into the corner as the corner offense. The damage being brought onto Vargas as well. This area is really squishy, and Video Wave just has to burn the Atlas ult to try to give Vargas some health in the moment, but Barker's still standing right into where Eva wants them to be, and now they're taking extremely low, but that just has to just stall for the moment to try to just make sure the cooldowns come back, and Vargas will soon to be perishing as Libraries picks up not even a barrier to twinkle it, Patat securing it as Ava the one to pick up the big size as the bounce almost goes through for Video Wave as Ava with the size. I mean, can they hold for much longer though is the real question. Video Wave just has to deal with the amount of red cores in his area, and it's just so dangerous to try to get the core out when you're playing against a double midfield comp.
Yeah, but this inner focus doing God's work for this Atlas, as he just has so many cooldowns to kind of deal with this pressure, but there is still a ticking timer on the side of Cinder's royalty here. It's only a matter of time before Lucky Mountain even get a kill, but Libraries is the one sealing the fate of this game here!
Oh. Damn! I mean, that guy just got smashed into his own goal box. That's crazy. And of course, this sets up Cinder's royalty. Take it again. I mean, they've been winning the close matches so far, and now Ava the one in control the kill, well, not being fouled, but a lot of damage being brought onto every single person. As Video Wave just has to try to hold on, though. The orbs being found for both members of Cinder's royalty, but the core not really on the other side. But instead is Lukimana again getting knocked off the map, though. Another 2v3 power play for Cinder's royalty right now as Video Wave pops the flip. Libraries getting the first barrier as well, as now they're working up to the long corner. The long corner not really being sold, though, as Lukimana comes back online. This is a very dangerous position for Cinder's royalty to have. If they just win a single strike war in any of the corners, they just take the barrier for free. Libraries doing a really good job keeping it in the corner, forcing all three members back. And now it's only a matter of time. Vargas looking pretty low as those Supernova being popped. The Libraries taking full brunt of the damage, though. The orb with the res being popped for him, but he's still really low. Lukimana setting up in the corner now and won't find any value. Ava finding the flip. And every member of Cinder's royalty just not in a healthy spot at this very moment in time. Libraries being taken really low, but they must put their life on the line. If you don't, then you might lose the set here. You might lose a chance of winning this game. And now Overdrive kicking in. Patat still has a flip to work with, though, as Lukimana and Ava trying to just bust through this Atlas. It's just kind of impossible with the amount of CDs he has at this very moment. But of course, the bottom corner almost looking good, though, but it just seems that Cinder's royalty just can't get anything off. They have to pop the flip as well, as Libraries tries to find the opening kill into Lukimana, but can't find it, though, with the flip having to be burned as well. The back pass to Libraries. What can you do? The members of Cinder's royalty are being shot down as Video Wave has a flip to boot, but what can you do? There is so little time left as Libraries still alive, and Video Wave and Lukimana just dueling it out for the very moment in time as Vargas comes back online. Libraries still on the move. The point hasn't ended yet, and Patas does the flip to boot. Libraries taking so much damage here, but he finds a KO. And now a 2v3 power play. Patas with the flip. We'll try to send it to Video Wave. Won't find it, though. The balance not being there, as now Libraries still has so much to work with, but he just can't find the core. It's so hard to just get anything down. And Libraries will find the second barrier. Everything being thrown in, and Libraries will secure it. I mean, I just rambled for such a long time, but holy smoke, it just seemed like the point would never end.
Yeah, I mean, how did Libraries not die? How did Libraries do such a good job at living? It doesn't matter how many times Vargas goes down. They needed to kill Libraries. And obviously, you know, Cinder's royalty realizing that win con. It's Video Wave getting inner focus. Can we also talk about this 150 saves by Video Wave? That
What the smokes?
that inner focus pickup won them the game. As I called it in the pregame, I called it. Can we talk
Yeah, that was a crazy call, bro.
Inner focus is so broken on melee goalies. He has infinite buttons. What do you do? The Atlas doesn't run out of cooldowns, and the Libraries just gets a kill and you lose the game. And I mean, Cinder's royalty doing such a good job at taking this win con and just taking over the game.
I mean, even with the redirect counts, look at the damage on the other side. Ava, 69k damage, bro. That man was carrying everyone on his back in terms of damage, but of course, Video Library is the one actually finding every KO that he could find. Brings Cinder's royalty across the finish line. And of course, that's what secures it. And I mean, that game, that was a first banger, bro. Inner Focus Atlas lore, that's just crazy.
Yeah, this Video Wave just locking it down. And both these teams had an incredible round one showing. You know, obviously these two teams are closely seeded for a reason, and this was an incredible game. I think most sets went to point five. The first two going to point five, and
Yeah,
it
one went
was
to point
really,
four.
yeah, it was kind of all about both teams found their win con, and they were both able to achieve it. It's just libraries just was so good at playing their life and getting these reversal kills. That's kind of what you need to do because the fact that libraries with air buff has like 250 power, the Julie just kills you. Like if
Oh
you don't
yeah.
kill if you don't kill libraries, you die. And that's really what the side of Sir we're feeling here. As 60 KOs is truthfully like 6 to 10 too many. You kind of like the moment the Julie gets in the double digits, you've started losing the game.
And with that, I mean, congrats to them. But we'll be back after a short break. We have another game literally coming right up in like a very quick moment. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back. Oh my god, we're so back. We're back again, guys. We're playing another game of EUS promotion tournament. Of course, now we have another banger game for you. We have Too Bad versus CCBA, and really don't ask me why the short code is actually different than CCBA, bro. Kira tile things.
Yeah, and I mean, we are on Demon Dice, and the Specialized Training Awakening is here, and we see the classic blue ban on Spectre Training start being Vice, and the classic red ban on Demon Dice being Fitty.
God damn it, Kira tile. What a game. I mean, this is already kind of free chosen, and of course, the ones on blue. Too bad. You get Zentaro as a pick here. Very, very nice. And of course, this is going to be very good for them. as Antara on this map. I mean, it's just so strong. I feel like, especially with the start. I mean, you can pick either or, and it still work pretty nicely.
Yeah, Zentaro. The only thing is, this is a really scary start for Zentaro because obviously he's a brawler that can just be blown up. You do have a lot of movement options, but on Demon Dives, it's like it's really hard to just evade damage because everything is so compact, especially when the barrier's up. So it'd be kind of like the Zentaro would just have to play life the entire game and like hopefully end up getting confirms. And the Asher also being picked up. These are not really the most traditional Demon Dives brawlers. I feel like.
Yeah, better Demon Dice Brawlers, but of course, Estella Asher. I mean, to be fair, you have a lot of chances to put it into the more mid like the more middle part of the barriers. So there's a lot of open space to deal with, and the big thing is that the very strong thing about Demon Days is that you have a back clear almost all the time, and it's just kind of a mind game to see whether or not you take the back pass. That's why I mean, for most teams, especially in NASA, it's like you have a plan to get that around. I mean, I was talking to Gravella like a lot earlier, and I was like, wow. And he's like, he just draws up like several different game plans for this map. And of course, this map, I mean, you're gonna have to deal with the damage. You're gonna have to deal with a lot of the really gimmicky stuff that the middle sides that they throw at you. And of course, the now pick on the other side for the midfielder is gonna be very nice. I mean, I mean, okay, wait. Like lore between this team, like Zentaro, now Atlas, knowers know that this was supposed to be meta. Whoa, voice crack, but this was supposed to be meta, I think. Like, before it was like X era Mako for the speed, and now the meta is just you have two healers and you just have one guy that just does all the damage, and we have that team comp already here.
Yeah, this is like the secondary kitten comp, if anything. So
Yeah.
obviously, if all this healing, it's kind of going to enable the Zentaro a lot more. And the Drakkar pick, it probably is this. I feel like this. What? I'm trying to decipher this comp.
Ooh, the Drakkar pick though. I mean,
This could be like Asher goalie, right? I feel like Asher goalie is actually manageable here. I feel like
maybe
forward it's not.
it
I feel
could
like
be. I mean, of course. I mean, jokes aside, I mean, I was gonna throw a really funny joke out, but I'll do it in like a second, bro. Don't worry. I mean, the big thing is I don't know what this pump's gonna bring. I mean, I think X is a little bit weak here. Just a
yeah,
tiny
bro.
bit weak, bro. I mean, X might be the best character in the game, bro. Like right now, he might be really broken. Like I don't think. I mean, to be fair, I don't think there's haven't been a patch where X hasn't been a top 3 brawler. But at the same time, holy crap, he is really good this patch. This is not Dropletto slander. I promise. Dropletto's the goat, bro. I'm only just following his words.
All I'm saying is my team, my competitive Omega Strikers team, runs sees them pick Zentaro, and we lock in Era X and just win the game. Can we talk
Yeah.
about that? Can we just talk about the fact that if you just pick Era X, you win this game if you're either team?
Yeah, I think I can agree with that actually. Era X and like I mean any like goalie would actually pretty much do for this team.
It's spec size start, like
Yeah,
please.
it is spec size start, bro. It's a bit suspicious, but hey, if they're comfortable with these picks, I'm comfortable with these picks too, man.
Yeah, you know how it goes. Comfort wins games. It's actually honestly picking comfort is more of a bigger deal than picking like meta half the time.
Storm
Define your
at
own meta.
Storm, Luna goalie at Storm, Luna goalie.
Make your own meta. Become the team that goes against the meta and make your own.
Yeah, definitely. So I mean, we're watching rank 1 Kira Tile play, bro. Of course he's gonna pick this team. Oh my god, he's so meta right now. Let's go. I had to make the joke, bro. All good. Oh, it's so cooked.
All good. Yeah, I mean, I'm still trying to decipher this red side comp. I don't know what this is. Like, I'm trying to figure it. I still don't know. I'm trying to figure it out in my head. I don't know what is. Like, is it Drek goalie or is it Asher goalie? Like, Asher forward literally just dies here, I think.
Yeah,
Like,
I can see that. I don't know what you can do with Asher forward here. I really don't know. What can he
I
do
feel like it
here?
has to be Drek Brawler. I feel like it has to be Drek Brawler. There's no way it's not Drek Brawler. Like, surely.
Yeah, I can see the direct bar, but what the heck?
Drek Brawler is actually like okay here, I feel like.
Yeah.
Because he actually does pretty solid into Now, because if Now contests you, you can just blow her up while also winning the interaction.
Can agree with that.
But I don't know. This is first off, this doesn't make sense to me for Demon Dies. And also it doesn't make sense for the start either. I don't understand.
Yeah, this team. Okay, this comp more feels like something you'd see on like maybe Gates. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. This
No, I
is
can
like a
agree
team
with
you'd
that.
rather see on Gates because like
This is a good corner
there's
stuff team. This is such a good corner stuff team.
yeah.
Yeah.
It could either be Tucker or Gates here, but like. Hey, if they're hey, we're watching rank 1 Kiritile, bro.
I'm
This
being a
guy...
hater. I'm sorry. I'm being a hater. My bad. No, on me. On me. No, I'm wrong. I'm being it off. I'm being it off. It's my fault.
Okay. All good, bro. I mean, I'm throwing us too much under the bus. I mean, okay, I feel like in general, this actually could be okay. Well, we all know Estelle's in the midfield. It's just whether or not we're seeing Kiritile play
Okay.
Asher goalie or Drek goalie.
What if Estelle goalie? What if?
No,
Then
wait.
what, huh?
Actually, wait. No, wait. Low key, it could be, bro. It could be.
No. Don't say that to me. Don't say that to me. No.
It could be a Estelle goalie, bro.
It has to be Asher goalie for this to make any sense. And if it's not, I'm gonna cry. The problem is the red side, so we don't even get to see right away.
Oh god, yeah. I mean, this was pretty standard. I mean, I expected all 3 members. I mean, Chromatics, yo, Immaculator, back in the game now. To be fair, I mean, he's on Centauro, so it's actually I mean, it's pretty decent of what he wants here. Vice being banned out. We're gonna see whether or not whatever team comes on top. And yo, I don't want to say it one more time, but why? Why do you guys name your team CCBA, but then name your
It's Drek goalie. It's Drek goalie.
No! What the fudge?
It's Drek goalie. I just looked.
Ah, oh, my days. Oh, it's Drek goalie. Oh no! Oh no!
Okay,
oh,
I
no.
want to see it cook. I want to see it cook.
I want to
so
see it
curious.
cook too, but I'm not. I'm expecting the Asher to blow up, like immensely explode, bro.
They're not a high damage comp to start. As we do get into things, everyone takes Demolitionist. Nobody wants to do specialized training damage.
Ooh, big thing. Chromatics taking slick kicks over Maxwell's in the start here. A little bit odd, but hey. It's all good. We say getting started off already, and of course, the core being wrapped around every side. I mean, the only thing that's going to be wrong with this comp is just the fact that there will be a lot of damage being thrown onto any side no matter what. So you just have to play life in every single scenario, and of course, damage already being done. First barrier being taken as Kiritile clears it down to the bottom side, and of course, Idagle and Chromatics. I mean, I'm pretty sure they have a good synergy with each other. As the first KO is found now, Chromatics finding it. As now 2v3 power play online, second barrier being found. Centauro with the almost Borg flag as Kiritile just has to stay away. Kitty Big losing strike where she kind of airs. DF Grim pushes the core forward. Take second barrier 2 as the flip comes online. DF Grim sends it to the top side. Won't find anything though as Big Smoke Manager does come back online. Strike force being found as Kitty Big has a flip to boot. Mags bring the 4 forward. As doesn't have the flip though. Kiritile flips in front of him as Kitty Big doesn't save it. Kiritile, rank 1 player, scores the goal. I mean, take notes everyone.
Yeah, the Drakkar goalie paying dividends. I will say though, it took a grand total of 30 seconds for Asher to die, but it doesn't matter if you just win the point anyways.
Indeed so. I mean, Big Spot Manager taking 1 barrier off. And of course, this team, I mean, the fact that you have, I mean, comparatively, you have a team that can push the core forward, but also another team on the other side that does a lot of damage into this. Chromatics finding the first barrier there as Go has to back away from this point as Kitty Bagel pushes it forward. He loses the second barrier as well as Pixel Manager again dying in less than 30 seconds as Grim cleans it up. I mean, holy smokes, the Asher is just foil for the rest of the team. I mean, 1 goal going to Kiritile, another point going to DF Grim. And I mean, Big Smoke Manager catching every stray, but it doesn't matter if his team's got him.
Yeah, and I mean, it really doesn't matter if your brawler gets shot if you just score. And there's a really big struggle on the defense from 2Bad so far. Hide and Gold kind of just burning flip on air and getting taken out.
I'm surprised that didn't save him, but all good. Now the ones in the power play are 2Bad, and Big Smoke Manager is still taking a lot of the damage though. He is very low, but Kitty Bagel secures the first barrier for their team as now Big Smoke Manager being staggered. Hopefully hunted down by Chromatics though. We'll find the KO as well. Again, Asher dying in less than a minute as Chromatics takes the second barrier as well. But can they hold on though? Kitty Bagel flips out of spite there as Chromatics cleans up the point, but I've seen 2 flips being burnt out of thin air. Hide and Gold and Kitty Bagel just now burning both of their flips, but now they're the ones not really in control. The energy department not really going their way as CCB just have a little bit of a lead into this comp now. As now first barrier being found, Chromatics will burn the flip again to try to get away from the Asher pass splitter. As now Kitty Bagel bringing it down to the bottom side. Striker is just being won all over the place as Chromatics finds the second barrier too. Grim with the flip as well. But can they do much here? They have to send it back to the top side. Big Smoke Manager not being able to find really anything as Grim just pushes the core forwards back to him. As Big Smoke Manager does get the orb though. Will stay alive for now. I mean, he's looking really healthy compared to the last 3 points that we've saw him play in. As now I eat my words back, bro. That guy is getting shot again. He's really low. Hide and Go with the flip. We'll find the KO as Grim has to pop the flip of his own for the defense.
Yeah, and Chromatics is using Eve to just kind of stay alive here. Grim taken low. Kirtao uses the flip, ends up taking one of the barriers here. Able to hold on for now as the second barrier taken by the Crystal Thorns. Grim is taken down to stagger, but it might not matter. Chromatics pushing up the shotgun, clearing the core away for now. Hide and Goal dealing with Big Smoke Manager here. Almost ends up losing the interaction there. Kitty Bagel in a dangerous situation, and the goal taken by Big Smoke Manager to take the set.
Skeleton banging shield, bro. Roar goes the Asher right now. I mean, they've stayed alive. I mean, they're last and trapped. They're last and trapped. It's so bad. And of course, Kiritile, one being the MVP, has everything to choose from. Heavy Impact going down away. As now, Explosive, I mean, you really can't deny the Zentaro from this point on. Explosive Interest will just go over it. But the Atlas, what can they take here?
What?
Rampage?
Rampage?
What?
Okay, by the way, we're killing the Asher, right, guys? We're killing the Asher. It doesn't matter. Just take Siege. Okay, I'm being a hater this game. I'm sorry. Hold on. Okay.
It's a hating moment. But hey, I mean, if you're seeing the win con, the win con is there. Big Smoke Manager again, big shot to smithereens. As now they have the ones to back up as Hide and Go pushing forwards. The Atlas Res coming online. Big Smoke Manager still has a lot to work with. He will die here again. I mean, not even like 20 seconds to the point. He's just gone. But still, Kiritao Grim holding strong here. Everything is being done as they take a bear if they own on the other side as well. Big Smoke Manager coming back online as now Kitty Bagel and Chromatics. They just have to lock in for this point. Damage is being brought onto every one of the teams as they take a barrier, but now Chromatics, the one getting shot down, will have to take the orb and advances now. Hide and Go, the one pushing up, as Chromatics will lose that interaction, lose the second barrier as well as he's still in stagger mode as Hide and Go picks up their flip for the point now. But can they use it though? The flip will be used, but will be deflected instantly as now Chromatics again taking extremely low. Any tickle to the touch will send them off. Chromatics Loki should have died there, and it would have resetted its health though. But now DF Grim and Big Smoke Manager, the ones in control. Hide and Go also taking the brunt of the damage as now Kiritao has a Big Smoke Manager for the point up. I feel like Chromatics definitely should have died there. Just walk into the Astro and then get revived instantly.
Yeah, unfortunately, does not get revived in time, and you're gonna feel that this point now that your energy is fully reset. There's 2 flips on the enemy side here, but it might not matter if you just take the point. The Big Smoke Manager getting the KO. Oh my god! Grim also getting the KO. Kitty Bagel on a dangerous 1v3 here, and there's so much. It's so hard to win this. Kitty Bagel, the size Atlas is winning every interaction.
Yo, WIV chatting, bro, what a save! And of course, that leads them back into 3v3 position, but Kitty Big of the one now, taking a lot of the brunt of the damage. Second barrier being found. Baseball Manager just throwing every cooldown at him. As Chromatic's the one trying to score here. Zentaro might be weak though. Too bad, nothing's getting through. The Kiritile holding on. DF Grim having every outlet to score off. This whole offense is holding extremely strong. Right now, Baseball Manager again kind of getting shot down a little bit. Will not really have a lot of stagger. Will lose the stagger. And now we'll be in that position where he can get KO'd instantly here from any angle. But now Grim having the flip to boot. He's getting aggressive, extremely aggressive here. As long as all he needs to do is just get the core away as he finds the strike war over hiding goal. As he take another point. It feels like Too Bad are just losing on the basics. And now they can't really stop it as Grim takes up another point and still has flip to boot as well.
This is looking like a really hard set to win for the side of Too Bad. They're just losing too many crucial interactions on the goal line. Kitty Bagel may be able to 1v3 some points, but it wasn't enough. But the primary able to hold on to things for now. Kitty Bagel and Hiding Goal taken low. Thankfully, the ult is there. Now Chromatics is low though. It doesn't matter how much healing you have. They just go for the person who didn't get healed.
And of course, he has to burn the flip here. Barrier won't even be found though. Chromatics still taking extremely low. Second flip going out. Chromatics kicking the core away, but we'll pay for it with his like Kitty Bagel not getting saved yet again. As now Hiding Goal and Kitty will just have to play defense yet again. It's still the other side. The Kitty Bagel pushing up. That size Atlas is definitely working favors for the most part. He is keeping the core away. Every interaction being won. But they do lose that barrier once Chromatic comes back online though. Kitty Bagel will have almost a flip to boot though. Big Smoke Manager with the size though will get control of that core and bring it home to open up the goal barriers. Kiritile in the position, and he gets it right past Kitty Bagel. Not even a flip to boot. Kiritile sending us to set 3 with a 2-0 advantage as Grim takes the set MVP here. And oh my god, even more damage to work with.
Yeah, there is also survivability here. The Reptile Remedy and the Bulk Up is quite the big deal here. The Twin Drive, very good for this now and this Atlas, so there's a lot of scaling on both sides here. As Bulk Up taken by Hiding Goal makes sense. Prize Fighter on the Asher. We're going all in. We're going all in.
Oh my
You're
god.
not dying ever again. We're not dying ever again. Wait, Chromatics gets Reptile? Wait!
Oh,
Okay, I think Too Bad is in this game. Wait, they're back.
wait, actually they're
so
back. But Chromax is getting so much core control actually. I mean, it's even helping the fact that he knows he's playing with slick kicks, that he will just aggress on core anytime. And now the ones in control a little bit are Too Bad here. If they can pull away with the set, they have a win con to boot here, because now they really can't get KO'd now. And of course, now Barry's being taken on the other side, but the crucial strike were again being lost though. 2 Barrys being lost, and now the collapsing onto either side. Kiritile bringing it up to the top side. Hiding Goal keeping it away, as now 1 Barry is found on the back side. Chromatic's still the ones playing control, but he's dead though! He gets knocked off the map. Big Smoke Manager pick up another prize fighter stack, as now the pass splitter in control here. Kiritile throwing shotgun blast into the corner, as now all 3 members, they're ready to go. The checkmate coming in as Grim secures another one, and now wow, CCBA putting it all in high gear. I mean, we had the doubts before, but now they're the ones showing us why they're the better team.
Yeah, and Grim just winning so many crucial interactions here. As long as Big Smoke Manager can keep these prize stacks, they're just fully in the driver's seat of this game. Kitty Bagel with an incredible clear, but only able to hold on to 1 barrier for now.
Ooh, great save by Kitty Bagel, but that kind of bites him back, as now every member having to overcommit, it feels like, because Hiding Goal just popped the flip there as well and found no value yet again. But now Big Smoke Manager one falling. That's the prize fighter stacks reset, and Grim the one in control doesn't get anything off. Kiritile does a great save though. Insane save by Kiritile, as now the barrier being found for Chromatics. They're trying to get this offense going, but just can't seem to do so. Only winging 1 barrier for their troubles. Now Kiritile still has to flip basically the boot. Just a simple interaction will be won, and now Kiritile has to flip to go. He's advancing up of everyone else as the corner goes play around. Kitty Bagel with a good save there, but Mr. Manager still in the corner. The driver's seat incoming. The passes not definitely trying to connect here. Kiritile has to just burn the flip. Chromatic also burst the flip too. That's not looking good now, as overtime on the board now. Kitty Bagel with the flip 2 to boot, but Grim trying everything, trying to get the core in, but just can't seem to do it just yet. Hiding Goal pushing it in. Chromatic fighting this entire passive into the barriers. Now Kiritile the one trying to fend off all the attacks. But Kitty Bagel, the lag.
No. That's such an unfortunate way to lose a point, and you need, the problem is you instantly need to find a way to bounce back and get into this game. 0-2, 0-2 comfort zone, as Kitty Bagel does at least still have this flip, right? So you can get some value here, potentially out of it.
Definitely so, but they still have to work with Big Smoke Manager also having the flip too. And Kibig, the one pushing up, Kiritile just clearing this so effortlessly. Like, there's no pressure, it feels like, on Kiritile. And I feel like they're in the wrong spot, it feels like. I feel like they should be pushing more on the sides, as now Cormac's the one falling. 2v3 power play. Last hope for Kitty Bagel. He takes the flip, throws it away. Hiding Goal also bumps the flip too, but they find one bear for the draw. Second barrier too as well. Good stuff from Hiding Goal to take on the reverse power play, and now Cormac's back online. Will dash in, won't find the core though, as now he does get cleared up by Hiding Goal. And now this is a very crucial move. They have to score here. They have to score here, or else it's all over. Chromatics and Kiritile in a 1v1, deadlocked, but they get it out. ZF Grim saving the graces of CCBA, as now Kiritile is still in control. He has everything to go for. He's getting all these saves out. Very impressive as somehow it's not going in. All three members in the back pocket as Kiritile gets to clear out. The flip coming in clutch. The floor flip being burnt as well, as now Big Smoke Manager coming up with flip to boot. He has the second barrier too. It's so close. It's definitely so close. They just can't score. And Big Smoke Manager in the driver's seat still just needs to get into position there. As now the flip needed as it's being sent to the top side. Number one, ranked 1 Kiritile, sending it home in a very comfortable 3-0 dominant fashion.
Yeah, and a strong win for the side of CCBA here. Able to take the win. It just felt like there was such a difference in coordination between the two teams' offenses. I feel like the side of Too Bad, they had a lot of their points were just like solo hero plays, or like Kitty Bagel winning a 1v3. And it's like, it's just something that's not replicable, right? And obviously, this is a team that like is very strong and had very good moments here, but it just seemed like Grim and Kiritile just didn't really have a crazy amount of pressure to deal with on the defense, and were just able to kind of just eventually take over the game.
Yeah, I feel like comparatively, Grim and Big Smoke Manager were just attacking the closer barrier more. I mean, the closer barrier as in like the one that's closer to the midfield line. Just felt like they were giving so much more pressure there. While Chromatics and Hiding Goal were attacking more of like the ends, like the sides, and it just didn't work out because, of course, you just have I mean, Jakar kind of just has the win con of just you striking the night primary, like strike primary, and then all you can do is just kind of just watch as the core just flies past you slowly. So obviously that happening wasn't too good, and that kind of just led to the demise. But of course, Rank 1 Kiritile, definitely Rank 1 diff, bro. What can I say?
Yeah. I will say, after watching that game, I'm still an Asher hater on Demon Dies. It looked so unplayable for Big Smoke Manager. It looked so awful, and like you can make it work, yes, but like if I'm playing Asher in that game, I'm just not having fun.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair,
Made
you're
it
just
work
getting shot at
great.
every angle. Yeah, it
Yeah.
doesn't. He made it work though. He made it work.
Yeah, true. You know what? Like, actually, well played. I couldn't make it work personally, so hats off to that. I will still be a hater of the Asher forward on Demon Eyes till the end, but I'm glad to see it work and actually
Yo.
be really successful.
Yeah, definitely so. And of course, I mean, after that banger, we gotta kick it to a break, man. I'm tired, bro. Like, I think I've rambled for like 2 sets to like 2 points in a row, and like
Yeah,
my
bro.
voice is like dying. All good, bro. All good. All right,
Okay.
we'll be back with a break. Don't worry. All right, gang, and welcome back to the BO3 portion now of EUS qualifiers part 1. And I'm Drew with Newcaster again. P-Fleur, my goat.
Hello, hello, hello. It's been a minute, but we back here. We still doing it.
And coming off of what we just saw last time, this time we're in for another crazy treat to bring to you guys today. On the table now, CCBA versus the ranked #1 seed Blobos, basically the Blobos. And of course, we have a matchup. I mean, it's going to be really crazy. I mean, we just saw how CCBA played that last map. They were playing extremely well. They just knew every single protocol they had to take. But now they're going off against what is considered an EUSL team at this point. I mean, you have Zarhaina on goalie, and Cookies and Donkers, all three of them EUSL played, one EUSL champ, two-time EUSL champ, and of course the guy Donkers himself carrying, I think it was Tripod Fish? I mean, it was one of the teams in Season 2 that he definitely carried the
Yeah,
hell out of them. So definitely, this is a team to match up against, and if CCBA could come up with the win here, I think, well, I don't think, but they're definitely heavy favorite coming into the season. They still have one match to go after this, for the most part. But if anything, they've already advanced here if they can win this out. But Blob Gap
right.
going to pull out all the stops for this match, as I think our first map will be Atlas Lab with Vocal Rampage as our starting awakenings.
Yep, that is going to be the setup for this one. You're right about that. And yeah, I have to say this is a heck of a draw for CCBA. We know that they got it in them. We know that they can rock out when they really need to. But I mean, Zarhainov Donkers by themselves have been like an absolute monster of a duo. They always have been, always probably will be. I think like just in general, this whole team is a bit of a trial by fire.
Yeah, and of course, the ones gatekeeping are, I mean, technically, Zarhainov, Cookies, and Dunkers are all technically gatekeeping. I mean, I think a lot of people expected them to, they expected that they're gonna pull out this time. And of course, they're the rank 1 seed for a reason. They stormed through Catalyst, they stormed through without a name later. And of course, now we're gonna watch them play here. Both teams 2-0, a lot to fight for. As what are you expecting in this matchup already? I mean, the draft is already going on. We have CCBA picking up the Estelle, Drek, and Asher, the same team comp that we saw last time. I mean, this is now a team comp that I've seen going on. And now on the other side, Blobs taking the Juno, Zentaro, and the Kai. I mean, I think everyone knows what team is playing right here. So, what are you expecting out of this matchup?
Honestly, I'm not gonna say like I'm expecting the same out of Blob Gap. We kind of know that they can kind of pivot to almost whatever playstyle they need, but that they tend to be a bit scary on the offense. On the other hand, like CCBA has all the potential in the world. I'm worried, I would say, a little bit. I'm worried a little bit that CCBA might be a little bit blindsided by what Blob Gap will bring to the table. I feel like it's going to be on, I feel like it's going to be on them to be able to spot and then respond very fast.
Definitely so. I mean, we're already getting into the game. And of course, I mean, the funny thing is, I mean, Juno on the Blob team, I think it's Donker to be playing all the stops for this one. I mean, we've seen all three of these guys play their character picks. Maybe not Zarhainov on Kai, goalie, but like still, we've seen them do what they need to do. And in that case, they're definitely going to be coming into a very hard matchup in this game. Karatile back on the Jakar goalie again.
Mm,
As now, I think I've said earlier before, this team comp really excels at pushing the corner as much as possible. I mean, Atlas Lab
Yeah.
again, a pretty good corner map in particular. I do like how the team comp works for this, as I talked with Celicy earlier in that Demon Days game. But now we're gonna see how this team matches up against it. Like Juno and the Zentaro against Jakar. it just seems a little bit more. It seems a lot more favorable, I think. But again, we saw that last time where we felt like a team comp was gonna win this game, but eventually the other team ended up pulling out all the stops here. But now, this is the shot. This is your chance to prove your worth here. The two champions teaming up together and the Clip Master again.
Yeah.
Ready to bring us another show on this Atlas lap here as we're getting started already. Every member taking bulk up on the board. As even Donker's the one taking slick kicks here. We're getting to a really quick start here. First barrier being down by Big Smoke Manager here. As now Donker just has to get it past everyone on this top side, on this bottom side actually. As now Zarhine the one just trying to keep it away. Cookie's having to walk back as Grim and Big Smoke Manager trying to keep it in the corner here. Donker's advances the core, gets the first barrier going. Now as Cookie's the one trying to set up here. J corner on the line here as Donkers will get the back pass back to Zarhine. The core being rotated around will be stopped out by Zarhine though. Will lose the second barrier to, but Grim popping the big orb means that map is open as now Zarhine doesn't really have a lot to work with. Will stun Kiritile though as Donker's the one trying to push up. Won't find any value though as the core gets rotated around past Big Smoke Manager as the core drifts in. It doesn't drift in though, but Big Smoke Manager cleans it up.
Beautiful identification on there from Big Smoke's Manager. That was pretty sick, and honestly, that was a heck of a start. Almost felt like it was a bit of a shootout there. Just so and that was the first point. So we're gonna see if they can manage to keep that up. Can CCB? I mean, Blob Gap is going to be firing and firing hard. You can see Cookie's already near down. Big Smoke was threatening for a little bit there. So what you doing there, little boy? And they are trying to respond back real fast with both gaps open. Sad Boys double. Already we getting the good stuff.
I mean, Zarhine cleaning it up perfectly with the great clearing. Grim the one. And control Donker's jumped over the fucking core. Oh my god. Wait. It's okay. They get the KO though. They get the KO. It's all good. It's all good. And Donker sending to Cookies.
Beautiful.
What a beautiful pass. I mean, what the frick, man?
Yeah, they
That's
split
crazy.
the difference on that one. That was a beautiful feed. Neither of them were able to get to it. Sit between there. That was picture freaking perfect. That was very nice on their part. So we tied up.
Tied up here now. Cookies doesn't have the flip to work with, but Donkers and Zarhine both do. Now Donker's the one trying to push the core forwards as Zarhine rebounds on the other side. We'll take the first barrel. We'll pay for it with his life though. Now 2v3 power play on the other side for CCBA now. Can Cookies and Donkers hold on?
I mean, we've seen them do stuff like this before. Not able to do it. Never mind. Caster's Curse. Goals open and trying to capitalize on that. Nearly slipped it through. No sell on that one. Big Smoke looking, trying to threaten, trying to stay up front. And right now, it's Cookies and Donkers trying to be that dynamic duo we know they are. No! Big Smoke says, no, we just squeeze. We push. And they are pushing for that goal.
KO being found, but the stall good enough for Cookies to come back online. And now, good start for him and Kiritile still with flip to boot as Grim finds the stall to Zarhine. Beautiful. Piercing shot to bring it in and bring CCBA up 2-1.
Snipe, yeah. The CCBA is like really firing on all cylinders. They have a flip ready to go, full stick of butter. Grim almost, yep, Grim is there right there already. They got one barrier down. There goes the flip. Another barrier down, and we have goal open. They have been very quick on these goals, I gotta say, on getting these gates open.
Hey, they've been playing the middle extremely well, and it just allows Zarhine, well, it doesn't really allow Zarhine to really have any counterplay into this, as now Donker's the one taking a lot of damage here, has to walk away for the orb, as now Zarhine the one pushing forwards. Kiritile keeping it away, still has flip to boot. Good save by Donkers though, keeps it away from Grim, as now the back pass. I think that wasn't a back pass, but still the pass to to open space is good for now though. He's a manager to keep biding his time, making sure Grim's in the correct position as Cookie's the one taking a lot of damage here. We'll have to back away. But look how Zarhine is playing. He's playing extremely forward. The flip coming to boot though, but it will be deflected with a bunch of abilities plus the flip of zone. Cookie's the one playing defense for now as Zarhine walks back as Donkers. We're hitting overtime now. Junostar is going to be very important in this game. Of course, as Donkers the one just playing the out for the most part, and Zarhine knows that the out can't be taken. Overtime still good for now. The core slowly ramping up speed as Big Smoke Manager doesn't find the KO though, but the core sits all the way back!
I don't think he was expecting that. Zaryanov was not quite expecting that one. Wasn't quite in the right position. Wasn't expecting that shot from across the world, but across the world it comes from. And yes, CCBA taking the first set.
Yeah, first set extremely crucial for CCBA if they want to take this map though. Primetime going over to the Stell, leaving Kai a little bit out of CDs. Size being denied, and of course Intaro getting the dash waking too. The side, I mean, at least for Blob Gap, they have a very good draft coming into this. I mean, this draft in general is very, very good for them. They have a lot of damage piled up, but they're the ones really taking most of the brunt of damage already too. I think so Cookie is going to have to be playing a lot more life. Here's the Sad Boys again. No, and Zarhana tries to go for it.
Tried it, not quite successful, but they're gonna try and work out of that. But no, that deficit is a little bit dangerous now. Goals open. They do get another one of their own, trying to even it up very fast. We know they're capable of it, but CCBA is playing kind of lights out right now, so it's Blob Gap that has to be a lot more careful. Beautiful dash in, intercepts the clear Cookies, and suddenly it is in fact all tied up as the Blobs rain out. Cookies though looking very, very thin, looking very, very dead. Pardon me. Donkers and Zarhana having to play double up on defense. They do manage to get it clear for a little bit there, trying to save it until Respawn can come in. They do manage that. Cookies back on, and now it's Grim that's looking low. Grim that might be going for a break. Yes, they are. Hit the bricks for a second as we score.
Beautiful pass from Cookies back to the Donkers. Blobbo will send it right back in to the corner. Of course, they're having their moments. Blob Gap, the ones in control, and now with 2 flips to boot, of course. As now Cookies the one playing a little bit of defense there. Kickoff not going their way, but instead the barrier is going their way instead as Bonkers the one completely checkmating 2 in 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Holy smokes.
That was beautiful. That was a beautiful interception on their part. You know, you did notice that, right? You saw how both times they tried to clear it away, Donkers very quickly intercepted it, both with themselves and then with their blobs, and from then on the train just kind of went in, much like they're doing this one. A good interception on the attempted opening clear, and they take advantage immediately. Cookies right there with it, dash in, score the goal. That 12 seconds. Slightly slower. You could do better.
Yeah, Blob Gap railing in 2 back-to-back points under 15 seconds. Just shows how much the draft can change. And of course, Zarhana, well, not Zarhana, but Cookie's the one in control of the draft. He has a lot to choose from. What will he take though? He wants to save the 1-2 punch for the Juno, but instead, Juno will be taking the Deadeye here. I mean, to be fair, I think that's actually a pretty good draft, I feel like. I mean, Donkers is getting a lot of value off of just throwing the Juno slimes, and of course I think that Deadeye does proc on Juno primary, so the 1-2 doesn't work there. I mean, they're also trying to take it away from Grim as well, who has been doing a lot of these more these primaries where they've been throwing it to try to reconnect and get the very tip of it, like they just saw there. That would do a lot of damage, and oh my god, double kill,
7-10 split.
Yeah, and that was beautiful there, as our Highness the one getting the double KO, leaving Kirtan in a 1v3 though. They will keep it alive as Cookie's the one trying to make something happen. Won't find it though, as the core gets sent all the way around the side of CCBA's half, as now Cookie's trying to do damage onto Kirtan, making him have to walk up here as our Highness avoiding a lot of the interactions. We'll lose that one though. Will cost him the second barrier as well, as Donkers the one playing up front now, playing for the out clear, as Cookie's trying to force it into the corner though. Won't find any value though, as Grim and Baseball Manager again doubled up onto this bottom side. Cookie's the one playing defense fully, as Baseball Manager to the offside is good for the count, as Baseball Manager brings it up again 1. And after that double KO, I thought that point was over, but they had managed to claw it back.
No, big shout to Big Smoke Manager just for being able to continue the offense, block all the attempted passes by them, just managed to continue that onslaught and basically run it up to the goal line themselves. So mad props to them for being able to be that hardy and that consistent. And both sides now having one barrier taken apiece, they have been scrapping this whole game, and I don't think it's going to get any cleaner.
Cookies having to burn his flip earlier off of Kiratal, dumping damage onto it, but now Grim's the one looking really low. Big Manager looking low early. Zarhina popping the flip really early, getting stuff up by the path splitter, and now Docker's coming up with flip. As the flip now, don't know where he'll use it. He's playing the out clear a lot, trying to get the core up to him so he sets up the corner, but both teams, I think both Cookies and Donkers have a different idea for the game plan. They want to force one corner. Donkers burns the flip early though, not a good sign. As now Grim's the one dealing with flip, and will burn his flip too, actually. As now Grim Vixel Manager looking extremely low, but Donkers will find his life taken. As now overtime, that team player working its magic against Kiratal sends it to Big Smoke Manager, who slots it in the hole. As to take it up, CCBA up 2-0.
Yeah, okay, I may be off here, but what I'm looking at from Blobgap is that they are trying to anticipate like a lot of core movement and be in a position to intercept it. That's how they've gotten a lot of those like quick goals, a lot of those assured goals, and a lot of those barriers. They're just trying to make sure that they can read where the core is going and can intercept it, as opposed to necessarily playing for KOs. But that kind of thing can be a bit of an issue. If they misread, they are in bad town. They are in bad town on very quickly, and that is proving to be kind of like their boon and bane. You know what I mean?
Is Zarhina finding the Sad Boy's angle, but doesn't find it quite yet. Well, it just gets red though. Grim taking it out, and now open barrier position for Zarhina, and now he's not really doing too good on the side now. As Big Smoke Manager still has a flip to go. He will get the kill as Zarhina, and the kill being what it takes to get the goal. As Big Smoke Manager puts the team on his back yet again, the Brawler getting it done. As now Zarhina has to reel back, and CCBA up 2-1, and sets Big Smoke Manager being the MVP. And whoa, what a draft for him! Extra special on the board. Hot shot for Kiritile too. They're even pre-picking it as well.
Yeah, I'm not even remotely surprised. But what I am, like I said, CCBA has just been playing absurdly well, and this is going to be very, very nice for them. Just I'm liking everything I'm seeing on the side of CCBA. Honestly, especially that stinger. I think that stinger is going to be like brutal.
Inner focus onto the Kai. Going to be very, very hard, especially if he can stay alive. It'll be really nice. As Grim's the one taking it out of pocket, as now he's the one getting shot up in advance. Zarhina taking a bit of damage though. We'll lose that one barrier though, as Grim the one pushing up. They won't lose that barrier though, but Grim's life is on the line right now. He's playing very, very far. Cookie's the one wanting to get the kill. Zuckers instead finds the goal there, saving Grim's life kind of, but at the same time, Grim doesn't have an evade to work with right now, so it's going to be a little bit scary for him. But again, I was going to talk about earlier, Zarhina, his Kai, the Kai doesn't really have a lot of heavy hits. There's really only one heavy hit, so for the fact that he just has to get in there and take a lot of these strike wars will be crucial as the core comes back right to him, loses that bottom barrier though. Oh, potentially lose the top there as ZF Grim puts the team right where he needs to be, as Cookie's the one almost falling off the edge, as now he has the flip to boot, flip going down, passes are bonkers, great passing, to take both barriers now as Cookie's the one popping his Zen ult, as Zarhina's the one reeling back with the Kai, secondary now as he will pick up burst here, as Donker's the one pushing the core forward, Cookie's the one keeping Big Smoke Manager under check, and he touched the core, and he will get the flip though. Big Smoke Manager the one popping the pop to try to get the energy up, as Cookie's the one pushing up forward. Donker's missing the Juno dash yet again, as Cookie's the one bringing the core up. He's getting really low. The Big Smoke Manager has to flip to boot now, just has to keep it away from him, as now the core trying to be pushed around, as Zarhina still has to try to find some way to get the core out of this corner position. DF Grim trying to push it through. We'll get to Big Smoke Manager. Big Smoke Manager finishes up very quickly there. Zarhina can't even react to that.
Big Smoke Manager has been absolutely a menace this whole day. And honestly, in the backfield, I couldn't help but notice, I believe that was like Kiratal just absolutely threatening Cookies, was saying like, where you going? Where you going? No, don't come to the front. I got this thing on me. And they were so weak. Cookies just kind of had to be very careful and just was not allowed to play. Not allowed to be anywhere in the core's vicinity. And I don't blame him, because it's like very good like intercept potential. So I'm not surprised with that.
Oh! flips throw him back, and Zarhainov losing his flip in the process too. Now they're at an extreme energy disadvantage, and Kirtal still has his flip to boot though. Zarhainov with no barriers to his name, Donkers with no health to his name, as now they have to play defense in all 3 scenarios, as Donkers just has to clear it out somehow, some way. Squeaks the one pushing forward, finds the first barrier as well, but look how low everyone is on that side. Kirtal burns the flip too, misses the demon angle, and now it's looking a little bit worse for wear for Zarhainov, as somehow he clears it away. The speed helping so much, but he gets his speed reset with the Estelle primary. Estelle trying its best, trying to get the core around the core, going overtime. Almost a great save by Grim though, but still Cookie's the one playing defense. A chain of abilities throwing in, and Cookies finds second barrier 2 will connect onto the core as Kiratile can't defend. That Juno Slime does so much work as it sends it right past everyone, threading the needle, and Kiratile can't save that.
That was just pure speed. That was just pure what the heck just flew by me. So, and that's always like one of those things in this game that can come out of nowhere. You should be expecting it. Everybody kind of expects it, but they don't really expect it.
Gotta watch out for Big Smoke Manager's dash punch on the line here. Donker's getting a little bit too close to the edge here, as Cookie's the one almost dying. If he had primary there, that definitely would have killed there, as DF Grim will have to burn the flip. Cookie's the one pushing it back as the flip is found. The KO bound into Big Smoke Manager as well. 2v3 power play. Now it's a simple strike, which just needs to be one, though. Everyone being pushed back in, as Donker just has to take the out clear. As there we go, another set for taking 4 blob crap, and this just seems like a more of a back and forth game now between both teams. Not one team is favored over the other at this very moment, and of course Donker's the one being the MVP of the set. He has a lot to choose from here. Stacks on stacks, glass cannon on the board for him, but he might actually save the glass cannon for Kai for the most part. If he just doesn't get hit, it'd be really nice for him to get that side, or to get that speed and the power coming in. Estelle trying to pick the big performance away, trying to get that health up, and Jakar taking the heavy impact too, trying to do more damage on the Cookies, and also kind of a deny.
Right.
But what really can you do? I mean, this draft kind of seems already played out for the most part. Everyone getting really what they want, and Juno the one taking up more of that stagger. I mean, I think it works well with his kit that he has slick kicks as well as bulk up as well. He gets a lot of extra health, and that allows him to push harder into corners that he needs to push. As Big Toe Manager takes a second barrier away from Zarhainov, and now Cookie's the one pushing his way forward. He doesn't have a lot of health to work with, since Big Toe Manager the one having a lot of that opportunity to go through, as now he's the one on top of the Kai. Zarhainov does clear it out though, as Bunkers is the one not really playing the midfield, but more playing the forward. As Big Manager. I mean, this guy is a crazy player. This guy just went to kneel yet again.
Yeah, it's been doing that pretty much this whole game. Very nice on Manager, just immediate reaction, get it right past Zarhainov, who was not ready for it, and that's kind of been like, if I have to say, that's kind of been a name of like a lot of these points that CCBA have been getting, just managing to throw it past Zarhainov in general the defenders, and either like they're not ready for it, or it's just like going like ridiculously fast, or like at an angle they were just not expecting. And what I'm trying to say here is that I'm feeling like a lot of these goals are almost like Blobgap kind of like hanging themselves, although hung Grim out to dry very nicely, trying to take advantage of that very fast. They do get that second barrier, trying to make it a quick goal before it gets in. They does get that jump finally. I was going to say, Donkers has been missing kind of like their jump intercepts a little bit this game, and it's been like wreaking havoc with their offense. But that one was good. And the Cookies was able to finish that point off. So good on them.
I think they're realizing shooting Grim is the play almost every point, and hopefully if they shoot Grim enough times, Big Toe Manager can't really do anything. But now the corner offense working too well for them. I mean, that's why I said earlier, the corner offense being very nice for this team composition. And of course, Zarhainov really can't stand on his own 2 legs. And of course, that just allows Big Toe Manager to have all these great plays where he's just in the face of Zarhainov almost every single time. Is now the core wrapping back around Kiratile, clearing the core away as Grim's the one pushing it forwards as he checkmates Zarhainov all by himself as CCBA are on match points.
Yep, at that point it was like, oh, you ain't got no cooldowns anymore, and I am Estelle, and I have thorns. So at that point it was like, nope, that was that one.
Point 4, set 5 on the definitely the horizon right now. CCBA in the controller's seat, and Cookie's the one getting shot just a little bit as Donkers finds the pass, hits one Bears. Cookies tries to clean it up, doesn't find it though. Core being thrown around enough, but all three are just so good at layering their strikes though. Every strike being layered means that core will never go in, and Big Smoke Manager retains his flip as well. Will throw the pass splitter down as they try to shoot him, but now Big Smoke Manager without the flip. And Zarhinef the one pushing in front. What can he do against Cookies? Cookies clears it away, and now Big Smoke Manager is nothing to stand on for now. Cookies trying to just wait and bite his time as the
Nice.
as his passive gets it. As Grim has to pop his flip too, Zarhinef the one having the speed good enough to save it away as he pops the flip, as he has to flip as well. Big Smoke Manager in the front, redirects it to the bottom corner. Zarhinef can't save it again.
That was a sick redirect. Grim was right there when they needed to be, and just sometimes it can be over in the blink of an eye. Sometimes you don't know what happened. But in that case, CCBA taking the first game.
CCBA, the team that no one really, I think a lot of people expected them to either lose very early on or put a complete masterclass of a performance, and there we go, a Big Smoke Manager pulling the chains for the most part. I mean, 3 KOs, 7 goals. The Brawler does indeed get it done, and of course, I feel like, I mean, that was just like a completely deserved win for them. They played that almost perfectly. That second barrier was almost never falling unless Cookies put on a good performance. But of course, I think that TCBA can take it here. I mean, is it their map pick this time?
I'm not sure I want to say so, but I do agree that they have been playing absolutely lights out. They have been on target with a lot of their passes. A lot of their offensive sequences were very good. I feel like they knew exactly what their game plan was, and they were executing it to very good effect. Now, considering the scoreline and whatnot, that's not to say that Blob Gap was lacking in particular. Like I was saying earlier, I really do think it was just like a couple of offensive. I wouldn't even go so far as to call them blunders. Just like their offense wasn't flawless at times. Like I was saying, like Donkers missed a couple of hops, and they were able to kind of like save themselves off of it, off of that issue, and they were just like very good with their angles and everything. CCBA played incredibly well.
The CCBA putting themselves on the map for the most part, and now on their map pick again, we're being brought back to the Demon Days, and this map again, they've shown their protocols on this map. They're very good at it, and now it's up to Blob. They're on the hot seat now. They're the ones that have to make a play somehow, and of course they chose the red side, I think, at this point. So now WAP choosing blue here. I mean, we have Castelast and Peak Performance as our start. I don't know what I'm looking at. I think that we might see a Grim Rune, maybe? I mean, if they don't ban it out, then we might see a Rune in play here. I think both, well, I think for me in particular, I think Grim playing the Rune here is pretty nice.
Yeah, should be. So we are going to see how Demon Day. You just said it. Deus.
Days, yeah.
Days. Thank you. We're going to see how this treats them. We're going to see how they treat each other now that they've gotten a little bit more of their measure, now that Blobgap knows a lot more about what they're capable of.
Yeah, the big thing I think a big takeaway I think from Blob there was, I've seen a lot of times where Cookies, well not Cookies, well actually yes Cookies was the one playing kind of the midfielder role on Centauro. I mean, it just felt like in every scenario, Donkers was the one playing the out clear and really not in the play, while Cookies was almost always in the fight trying to take the core away, and that's it kind of feels awkward a little bit because again, it just feels like he's playing both midfield and forward, and that just makes him waste abilities. WAP, well, CCBA at least banning away Device and Blob. I don't know what they're going to pick yet. I mean, they actually banned the Astro away from Big Smoke. I mean, I think they're a little bit too scared of that. And now what with the first pick? What are they going to take here?
That is a good question. That Asher was causing them fits. So without having to deal with it, I mean, okay, Estelle, not, I mean, unsurprising considering where we are. That could lead to like a lot of intercepts, a lot of barriers being taken very fast. So I'm not surprised with that. I would also not be surprised to see Juno coming back.
And again, I mean, the Estelle for Grim, I think, again, very, 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 very big pick for him. He's won a lot of his interactions on the character in particular, so having that pick just means that they're going to always have a needle in their rear for the most part.
Yeah, for sure. The rune pick is
Yeah,
always
sorry.
concerning. I mean, I don't even blame them for that as well as okay, yeah, no, that also makes sense. A lot of these are not totally unsurprising, let's say that, but I mean, yeah, like somebody mentioned it earlier, like rune Mako on Demon Dice days. That's gonna be a bit of an annoying. That's going to be a bit of a plinko machine.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, they're not really. Well, of course, there are more creation characters come by, but Finny's still on the board. I mean, they just picked it right there, but Finny on the board was still a very big option to look out for. And of course, Drek back on the pool. I mean, who's playing what actually?
Yep,
It
there's the
is the big
Drek.
question, yeah. I have no clue who is playing what on this team comp. I mean, I'm always full of surprises here. But now this time, what will Blob choose here? What do they have to try to counter this comp? Because of course, in this comp at least, you're really not going to be seeing... And we have the Atlas actually. So we're either seeing Atlas or Mako Brawler here. Oh.
I actually am not sure what to say or think here. I mean, I have seen Atlases be scary when they walk up, but I feel like that takes a lot of bravery, to say the least.
Oh.
So, do you think? I mean, I do think Cookies is on the room.
Yeah, I can agree with that one. But who's playing Mako here?
That's what I'm not sure.
Wait a minute. Wait. Yo, crazy take? I think it might be Donkers Mako. I don't know. I'm
Does he got?
unsure myself. I've been hearing of a Donkers Mako
I was
once
about to.
in a blue moon.
I was about to say, does he have a Mako?
Oh my god! It is Donkers Mako. I just checked. It's so back. We're so
Okay.
back.
I'm gonna have to. This is a bit new for. I'm gonna be that. This is a bit new for me. I don't recall Donkers having a Mako, so this would be interesting to see on my end.
Oh, this is a beautiful play. I mean, Kira Tile on the Finny this time, Big Short Manager on the Chakar. Kind of off of the pick for themselves, but now we're seeing a very, very big change up from the team comp in general. Donker's the one now playing the forward, Cookie's the one playing the mid. Well, not really the midfield. I mean, both of them can kind of switch if they both take max souls here, but Zarheinaf on this time, the Atlas goalie.
Yeah, Atlas goalie is a bit more sane. So glad for that. I mean, but Rune Mako. I'm sorry. I'm trying to. My brain is still trying to parse that one.
Yeah, it's definitely not traditional. But now we're going to see how they actually play against this comp. I feel like there's a lot of things to worry about. I mean, in particular, you only have one creation to deny for Kiratile. And this time, Zarheinaf, Cookies, and Donkers, they all have... I mean, Donkers might not be building creations, but the other two definitely will. But now on the other side, 2 berries being taken, and 4 Zarhine the ones pushing it all the way through. As now Donkers can't, I mean, not even Donkers, but Zarhine getting completely stuffed into his own gold box as Grim puts it in for 1.
That is an auspicious start for CCBA, and bit of a not great one for Flop Gap. So we're gonna see if they can shake back. I have to admit, I am wondering what their game plan here is. Just with this comp, I'm wondering what the idea behind it is. Is it, are they just gonna, were they maybe just hoping to like crowd control the heck out of CCBA? Were they thinking, I don't know, maybe that the damage was a bit too much? Maybe it was just like just switch it up entirely on them, confuse them, confound them, confuddle them even.
I mean, the win con right now is definitely just have Cookies, or either Cookies or Zarhine have a, or at least they both have the creations to work with. But Zarhine missing the stretch means that barrier will fall, but Donker's finding the KO. Donker's the one putting the team on his back now, as now he has full control. The Kira tile special trying to bring it back. Also, the other side is Grim's the one slot slip, though. We've seen him in the scenario, though. Grim the one pulling all the chances. Big Spot Manager comes back online, though. Zarhine still has a flip to boot, though. And of course, Donkers hitting overtime will find the beautiful across the world angle, hitting both sides to bring Blob Gap up by 1 and tie the points.
Very nice tie up on that part. Zarhine got full flip. Grim also with full flip, moving up already, and has 1 barrier down. Very quick on their part. There goes the flip, trying to keep it done, but no, waited a little bit too long. I've noticed a lot more players are not like shooting very fast whenever they flip. They are letting it set. They are letting the flip kind of like linger and try and psych out their opponents. And sometimes it works, sometimes, and they get like and they get to like take like an ability, but a lot of times it's just we're taking it.
Definitely so, and Cookies playing, all 3 members of Blob Guy playing perfect defense there, keeping the barrier alive there. Anyone else, it would have been definitely certain doom there. As on the other side too, again, they have perfect strike layering, and even though the double banish does come in, it doesn't matter because now they still are alive. And never mind, I mean, they just both exploded as well. Big Spot Manager finding the car shotgun, finding the barrier, and Cookies finding the beautiful angle again past Kira tile. I mean, this team definitely has its openers, but the problem is, can they finish out?
Yeah, that was sick. Like, flip to just ignore the big finish, and it was just like, are you in range? No. All right, boom. Beautiful goal. Beautiful barrier takes right there. Very quick as the pillar goes out, and they trying to capitalize immediately on that, but not quite able to. Like, defense on CCBA's part is not exactly lacking.
Definitely so. They've keeping both barriers up for now. Grim the one on the bottom side. Big Spot Manager covering the top as well as the banish comes in. Grim not really fighting too much as he gets the kill onto Cookies, but Donkers, the core, sliding right past Kira tile. Let's CCBA down, go 1 set as Zarhine, the one being the MVP here. He's playing goalie this season and he's a lot to choose from. Twin Drive on the board for him. Not really any creation awakenings on this draft though.
No. Like, take what you can get in that case. Yeah, Twin Drive. I'm not too surprised with that. Maybe, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody picked up... Never mind, there it goes. Heavy Impact. Very fast. Extra special as well. I feel like part of me was thinking... There we go. I was about to say, I feel like somebody would have taken Demolitionist by now. But, yep, there it goes. As well as the Built Different.
Demo going all the way down to Kira tile. Something maybe a little bit weird, but it's okay. 1 banish coming in for Cookies. Kira tile the one in front, trying to keep the core away from all 3 members of Blob Gap. As now they're just doing, like, I feel like CCP are doing extremely well just taking the first one, but they just can't find the second one, especially if Zarhine has this amount of CD, well, not CD, but amount of creations on the side, but he just has an extra creation to go. And somehow the core slips past Zarhine and allows him to take the second barrier as well. Big Spot Manager, the one not really looking too healthy, but Kira tile sends it right in anyways.
Yeah, just very nice. Just a very quick detonated big finish. Straight in does it go. Not quite able to get past that. Just the speed was a little bit too much there. So yeah, CCBA definitely has what it takes to kind of like get it going, pull ahead. They have had some difficulties finishing, as mentioned, but that was one of them. Wondering if that might be the start of them like realizing, okay, we need to like capitalize on these advantages. We need to just like take these shots. And yeah, look at that, like very quick two barriers. So now they need to kind of like, I was about to say they need to try and like collapse on them, but not quite. But it's not quite happening. They kind of get into a bit of a scrum there, trying to take that second barrier.
Float comes by for Donkers, finds second barrier too. As Grim again! Zarheim just unable to time the strike correctly, just had to do something there before the core went in, and Grim completely capitalizing on that. Means that barrier, I mean, that goal just goes right in, and now CCBA, a complete turnaround from what they saw last set, are now up in points and points to take the set here, but they still have a lot to work with here. A flip on the side of both teams. Now a none as the punish comes through for Big Smoke, and the flip being burned for Grim leaves Kirito the one. And again, Cookies again, that's the second time the pillar has come back to bite the team a little bit, losing them a barrier yet again, as Donker's the one having to walk back, as Zarheim the one playing front. And I think that's the good thing about this offense, is that if Donker's is playing midfield, then Zarheim can just easily walk up again and be able to just play that midfield position anyway, since he has a lot of experience on that role. But now Grim, the one trying to push onto Zarheim, won't find any value though, as one barrier stands a piece for both teams.
Yeah, they've actually managed to hold this one very well. Zarheim doing their absolute best, but sometimes it just ain't enough. As they try and CCBA take this set, pushing ahead. Bandage does come out, gives them a little bit of a reprieve, though. Beautiful defense on the side of Kirito. Meanwhile, Cookies looking a little bit worse for wear. Blows the flip, not able to catch the core. So Zarheim still has their flip on available, as Big Smoke and Cookies both looking like they may not be long for this world if this keeps going on again. Beautiful strike shot from Zarheim, manages to catch that one, and that hasn't been happening all the time lately. Cookies and Big Smoke still like very low. Barrier does go out. Open barriers for both sides. Donkers and Cookies trying to set something up. Pillar comes out again, kind of blocks it off, unfortunately. Wild wide shot gets pretty much near Demon Angle. Zarheim can't quite block it. Actually, no, Zarheim kind of messed it up, because it looked like it was going to reflect out. Zarheim didn't think it was going to reflect out. Zarheim thought they got the demon angle too, and that they might have accidentally bounced it in.
Oh, Monumentalist going over to Finny. Possibly? It's not going. What? Ruin gets Monumentalist? No one's taking. Okay, no one's taking creations here. Literally, no one's taking creations here. Wait, creations are weak. It's okay. But I mean, I also saw the inner focus for the Atlas. Yeah.
Rune took something.
I mean, the good thing is that Zarheim gets a lot of cooldowns here. I mean, it's fine, honestly. I might have misread the draft. It's okay. But Cookies picks up the Monumentalist, though. I mean, it's kind of depressing that all three Awakenings just don't... I mean, every single, like, major Awakening, like, creation-wise, just went and just came out. And now Donker's the one putting it again and pushing the trains. Double KO too! For Donkers, he sends it right in past Kirito. I mean, the double banish by... I mean, wasn't even... I think it was either a double or a triple that got all three of them, and Cookies dealing the Monumentalist damage brought them so low, and it was only a matter of time before both of them exploded.
Yeah, for sure. Then at that point, it was just, okay, quick 50-50? No? Okay, we go in. So that was just a beautiful play right there. Beautiful timing on that front. Meanwhile, you can see that there was clearly, I think, a method to the madness of that draft.
Yeah, I think Kirito wanted to value speed over really anything, and not taking that timeless creator, which I think I would have thought too, and it kind of seems to bite them just a little bit. The speed still not being able to catch up to Donkers heading to the bottom side. And of course, now with Donkers, wait, I just realized this guy has all 3 Stagger Awakenings too. I mean, what a scale for Blobgap right now. This draft is going, I mean, that draft, there was definitely a method to the madness there as Bonkers pops the flips, Arhine the one pushing it in front. The creations are just doing a lot of stuff here as Cookies gets denied his own orb for the most part right now, but he is alive though. The core bouncing around, losing one barrier, will lose maybe a second one too, but it does come out just in time. Cookies popping his own flip. Will get kind of speed after a little bit. Buys our Highness own pillar as now Donkers the one finding another KO onto Big Smoke is now Grim the one taking so much damage. The core coming back to Kiratal as he saw his flip to boot. Grim not really in a good spot to really do anything, and will get knocked out by Donkers again. The power play still continuing for Blobgap, but can they find a single barrier though? They haven't been able to. Kiratal with the speed as we need to catch up to every barrier so far. One goes down, two goes down, two, 1, 2, all the finishers going on as Grim comes back online. And Zarhina, he has one barrier left. He also has to flip to boot if he keeps getting on any strikes possible, but now the core has calmed down just a little bit, goes the other side as the gap is closing in over time, freaking out all the stops. Here's the core, comes flying around on the side of CCPA as Cookies pushes it in, gets the banish off, but Kiratal has no more evade left, one more banish, one really anything for a hit stun. Will send a core in as Zarhina saws flip to boot as well. It's going to be a hard nut to crack, but Zarhina popping his own flip as the Mako Drum catches Kiratal as Donkers finds it again. I mean, that guy just stepped up big time.
That was incredible. Donkers with the beautiful ensnare drums, just able to catch things going. They do get what felt like to me like a very quick 3 points.
Definitely so, and Donkers earning that MVP. We'll take the Rampage as well. I mean, this guy cannot be killed, it feels like. Like, look at him. He's still scaling on HP. What can you do? I mean, you might have damage, but at the same time, if he just touches the core once, he gets all of his HP back. I mean, they're going to have somebody try to kill him. I mean, he has to be killed now. He has Rampage.
I mean, it's an Oni for a reason, and yeah, just going to be absolutely monstrous on the field now. So, yeah, definitely a bit of a priority target now for CCBA. I do agree with that. On the other hand, Zarhina kind of like whiffed their clear out, and CCBA definitely tried to take advantage of that. All of them proceeded to try and like collapse on it. They took some damage, but they did manage to get a barrier out of it. So good for that. However, Donkers is just going to be marching up the field, just absolutely terrifying. Meanwhile, I also want to say like Zarhina also has stacks, which is going to be very nice for them and increase their like defensive capabilities. But what isn't is right now is like Big Smoke and Cookies in the back, while Donkers is just putting up a beautiful offense in the front. Just prevented the clear out, gets that first goal real fast there. Just very nice persistency on their part. They seem to have no area do Blobgap at this moment where they are like weaker or lesser. I think the draft has like really fired off for them.
Big boy Donkers earning 2 for himself. He has 4 stacks of Rampage now, but no evade to work with. But right now, I don't think CCP are concerned with the fact that they need to kill Donkers. They're concerned with the fact that they need to take a barrier off as Arhine. He has the stacks, he has everything to his advantage right now. His Cookies is the one trying to keep it away. Just look at how they're playing. It seems like they're almost always core chasing, and that allows the core to go all the way around. Kiratal popping a flip his zone, and Big Smoke manages to have a flip to go. We'll find one barrier though as he gets banished off. And now he doesn't really have much to do. He's taking extremely low. He has to back away and get the orb too, as Donker's the one trying to chase him around the map. And of course, an open barrier situation for Kiratal is not the one you want to be looking forward to for CCPA. The flip being denied by Zarhina, and Big Smoke Manager, the one that can't stand his scrim, tries to hit him to Kiratal, and Kiratal can't save it.
Nope, them pillars come out, hit it one. Kiratal hit it, I believe, like twice into the pillars, and those are some really big pillars. Just could not manage to clear it past it. Cookies, just with a beautiful placement, just watched it go in, said, good work, pillars. Thank you. And now it is Cookies with a flip. I feel like that was Grim trying to flip to get the core a little bit late on that front, but right now it is CCBA that are definitely on the back foot, and are trying to figure out what they need to do to kind of like stop this steamroll like here and now. They don't have any other chances. This could be game point. One barrier goes down. Second one might be going down very quickly. No, not quite yet. Cookies having to abandon ship on the play. A little bit too low for comfort. Donkers waiting in the wings with a flip. Zarhina very close to one as well. It is on CCBA to try and figure out what to do to kind of like break through this issue here. Flip goes out, barrier goes down. Another flip, I believe, that got popped as well, and now it is CCBA's. This might be their last stand.
It's their game to lose right now. Donker is eating too much cookies from the cookie jar. He has so much pressure on the map. He has so much to do. He's dragging all 3 members onto his side. I mean, look at this defense. From Grim and Big Smoke Badger, they're all trying to stack onto Donker's picture. He has no pressure. The second barrier falls on the other side of the offense. Trying to breathe. Oh, but the core goes right to Donker's, hitting when he actually can't. But Cookies coming back to protect the core from coming in the containment, doing so well. The core going red, the green being found as Cookies puts it in for victory for Blob Gap. And of course, this allows them to go to game 3, which we all want to see.
Yeah, that was a very nice responsive game from Blob Gap. Like, CCBA had Monsters game 1. Blob Gap said, okay, hold on for a second. We got this too. Did you forget who we were? And they reminded them real fast. So good on Blob Gap. Just like the incredible positional, I feel like, awareness of Donkers, as well as the pillar placement of Cookies. Those were just immaculate. Those were very on point. They had the reactions down. They had the synchronization down. They knew what they were doing.
And impressively paid performance by Blob Gap, and now they're the ones who, and we're going to a game 3 of the on the night market. I feel like that was the game that they figured out the game plan. I feel like Cookies playing more of that midfield spot, it's a little bit better, but at the same time, I think it was just for that map in particular that you're allowed to play either or and let Zarhina walk up as well. I mean, Zarhina walking up is almost always good in every type of scenario, even if you're, well, if he's the goalie, of course, you're always going to walk up in that position. So it's be good for now. But now we're on the night market. I mean, I'm just as excited as you are to see whatever team coming up here. And of course, if CCBA can end up edging them out, I mean, of course, they've been bringing up a fight every single point. And even if it looks like a 3-1 outing or a 3-2 outing, every point matters. And of course, CCBA are putting their own foot down and saying, yeah, we're not gonna let go of this just yet. And our decider of night market is gonna show who's the better team here. And of course, night market the one being decider. I mean, there's a lot of lore that comes into night market here. I mean, I think every single one of Blob. I mean, of course, our Hynef won, like, I think 2 championships off of just playing night market alone. And him playing it as a goalie now is definitely going to be reminiscent of what we've probably seen before.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like they have to know what is at stake here. And here's the thing. Night market, we all know night market is a finicky mistress. And we know that they know that. And that sounds basic. That sounds simple. But it's not as easy to navigate as it may sound like. But with these opening awakenings, things are going to get very hectic very fast. You got 1-2 punch and stacks on stacks. Yeah, I can see reasons for either of those. You see, like we said, like the Juno is out, the Estelle is out. They decided, nope, those are problems. We don't want those problems. We don't want problems in the market. And that is, night market in particular is one of those places where you want all the problems or you want absolutely no problems, if that makes sense.
Rebu first pick here for CCBA as they end up taking the Kai on the other side. The Kai on the other side, though, I think it might be for Zarhina. He didn't have a lot. Well, he didn't have too much fun playing it on the Atlas lab, but now I think he's running it back for goalie maybe. But we do see the Kazan for Cookies coming out. I mean, to be fair, I have no clue what's our height of plays on goalie, so it could be that he might not even be picking Kyher, but that Dubu pick, it also could be a brawler pick. I mean, if Kirito is feeling frisky enough to not play Dubu goalie.
Yeah, it could happen. I am looking at that Kazan, like Kazan Kai, could be dangerous. I see. Hey, Era, cool.
Era. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
There. Definitely could be a pick of all time. I mean, who's gonna be playing the Era though? Do we? Oh yeah, okay, never mind. I think that this, I mean, with the Asher pick, it's definitely not a Dubu brawler, so it could be just Dubu goalie on the start here. I mean, I'm not a hater of Dubu goalie here, so it definitely covers a lot of things that Cookies can do to exploit the night market. So
Yeah.
it's not really. It's a pretty good pick, and of course we go back to the Atlas. So I think, yeah, this is Donkers playing Kai, and it's our Highness playing Atlas here. So I mean, I get a very generic comp. I feel like for both sides. I mean, the only thing is that you have kind of 3 creations for the size for the side of CCBA, while Blob here is trying to get a lot of the maneuvers going on and try to work their way around the creations, which is a good starting point for both teams here. With this start here, I mean, I think a lot of people are going to be taking speed here over 1-2. I was low-key hoping for an Era goalie here, but I mean, with this, it kind of looks like we're not playing Era goalie, unless they are playing Era goalie. But Era into Gazan, it feels, it's going to be a nightmare, I feel like, for Cookies here.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's going to be very pleasant, but I do agree in that I see the vision for both sides. I feel like, yeah, there is a lot of creations on one side, so they're going to have to be very judicious with how they split the awakenings. I have to imagine someone is going to focus more on the creation side of things, and someone's going to focus more on the size side of things. So it's going to be interesting to see how those fall.
As
For me,
someone who relies a lot on size. Oh my god, it's Era goalie! Yo, I'm letting that sink in, bro. It's Era goalie.
Pourquoi?
It's an Era goalie. I mean, okay. I still Era goalie into Gazan? Oh, that guy's gonna have such a hard time, I'm not gonna lie. It's not gonna be fun for him. It's really, I mean, dude, Dubu midfielder is so based. Hello?
I'm sorry. No, that's still kind of like that's still. I'm still digesting that one. I'm not even joking. I'm like,
Wait, but for the night market,
there's all the question marks. Yeah, like, I presume that CCBA is hoping to scale to like absolute iron wall level. I don't know what's going on anymore. Whatever.
Iron Wall 37, bro. My goodness, go. And now we're on the last map. We have a lot to work with here. A lot of things for Cookies to bring up to the table. We're gonna see how does Kazan ends up playing into this Era goalie, and if somehow Grim and Big Smoke Manager are going to be completely stuffing this core out of their minds. I mean, if you look at the Awakening draft here, the start for everyone, Cookies and Big Smoke Manager taking 1-2, everyone else taking speed. Yeah, the big thing is that Donkers and Cookies, they have a lot of speed here, but Era only gives it in short bursts. So if they can win this game extremely early without the scaling happening, it's gonna be really nice. And just look how Cookies just doesn't have size though. Like every time he gets hit by Era, it's gonna be such a pain in the rear just to get anything done. And of course, our high FS gets flip off of that. What the hell? And that just leaves him with flip now, and that's really good for him, as all three members of Grim, or at least CCBA, again back in the cockpilot of the defense, trying to move everything out of the way. The Tofu Fortress goes right just a little bit, won't find any value there, as our Heinef still has 2 barriers to his name. Cookies and Donkers working up together. The offense is not slowing down. Our Heinef pops early, trying to get the flip going, and it sends it all the way to Cookies. Great play and great maneuvering by Cookies. I mean, again, that's what I meant by the speed and the precision for them for the most part. Like, they're able to put the core in places that Grim really can't reach because he's Dubu.
Yeah, no, this is Team Big Bodies for real. So they are going to have to just kind of like march up there and be unafraid and really hope that the core doesn't like get away from them for like too long. Otherwise, that's going to be a very fast core against some very slow individuals. Like they do have they do have the stacks and whatnot and the speed to kind of like help out with it. But yeah, stuff like that can happen. They're going to be a bit more than a bit vulnerable to that. Ooh. But they can also do that, I suppose. Yeah, so suddenly 2-on-2.
KO is traded for both teams here. Very, very, very good for both teams, trying to stall it out. Every team getting a piece of that KO, and Cookie's the one still very low, though. Has to walk in to try to get the orb, and Zonker's coming back online, though. Will take a lot of damage from the Air Primary and the Dubu roll, though. They still have 1 barrier piece, and Cookies with the flip as well. We try to checkmate Kirita here. He can't react to that. And of course, Era goalie, you don't want a brawler in your face, even if you can really do anything. And what? Okay, I mean, I'm gonna finish what I said. So the thing is with Kirita is that you really can't give them a chance to score. But if they get on your face like that, it becomes really hard to really defend. But so our Heinef, the one from the backline taking the goal there, very, very nice, and they are up 2-0, of course.
Yeah, I think Kirita just kind of flinched on that last goal, not sure, but that was last goal. This is this goal, and it is going to be on this team to kind of like force their offense through. That's kind of like the whole point, I feel like, of Asher and Dubu. But the problem is just that these barriers are just going down too fast, and already I can see like, yeah, the barriers are just going down too fast, and that means that Grim and Big Smoke are trying to like hang back to try and help Kirita defend, and if you're on defense, you're not on offense. And again, that sounds basic, but it's just letting them run their offense. It's just letting them run their game plan. It's letting Blobgap do what they want, and eventually, you know, like even the biggest wall is gonna fall.
Extremely important draft right now. It kind of really decides the fate of every team. Dubu has the option to take either Missile Pop or Extra Special. We'll get the Extra Special, though. But Kazan, what do you take here, though? It looks really, really weird for Kazan to really do anything. Stinger on the board now. But again, as you said earlier, they're on perma defense, and with this team comp, you kind of just have to march down the field together as a team. There really isn't really anything you can do, because if you push the core too fast and start hyping skills around you, like, there really isn't anything you can do in this position. And look at that! As I said they would. Like, you have to push the core together as a team, and if you don't do that, you can't get anything done. And there we go. We got 1 barrier, but at the cost of Big Smoke's life, though, as he does come back online. But storming the keep is all 3 members. Oh my god, they're on the bottom playing together, and Grim's the one being pushed all the way back as well. He has so much momentum here, but he can get KO just as easily as well. He has to evade here, but of course Cookie's trying to hunt for the kill. He will find it though. Power play still ongoing for the side of Blobs right now as they try to take this barrier here. But Kirita holding strong, though. He did get hit with a lot of abilities there. He is looking really low too. He's trying to get some sort of clutch. He's trying to get the orb here. He will grab it, but he still has flip to boot as well. But Cookie's marching up onto the field. He has a lot of space to clear, and Grim and Big Smoke Manager just trying to keep it away. But again, they're on perma defense. There really isn't much you can do.
Yeah, that Arenado tried. Oh god, Cookies just said, "Get off this field, get out of here." I don't know what was going on with this pick, but you ain't supposed to be in the net unless I put you there. And this is just looking very rough. This is looking very rough for CCBA. I feel like this was I feel like I get where they were going with this pick. It's just really not working out for them. And right now, Blobbyap's kind of like dancing on them.
Every time I look at Donkers and Cookies and Zarhaina walking together, I just think about like Carmine storming the keep, bro. It's so funny. And Big Smoke Manager gets one barrier there as Grim's the one that falls yet again. The flip coming for Donkers, the angle. Finding its mark too as Big Smoke Manager also not getting the orb for their favor. The 1-2 punch from Cookies will do a lot of damage if he ends up getting the open primary out. Won't find it though, but Big Smoke Manager pops the flip just in time. Will have that flip to good use though, as Grim does come back online. As Big Smoke Manager looking extremely low. We'll get staggered here and we'll get knocked off the map too. The presumed power play still going on as Cookies the one storming the keep with Donkers. Everything being played into the fence here as Zarhaina waits around. Just can't really find anything though. Cookies and Donkers are being held up by Grim and Kiritile as Big Smoke Manager just come back online though. The barrage coming into good use. Cookies the one trying to put it in, but Kiritile has flipped now. It's gonna be a hard road for Cookies, especially if he is very low like that.
Yeah, Cookie's finally looking a little bit worse for wear, as Zarhaina definitely trying to keep things up. Does not want to have to deal with, again, Team Big Bodies, and frankly hasn't had to deal with Team Big Bodies in a while. Flip does go out, and they do manage to get a little bit of a reprieve there as they try and get their offense started. They have not really been able to get any kind of like sustained offense going this game yet.
Donkers winning a lot of these interactions, trying to keep it away from Grim, the big boy Dubu, making sure nothing can get into his hands, because once it does, once they march together on the field, it becomes over. Zarhaina boxes flip too late, but Cookies, can he score this? He won't! He won't score it! And now 2 points being birthed, the energy economy not in position, but the KO is being found too. As Zarhaina almost
Nearly misses the clear. Almost doesn't quite get the angle, but he does. And at that point, kind of Donkers, I feel like, just intimidated Grims. Are like, are you gonna swing? Are you gonna swing? Yeah, you're gonna swing. And just knocked it in. Didn't even have to burn flip for that. So quite scary. Oh, that is a good start for them. Immediate kill thanks to Manager, and one barrier is going down. This is the best opportunity they've had in a while. So we need to see if they can actually pull this off.
Keeping Storm for Blobgap now, rotating the core around to the other side, but Grim keeps the core there. The Night Market angle not working to his favor, and now Cookies in a great spot. The entirety of Blobgap in a great spot to take this set as well. They're up 2-0. Zarhaina pushing up as well. Every member in the bottom corners, Zarhaina with the secondary will find it, and the core ends up slipping out of grasp for just a small moment, but Cookies the one trying to walk up now. There's a lot of motion here. Cookies, he just needs to get the core once, and he's all good as long as he can get the core in a spot where he can score. It is all over for him, as now Grim the one not really going to face the wrath of Cookies as he gets the kill, gets the hook, and gets the goal all by himself, as now we're up 2-0 in sets, as Donkers MVP of the set. He already went bonkers already, and he has a lot more to choose from. A lot to pick here. Castellass as an option as well.
Yeah, that was just that was very brutal. A little bit more fight in CCPA, but it is Blobgap that is having the time of their lives right now. I'm gonna be real with you, and that team player is just going to make it so much worse. Era does get Monumentalist, which is good, but I'm also seeing like things like Siege Machine, which is going to make Zarhaina officially like a major threat from beyond the backfield, because like those barriers are going to be traveling. Look at that! Just suddenly, there's basically like a third person on the field now, on midfield.
Yeah, no matter what, the out clear is going to be covered if Zarhaina is almost always pushing up like he has been for the past. I mean, for the past 2 sets, he's been just doing so well, pushing up. And look at him go. He's already just waiting for the time for the core to come right back into his hands. As it bounces all the way around the kill, found onto Grim, though. The dude can't evade everything, and Cookies the one taking a lot of damage as well. But the core gets redirected, the snipe, right back to Cookies into the bottom corner. And there we go.
Yeah, things getting real rough already out there, and 2 more points, and Blob Gap take this one. And you know, to elaborate on something that you were saying earlier, like, you know they're feeling good, you know they're feeling confident as a weak caster's curse. I was about to say, because Zarn have been stepping up to like midfield pretty much like almost this whole game, and especially like that last one. But every dog gets their day. CCBA may be having their day right now. They do get both barriers down, which I don't think has actually happened for them yet, even though Grim gets killed for it. But yeah, I think it's the first time all game that they've had both barriers open. This is like easily their best opportunity they've had in ages.
Beautiful kill from Big Smoke Manager, knocking the flip off of Cookies there. They had a chance to score earlier if Grim hit Log, but now they have another chance. Now all three members storming the keep, storming the bottom barrier as well, as the Arenado knocks all three members, well, not three, but both members of Blob Gap very, very low. Donkers forced to flip here as Kiratile puts it into Big Smoke Manager's hands and knocks them out of the ballpark. Cookies down, put the cookies in the fucking cookie jar, as we are now again back in the match, sort of. I mean, if they can find those moments yet again, we're so back.
Yeah, that was a very dangerous. Oh, beautiful attempt to assault. Like, Grim tried to like take Cookies out immediately. Cookies had to evade for their life. So there's a little bit of an offensive push there. They do get a barrier first, but they do get the first barrier. Meanwhile, that is traded off very fast thanks to that Giga Blast. So it is going. It is going to be like a bit of a rough road again with the KOs, though. These KOs have been falling Gap's way for so long. It's been very rare for CCBA to kind of get their get backs on that, and they need to try and like have something in order to make that happen a little bit more consistently. Almost gets the second barrier as their own gets open, but not quite. Tornado comes out again. And yeah, things are still not looking very great for them. There goes Grim one more time. Hamster in the cage.
Whoa. I mean, Cookies there with a beautiful pass right to Donkers. The Donkers just had to secure it right in, as we are now on match point. I mean, again, this map is just insanely good for, I mean, the team comp in general. It just felt like if they couldn't walk together and storm the keep together, it just felt like a lost cause almost. But now they're back in the backseat yet again. Donkers falling off the map. 2 flips to go, though, for the members of CCBA. And now ZF Grim, Tofu Fortress up to the top side. And now we'll get stuffed out, though. They can't even find a barrier at this very moment, as now Cookie's the one playing the out clear. He does get it out as our Highness clears it again, but Donkers falls off the map yet again. And now they have a chance again. Can they get anything done here? It's our Highness clearing it down to the bottom. Grim missing his strike, though. Every tension is so high. It feels like they just really can't get any done. This Big Smoke Manager cleans it up, though. 2 barriers being gone. And Grim now, he has to pull his own weight now, as Big Smoke Managers did all the hard work. Now they just have to score against this Atlas. But again, the Atlas, with Prime Time and Siege Machine, it's just so hard to really do anything, as Cookies now on this bottom side, but not the top side, as Grim uses the Tofu Fortune to try to keep it away. The back pass coming online to our Highness, rotating it around. Cookies is flipped, being deflected. To our Highness, clearing it back to Donkers, and now we're hitting overtime, baby. There's a lot that can go on here. Every motion is running high for our Highness. He has to hit it around. Second barrier being found. Grim staggered around. Can he find something? Can Big Smoke Manager put it in, try to bring them back into their point? But it seems too unlikely. Kiratile having flipped to boot, and Grim off the map. 2v3 power play. And now all you need to do is just sink it in once, but the core is just not going their way. Dogger's the one trying to put it in, trying to win every interaction. Kiratile sends it right back, but Cookies, the one to do it all. Threads the needle again for the bottom corner, as Blob Gap, you guys are now qualified.
Fantastic play from Blob Gap, just able to identify the weaknesses in the team composition of the enemy team, immediately take advantage. They put their foot on the gas and never really let off on that one. That was just grand play from them.
Crazy series from Blob Gap. And I mean, honestly, I think that CCBA can make it to promotion here. Like this week, if they already took around 1 game off of Blob Gap, then you guys are pretty damn likely if you guys keep playing like this. I mean, even if they lost here, I mean, this is just a great start.
Yeah, no, No, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Solid play on the end of CCBA. The fact that they forced Blob Gap to take them very seriously tells you what kind of tier that they're in. So, like, yeah, absolutely. Good games to them. Good respect to them.
And plus, I mean, that was just an insanely banger series. Blob Gap showing why they deserve to be at the top, taking away, but they also showed a lot of cracks, but that's okay. They can fix that. And honestly, with them qualifying this time, it gives them, I think, about 2 weeks, actually 3 weeks time, because you're going to the 1st, the 7th, and then the 14th is when they're actually playing a promotion. So you basically have 3 weeks worth of prep to go on and put another show on, another masterclass in. So we're going to throw it back to break. We have, I think, 2 more games to go through. I think maybe 3. I mean, we have the next semis, and then we have loser semis. So we're going to see that go on, and we'll be back. Don't go anywhere.
Yep. See you soon. Hello. Welcome back. We are still here. We are still live. EUSL Season 4 Quals. We are set up for none other than Bonk Atomic Punch against Don't Ask.
Definitely did not ask. Smiley face. All good. Number 3 seed at least we're seeing
Yeah.
now against I think it's Bonk the Bonk Atomic Punch. Yeah, like C3 versus C2. So another highly anticipated matchup, I think. I mean, before we saw 1 versus 4, I think, honestly. I mean, I think how they rated it's a little bit weirder, but CCBA was, I think, seed 4. I mean, I don't remember, but
Yes.
this is definitely C2 versus C3. So they're definitely a team that is going to be where this is a very, very closely seeded team. Everyone here is very known. Everyone here is very good to go. So hopefully we're going to see both of these guys play a very amazing game. And first, we're on Uni Village.
Unsurprising. I mean, Oni Village is always going to be one of those eternally picked ones. Also can be very boring at times, but with the way this draft is shaking out, that may or may not be the case, especially because I'm seeing some interesting picks. The Drakkar in particular, Drakkar into like Drakkar, Asher, and then into Rasmus.
Yeah, I can't wait to spend 30 minutes in a Oni Village game. Like, wow. I mean, to be fair, Oni Village is not a really. I mean, I don't think it's a really widely picked map in EU. I mean, NA, I feel like it's more of like if I want to play, I'm down to play it. But at the same time, EU is like, why would we play this map, bro? This map is bad. And I mean, Bonk and Ask on the draft picks here. Bonker, well, at least Bonk going Kai, Rasmus, and Dubu, while Don't Ask going Jakar, Asher, Juno. So obviously, Bonk here, I mean, I think that in this draft they have the better hand, just a little bit, because you have okay, like in general, all 3 of these characters are insanely good with their awakenings. Kai on Aerials is just Kai on Oni Village in general is just a very, very strong character. And both Rasmus and Dubu are both good but built different. So here, it definitely might work out in Bonk's favor.
I actually see it slightly opposite. Well, maybe not opposite, but here's the thing that sword cuts both ways because Drakkar and Juno both greatly benefit from aerials. On the other hand, you got Asher also who can highly benefit from built different. I don't necessarily feel like the awakenings are going. I don't necessarily at least feel the starting awakenings are going to tell the whole tale of the tape.
Definitely so. And obviously, we're going to be seeing very heated matchup. I mean, again, Yankate, Puma, and Lego Piece 9899 definitely people that are chasing this, while Arlak, Shen, and Kamikir, I mean, we've seen them on stream a couple of times, but now they're going to be the ones trying to. I mean, I feel like in general, that Bonk Atomic Punch should win this, honestly. I feel like Donas might be a little bit less stronger, but hey, I'm one for complete turnarounds. I mean, we saw it earlier in map 1 with which one called with
CCB?
CCBA. So we're looking pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, I'm hoping for it. Like, I'm just always a fan of. I'm hoping this is gonna end up being the case. I'm always a fan of seeing like Ariel's Juno, just because. And presuming that the game plan is what I think it is. That I don't know. I'm looking at Don't Ask and I'm seeing a lot of like intercept capability, a lot of push. Maybe not so much like, well, I guess a little bit of like redirect as well. Again, Juno's gonna have to do a lot of like lifting on that, as well as like probably Jakar. If I'm presuming Jakar is going to be like around like midfield or forward. I'm presuming Asher is going to be in net. If not, then the algebra changes. But if that is what it is, then I do feel like Don't Ask has a reasonable shot at it.
rightfully so. I mean, it kind of just depends on how this Kai interacts with the midfield that they're being presented with. I feel like either we're going to see an Asher Dubu match, or we're going to see a team comp where you're going to just have to be trying to maneuver around the Dubu, but also the Kai just plays really well into the speed in general. I mean, the fact that you just have Kai aerials plus the sides is going to be so hard to deal with, I think. But we'll see. I mean, it kind of depends on what matchup gets presented. If it's like Kai versus Jakar, then maybe, but also Kai versus Juno too. I mean, those matchups play differently. So if it ends up going one way or the other, then only time can tell to see who plays what.
Yeah, this is. I mean, like already, this is. We said they're they're ranked 2 and 3 for a reason. They're C2 and 3 for a reason. So already is we're divided, but we both want like a really good game. I am expecting like a very interesting match out of these two teams, regardless of who ends up taking it.
Yep.
I get the feeling it's going to turn out. I really do get the feeling it's going to end up as a little bit more of a chess match, even though I see you, Rasmus. I am not. I am kind of scared of you, but I do see you. So we're going to have to, you know, kind of like see how that ends up working out as we kind of get started here.
Loading into game right now. I think it definitely depends on who Kai is being matched up into here. If Kai gets the matchup they want, then they're going to be smooth sailing. But if they don't here, it's going to be a very, very tough tough road to climb a little bit. As yeah, I kind of expected already. Dubugoli, Rasmus, and Kai on each of the players, kind of expected already. So already good looking for them here. Of course, the other side picks. We don't know who's playing what here. It could be. I think it might be Kami, Kiri, Asher, and Juno and Shen. So the draft for Kai going to be a little bit better, I think, for that matchup in general. Kai being selected first here, so it'd be nice to see how this Asher matches up against this Dubu here. If Kami Kiri can really put it in and send it home for Don't Ask.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting as we are go for this first match between Don't Ask and Bonk Atomic Punch. We are leading off already. Il Puma taking the first barrier.
First barrier being taken, and of course, both teams already elected to choose their favorite barrier they want to defend. Jan Katek to take the top one, while Arlax taking his bottom one for that part. As now both teams going to be pushing in here. The only good thing for Kai is that they do beat out Juno surprisingly easier than most, actually, because I mean, if you just get one barrage in, then that Juno slime is practically worthless. But the other thing to realize is that Arlax against this Rasmus, both of them like to try to stuff into each other and play off of each other. So gonna be a very big battle of wits here as El Puma will walk to the court very carefully, sends it right back to Lego Piece 9099, and this game already looking a little bit scary for Kami Kiri. Just look how much he can't really get done here. They haven't been gaining the core at all, and Yankachis being able to save his abilities means that that core will be going nowhere. And Shen trying to get the core to Kami Kiri just can't do it. El Puma's almost always covering that out, and Arlax punching the core, punching it right to El Puma's barrage.
Il Puma, beautiful interception there for the goal. First of hopefully many, as like this first point already went to overtime. You can tell that both these teams are not going to let things go easily. They're not going to start it easily. Both of them trying to kind of like bait the other one into acting first, and it is Don't Ask that's getting the better of that little exchange. Both barriers down on the side of Bonk, trying to not get bonked. Kamikiri trying to stay upward, stay a menace, tries to push it through. Flip goes out. Yank manages to clear it for a couple of seconds, but to no avail. Shen blocks it from the midfield, pushes it back forward. Kamikiri with the beautiful redirect, and we are very quickly tied up.
Kami Kiri getting a lot of that momentum earlier. I mean, Yankate missing one strike led them to lose both barriers, and that just put them at a very big disadvantage. And now Puma the one looking extremely low. Yankate having to play up on the top side as Arlax gives up his top barrier. But look at Puma's health. He can go down at any instant. One flip off the map could mean disaster for this team. You want to use that flip as much as possible. But now Yankate in a very dangerous spot. Shen pushing the flip down. The Juno Slime starting the court just a little bit, but Yankate clears it out on time as Lego Piece 99 and the one playing the midfielder spot. Now is Opuma trying to advance onto Arlax flip, being burned. Was two flips being burned for the second barrier as well, but now they don't have any flip. Kamikiri still with a flip to boot here as they can try to do anything with it, maybe even try to go for the kill onto Lego Piece. But now the Rasmus and the Kai trying to use their speed to their advantage right now. Everything going in. It's the Barrage putting it right in, going right past Arlax as Puma secures another goal.
Nice, beautiful angle on the barrage from El Puma. She knew exactly where that one was going. Arlax tried to clear it out, but the barrage had not ended. It's called a barrage for a reason. And as we start on this next point, first barrier goes down, trying to get that one traded in. Tofu Fortress causing a little bit of a weird stall. Lego Piece trying to make something happen as well, not quite able to. Kamikiri gets the rock, trying to feed it to Shen. A bit of a pass playing back and forth. Flip goes out, gets that barrier. Shen flies in and gets it, feeds it to Kamikiri, who knocks it in for the goal. 2-2. 0.5 already on this first set. This one's going back and forth. It's a slaughter.
Yeah, at that point, I was talking about earlier, El Puma just completely negating Shen's Blobbo. Like, I mean, even if the point didn't go their way, a lot of these things, it comes down to whether or not El Puma can get the read onto the Juno and play or to where Juno doesn't want to play and force El Puma to play a little bit easier on the sides. And now Shen the one trying to push it in. This game, well, this team is very good at stuffing in as Kamikiri stuffs in Yankate into the side, and El Puma the one having to try to stall it out. Is doing a really good job though. The core coming around as Kamikiri gets a good redirect. Lego Piece 99 does save that though, as now Arlax the one still sort of in control. Will keep pushing the core around Shen with the flip too as Kamikiri tries to take it around but doesn't get any value though. This 0.5 looking extremely dangerous as we're now close into overtime. Arlax taking a little bit of a step back, trying to keep the angles going as now he clears it away. Shen actually trying to get into the play a little bit, but just can't seem to do so. And the kill almost getting onto Kamikiri. He has the flip to boot as well as we now hit overtime. The barrage fighting Arlax in a really bad spot as now they can just put him in. The kill being found, and now 2v3 power play. Kamikiri with a flip try to defend here, but Lego Piece 99 also has a flip too. Shen the one in the toucher. The flip coming in as just redirected by Shen though, as now Arlax coming back online at El Puma trying to barrage it into the corner, but it just can't seem to do so. They're keeping the core away so nicely. And Shen now tries to just get any presence of the core. The Juno Slime can work so well here, but they just can't find anything just yet. El Puma with a flip. And Lego Piece 99 trying to get their death touch into the core here. El Puma scores the third goal.
Beautiful. It's a beautiful angle on that. Saw Lego snake the whip out. Was like, oh, there's my opportunity. Beautiful. Push it in. El Puma has been on fire this entire time, and that is not about to end anytime soon. They get the hot shot. That core is going to be flying, and El Puma is a dangerous person, dangerous player. Beautiful execution so far.
El Puma with the hot shot, kind of just dies here with everything, and also Yankate getting the cast loss as well. Cast loss going to be a very, very important road to stopping Kamikiri from getting these plays off where he just gets a secondary stun, and the core ends up leaking right past Yankate there, as now he tries to go for the kill, doesn't find it though, so that's a lot of cooldowns, a little bit averted for the now, as now Shen takes the top barrier as well with the help of Arlax, as now the passing plays coming online right now. The Token Fortress being spenned out for defense right now as the core just comes back around. It's just a lot of setting up they need to do for Kamikiri to get anything done. The bottom barrier taken by Lego Piece means that Arlax is still comfortable in his setup for now. He's defending the barrier that he wants to, and realistically, if he can save his cooldowns, it's very nice to. And of course, him moving around the map and having so much availability as a Jakar means that the barrier and also the offense for his own team can be very nice here. Arlax with a great save away from the pendulum swing right now as Charming Curious has to get set up here.
Yeah, just a very nice like showing by Bonk, just able to keep things a little bit tight, a little bit careful. Meanwhile, you got Don't Ask that are trying to find some way out of this defense, out of this like defensive situation they're in. Not able to do so. Il Puma with a barrier gets the rock down to Lego Piece. Lego Piece tried to, I think, tried to kind of like fake out R-Lanx. Didn't really need it even. Just the flip, unfortunately, a little bit burnt, but whatever. We'll just say that was intimidation tactics, that it scared him a little bit. Okay, or maybe not. Flip goes out. Barriers are taken. Don't Ask trying to say, like, don't look down on us.
I think that stun was a little bit necessary, I feel like, in oh my god, Shen trying the tech on Juno, doesn't find it though. That means that that flip is gone, but also, R-Lanx definitely could have saved it with a flip though, so I feel like Lego Piece stunning there was kind of necessary. And if it wasn't, well, if it didn't get the stun off, it's okay, but now R-Lanx still has the flip to go. The flip not being burnt for him means that he can still save this barrier with relative ease for now, but Yankase also has flip to go. Kami Kyria trying to get into position, but can't really seem to do so, as the core just moves a little bit too fast for the Asher at this very moment, as now R-Lanx trying to stop the way from the J corner. Can't really get it through, has to burn his own flip as El Puma catches it around and tries to send it down to the bottom corner where Lego Piece is, but now the offense being on just a little bit. The flip coming in, R-Lanx defending it really well, but he gives up the top side, as now El Puma, the one moving the chains along as he tries to get the core to Lego Piece 9999, and now Lego Piece, the passes going online, stopped by R-Lanx though. He could have went for a shot, and that shot came a little bit too late now, as R-Lanx just still has a lot of these cooldowns to try to keep it away from the play now, as just a lot of strike is being committed onto the side. Means that Kami Kyria has a chance. Yankase gets the flip first though, as now he doesn't have a flip to boot, and now Lego Piece, he has the flip coming online. If he can just get a little bit more touches in, but Okuma trying to push it in before they can even have a chance to do so.
It has been a massive back and forth. Flip is missed. Tried to death touch it, trying to give themselves a second shot at it, but no dice. Shen comes in, managing to try and take control of the core. Frankly, it has been a very scary, I was about to say, a very scary offense for Bonk, primarily because Il Puma has been everywhere. And just some beautiful barrages. I noticed Il Puma strafing those barrages very nicely, doing maximum coverage and a maximum interruption, trying their absolute best to make sure that the core stays on the side that they want it to be on. Meanwhile, that's not happening this one. Kami Kyria almost stuffs it in, but does manage to get the rock down to Shen, leaps in, and that was just a very quick goal. Il Puma not quite in the position for that save, and it is Don't Ask with a point on the board. They needed this one. They have kind of been struggling on defense for the whole game, but this kind of offensive push, exactly what they're looking for, exactly what they've been hoping for, so they need to find a way to make sure that they can actually sustain it.
And Puma trying to work up this J corner, really not doing too much right now. They're very low. It means that they don't really have a lot of pressure. Once they get staggered, it becomes very, really hard to hold it, as now they just gave it up, and now Kami Kyria with the flip to Boots, as well as Shen coming up with as well. Great Juno primary trying to get the pass to Shen, doesn't find it though, as R-Lanx and Shen do still both have flip to go, as now Yankase trying to defend with all of his might, trying to get anything done, but right now the core just comes back to his side. The core ends up randomly floating around everywhere, as Kami Kyria has to walk up back to try to get the orb. And now Shen with the flip here, deflected by Yankase, but now Kami Kyria is back online here as he finds the pass right to Shen, and Yankase can't clear it. Too much to clear, too much to cover. We're on to point 5.
Yeah, that one was just beautiful at that point in time. Kami Kyria just managed to get that feed up to Shen. It was almost wide open. So we are tied up in this set. One barrier goes down not too long after kickoff. Don't Ask really need this one. Il Puma getting bullied as the second bottom barrier goes down. Shen trying to push through. Kami Kyria up there trying to wait in the wings, trying to get something to happen, but no dice. Flip has to come out in order to save it. Kami Kyria tries to push it through, but mistimes it just slightly. And right now it is Don't Ask that are trying to figure out how to break through this defense.
Flip coming out from Yankase there, makes a flip last known, as Lego Piece 99 still does have his flip up to boot though. Puma trying to just get anything done, but is interrupted by Kamikiri trying to get the KO dash inside as he finds the barrier too, and now open barrier situation for Arlax. It is very, very tough to try to get anything done right now as Kamikiri has the flip to go, but he needs to just get into position to try to keep it away from Yankata, but now Yankata defending really nicely there, keeping the core away and getting the roll as well, trying to stop any pass from coming on. His Lego piece finds the direction, and who needs building blocks when you have the Legos right there in front of you? 2 sets up our Bonk Atomic Punch.
Beautiful, like whiplash to prevent like the clear out from Kamakiri, and from then just like, thank you for the rock, I got it, knocked it straight bottom half. Arlax just not able to do anything about it, and 1-2 punch is going to make that Rasmus very, very dangerous. On the other hand, team player and timeless creator, I'm very much liking from Don't Ask.
Don't Ask are very. I mean, the team player is definitely necessary on this map. I feel like the passing options, especially for Shen, he's been finding all of these angles to Kamikiri to get it anywhere, and plus, even with the inner focus for Arlax, I mean, he can get heavy hit and a light hit too. So with the extra CD, it's going to be a really hard, tough nut to crack, especially if you're playing against your car. So hopefully they can somehow deal with this. But now, Puma giving the core, I feels like right back to Kamikiri, letting him take both bears, and Yankate not really in a good standing spot at this very moment in time as Shen tries to bring the core around the speed going in his favor. And right now, I just have to give the core back to Shen. If he can get some passing plays going on, it'd be really nice as well. But Puma with the barrage, keeping it away. And now, I mean, the big thing is that this Kai just plays so well into Juno. Like, it kind of just countermeasures almost everything they have for the most part. But as long as you hit those barrages, you should be good, as the Death Touch sends it right back into where they don't want it to be. And the core comes solid just a little bit. In fact, this Kamikiri just bullies Yankate. Asher's just the better Dubu, I guess.
I'm not even going to say anything to that. I'm just going to say, yep, that's Asher for you. That's Asher for you. But ultimately, first point going to Don't Ask. First barrier for this new point also going to Don't Ask. And they may have come like completely online. Arlax, full stick of butter. Kamikiri looking for it. Everybody about to get these flips. We about to have some. Yep, there's the first one, probably of many going out as this point continues on. Flip goes out, gets stuffed. Trying to make this point a bit faster. Shen jumps in, kind of misses the interception, and now they are in the backfield. They do have a flip of their own, however, so this point is still going to be well fought over.
Flip coming out, it will be defended by Arlax quickly enough as Shen. The passing play is good setup there, but won't get the execution down though. Lego piece and Puma trying to work up together. We'll get the stun off as well as Arlax in not a lot of control. Shen has the counter flip too, but doesn't get anywhere. Shen passes it right back to Kamikiri. The flip coming online for Yankate now, as hopefully they'll use it more in the defensive passing going on the red core for overtime. Very, very scary for a lot of these players. You don't want to be where the core isn't right now, as the core sinks all the way into their side, and Yankate just has to defend. But thankfully, he doesn't need to use burst yet. We'll use the burst now as Arlax still is pretty comfortably sitting in the middle of his go zone, not really having to do much there. As Kamikiri almost finds the angle too, but doesn't find it just yet. As the passing plays coming online, Arlax having every stop, but he can't save it because even if Arlax shotguns it, Puma's just right there.
Yeah, Puma had the barrier right there. That was very, very, I don't want to quite call it a checkmate situation, I don't think, but I think it was very close to one. So good on them. Il Puma just in the right place at the right time, and it is on Don't Ask to try and figure out how to solve this problem. Though, to be fair, they have been doing a pretty good job of it. Meanwhile, pinball going on a little bit in the southern hemisphere.
Definitely so. I mean, that Tofu Fortress, instead of defending the barrier, give him the barrier, in fact, but at least that allows some cooldowns to stall a little bit just for the pure moment of it. Kamikiri still has their flip, though. We'll look to try to use it to take the barrier, though, but we'll get stunned out by Yankate's look piece, trying to get onto Arlax. Just the problem with that is that there really isn't much you can do if they're just going to keep sending you around. I mean, Arlax, I think, has the CDs up right now. I don't know how many stacks they're at, but they do have a significant amount of them at least. As Kamikiri sends it right back down, using the flip of their own, trying to kickstart this offense hit again as they do try to collapse onto the small side of the barrier. They will get it though, as now Kamikiri Shen trying to work up their magic once again into the corner offense. Yankatsu with a great clear though, will save it as he gums up a flip yet again.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a rough road for Shen, but hey, they making it work. Feeds up to Kamakiri, Shen, and yeah, oh, apparently Shen apparently just got like the demon angle or something like that. Managed to get that score in to bring it to within a point of getting that set. Much needed, considering Bonk is up 2 sets to their none.
Good stun away, good Juno redirect from Juno there as they take the second barrier as well. Yankati unable to use their flip, as now 2 flips on the board. Will both of them be used for defense? It feels so odd to say, but now El Puma and Yankati are not playing the defense as great as they used to for the past 2 sets, and now the core coming back around. They will lose a barrier though, but Shen still has flip though. It's going to be very tough to see who comes out of this. Of course, sending right back into Kamikiri, the flip being burned from Yankate. Because they don't have an evade for this point, and this point only is Il Puma trying to get anything going. Arlax sends it right back to Il Puma, really nothing to defend it at, as Kamikiri trying to get some space. But they actually do! The core coming all the way around. Yankate had nowhere to clear it. He could only send it up, and Kamikiri was just right there where he needed to be, and he takes the first set.
Yeah, very much needed. Kamakiri also just got that flip. Just barely got that flip in time as that clear was coming. Managed to intercept that and get the goal in. And suddenly, don't ask, right back in this. Drakkar with the extra special. I am not remotely surprised. Demolitionist on the Juno. That's an interesting one, but also a bit of a deny. I'm liking that. Bulk up as well. Bulk up, always nice.
The bulk up trying to do a lot more damage to the side of Bonk Atomic Punch, but might not know how that would affect the game. Il Puma has 2 Dash Awakenings plus Twin Drive as well. They'll be very quick in coming onto whatever play they need to be. Just look how fast they are, 846 speed when on the little step up when on the little speed ups, as now Arlax falls down. A great kill from Il Puma sets them up for success there. The extra impact damage doing so much work, as now Shen gets the good clear out. As Arlax does come back online though on this bottom side. Great clear from Shen still, keeping it away and making sure that they aren't ready for the in clear. As now they're back in the driver's seat for the most part, the core kind of in their focus, but Il Puma just still there running up with the barrage again.
Yeah, Il Puma has been making money off those barrage intercepts, and don't ask, really need to be aware of it. Il Puma right in the best position, just looking out for those. Arlax though misses a shotgun, knows it, was like, that was an easy one, I should have had that. But sometimes coin doesn't drop where you want it to drop, and right now it is don't ask that are trying to make up for it. Ooh, leg O piece nearly falling. Don't ask, trying to push forward, trying to take advantage of this very quick open goal that they have going on. Shen trying to push forward. Goal actually splits the difference between Shen and Kamikiri, and they get a second barrier off of it, and suddenly Bonk looking to kind of like put their stamp on this point. Il Puma in the right direction. However, Kamikiri just killed the hamster. Yankate not able to do anything about it, and it was just like a free point for them.
The coin might not fall where you want it, but the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. The goal being found for Kamikiri, not really too much to ask for, as now we're tied up yet again. Bonk Atomic Punch trying to defend, but they already had the lead, and Don't Ask trying to bring it back as quickly as they possibly can. Look a piece to connecting on the Death Touch there, as they do have one barrier to go through the Duvu Tofu log, finding its mark to defending the bottom side of the barrier, but the flip coming in now as the layers come through. Il Puma still has their flip to go for it. So is Lego Piece 98989. He's in the corner trying to defend it all, but the core does come out perfectly fine for the most part. The core is still on the other side. Kamikuri burning his own flip to try to get barrier will do so. There is Opuma and Lego Piece. They still have their flips online though. They haven't gotten to the position where they need to be. Flip comes out. Flip burn for Arlax as well as now. The pass up to Puma could do, but they're still stuck playing defense trying to relive and try to get their evade up. But now Kamikuri sends it right back in to secure another point for Don't Ask.
Yeah, I think just thought Puma had that. Puma did not have that, but they are still fighting, and they Don't Ask are on set points. Meanwhile, Bonk Atomic Punch definitely don't want this to go to a set 5. They want this done and dusted, and so they are going to have to figure out a way to stop this drive that Don't Ask has been pushing on them. And that is not how you want to start that one. They do get... They get a barrier and a kill. Kamikuri, free barrier. Shen coming in, try and finish things off. Puma and Lego Piece immediately retreating to temp sub in for defense. Much needed. They do manage to save Yankate, but a little bit too little, a little bit too late. Shen feeds the rock up to Kamikuri. Kamikuri breaks through, and that is a set for Don't Ask. We are going to set 5.
Yeah, man, you're telling me that Oni Village is a quick control map? Well, I did not ask, bro. Kamikuri finding another kill into Yankate secures another point, and of course, it's just beautiful. Even the stacks on stacks pick as well for the speed. I mean, they're close to bringing it back from the depths of hell. This was Bonk Atomic's Punch's game to lose, and now they're basically on the verge of losing it. I mean, Puma having double, I mean, he has twin drive in prime time. Surely this can't go the other way, especially with the Kai with having so much presence on the map.
You'd think they've definitely decided to up the speed, up the just try and be a little bit more everywhere on the side of Bonk Atomic Punch. They trying to down that Atomic Punch. You can see that Rasmus got that super surge, and boy, Puma just beautiful redirect, beautiful ricochet shot there. Very, very quick 11-second goal.
Yeah, Puma has been kind of carrying the weight of this team. Every single goal for the most part, most of the goals have been scored by them just having the out clear and putting the core in the net. I mean, that's what is good about this team for the most part. They don't have to rely on the Rasmus to just score because of the speed. But Arlax and Shed, they have a long road to fight though. First point goes to the other side, but now can they try to tie it up and bring us to a point 4 at least, if they can bring it down? But now Shen, the ones trying to keep the control here. The second barrier just won't fall, but Yankate will lose the second barrier as well as Kamikuri gets right up in his face yet again. It just seems like Yankate has just nowhere to go when Kamikuri is just up in their face like that again. The 1v1, Kamikuri trying to set the core up for success, just can't find it though. The core gap and the speed is just too massive. As Puma gets a great Giga Blast, getting Arlax in a really bad spot, and now they're up for grabs. Everything is up for now as Kamikuri burns the flip. Puma still alive, but has a flip to boot, trying to find the kill. As Shen has the flip, will use it, but Yankate defends with great ease. Puma still has their flip to go. The kill finally found and knocked off the map as the team player comes online. Yankate with a great save too, as now Kamikuri just trying to force themselves not into a 1v position. They just need to get the pass off. The passes are so important here. But Opuma comes back online, and Yankate bridges flip too. And now the core gets somewhere. Has only one more to go, and it goes right into Yankate's net. As now we have a point 4 secured as Shen picks up a point.
That was intense, to say the least. And right now, these two are slugging it out. And right now, Puma trying to make a push for that first barrier. They do manage to get that first barrier. Death Touch comes out. Arlax does manage to take Lego Pieces flip, but that doesn't matter. They did get that second barrier. It is open net for both sides. This one's going very fast, very furious. Both teams throwing out everything they can. Lego Piece trying to keep control of the core. So is Kamikuri. This one's going back and forth. Neither team can keep a hold on it for very long. Both teams gotta have some. Both teams are in a position where something's gonna crack. Puma's looking low. Kamikuri nearly has flipped, so does Shen. They are pushing in. They recognize it might be blood in the water, but it is Bonk Atomic Punch not looking to let that go down so easily.
Mikuri flips it right in past Lego
Unable.
beat the young Kate. Opuma can't even save that as well as now match point. The reverse sweep coming online. One more
Yeah.
point and they can secure it right here. I don't think they asked for it. I don't think they wanted this, but they definitely did ask for this as now first barrier gone down. Second barrier about to fall as well. Shen with the flip on board as Opuma tries to keep it away. For the meantime, the first barrier will fall for them as the second barrier too. I mean, holy smokes. The complete turnaround as well for the side. Oh, Buckets, even the flip being burnt for Shen as well. I mean, this is trouble. Complete trouble for them. If Opuma doesn't use the flip to get the score here, it is very dangerous for Arlax. It is not a position that you want to be in, especially if Opuma's pushing in like that flip being burnt already. Opuma very, very low. And of course, anything can happen in this point, especially with how fast things went. And of course, Lego Piece and Larlax are in a kind of a death match right now. They're kind of deadlocked. Whoever gives up first will mean that the other person gets a chance to get the score going on the core, flying back around the core, going all the way around the map. And Lego Piece trying to just find any footing that they can, but the mountain is too steep. The mountain's too hard to climb right now. But Chen trying to pull it back towards, trying to set them up for the J corner. J corner trying to look good. The passes, they just need to connect here. But Lego Piece reads that. Oh my god!
What are you trying? Like Shen walked it, and Lego walked with him. Lego was like, "You're not gonna try it. You're not gonna try it. You're not gonna try it. Why are you trying it?" Beautiful, beautiful lash just completely negates that attempted clear out, and we have a tie match. This is set 5.5. Bonk Atomic Punch. Don't ask. Slugging it out. See who manages to pull through with this one. This was the first game, by the way, and both teams are acting like this is grand finals of some sort of tournament. Grand Finals World Tour, Yankante, full stick of butter, so is El Puma. Actually, the whole team stocked up, locked and loaded. First shot goes out, completely stuffed. Shin says, no, thank you. Kamikiri says, get these Lego pieces off my floor. Open goal on the side of Bonk Atomic Punch. Shin goes for the score. Yankante burns the flip. Shin feeds it to Kamikiri. Kamikiri gets stuffed out. Yankante still on the defense. Lego piece back in it. Redirects. Giga Blast goes out. Death Touch goes out. Gets one barrier. Barrage actually sneaks it by El Puma, but takes their life in exchange. Kamikiri and Shin moving up, trying to find the passing play to get this through. Slips it past the Tofu Fortress. The Tofu Fortress has gaps. It's got cracks in the wall. Kamikiri trying to push it through. This is a big hamster, though. That's a lot of mass to get past.
Oh.
They do. Kamikiri says, this is what I do.
They definitely got the reverse sweep in order. This is only game one, bro. Only game one. We have 2 more to go, bro. We literally have 2 more games to go. And if you're giving us this first match, then of course I didn't ask for this banger. You guys all did. And of course, they pull it out somehow by some miracle. 13 goals for Kamikiri and Shen. The match you could possibly score, I think, in a single match. And holy smokes, they pulled the chains almost all of them at over 300 redirects.
That is absurd. That is an absurd stat line. But I mean, like someone said, Oni Village. Oni Village games can be marathons, but they can be some fun as hell marathons.
Guys, it's one Oni Village game. Surely there isn't another one, but basically Night Market again. This is going to be another very, very long map if possible. It's basically only center speed, and Bonk's pick of this map. Let's keep in mind, I don't ask pick this map, and they won on a reverse sweep. Imagine what Bonk's going to do on their map pick if it really was that way. So it's looking very, very, very spicy right now if they can come back, and if Don't Ask can take this map pick, then we're basically done. But also, we still have Gates of Obscura, bro. It's still a very good map in general.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one regardless of how it ends up. Night Market, we know, said it earlier, Night Market can be a finicky mistress, but I think both these teams, honestly, are prepped for it the way they've been playing, the way they've been showing out. The defense has been lovely to see. Bonk Atomic Punch has had some fun offensive maneuverings, some fun offensive spurts. Don't ask, showing us that, you know, like they can knuckle down and bring it back to like do not count them out at any given point in time. So this one is, I feel like Night Market is probably going to be just faster in general, but that's because both these teams are going to be slugging it out a lot harder, and they weren't exactly throwing tissue punches already.
Yeah, indeed. So, I think that Kami Kiri kind of stepped up there. The fact that Asher on this map is very hard to play, especially if you had no speed. But getting that stacks on stacks at the end definitely helped the flow improve a lot more. But of course, they had to get there. I mean, they had to fight through 2 sets without any like realistic speed. And now once they got the speed, it became a really easy walk in the park for them. So very, very nicely played from Kami Kiri. And of course, we can't really count Shen out. Of course, I mean the fact that they got a lot. They got the B awakening for Oni Village. I mean, team player is definitely one of the most broken awakenings on Oni Village, especially if you can get those passes going, then it becomes almost unstoppable. And of course, even though we didn't see a lot of back passes that game, definitely if we did see some, this game definitely could have turned out a whole lot differently, especially with that team player build up.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting one as we see the drafts coming up here. Bulk up, stacks on stacks. Yeah, that is going to lead to some fun times, I think, speed-wise with this one. I really am, like you said, I am kind of like looking forward to seeing like team player get picked. That core, as well as a lot of bodies are going to be moving like 100 miles an hour.
And definitely so. Night Market this time. And with stacks and stacks and bulk up also starting awakenings, we are looking for Juliet Bannon and Estelle Ban already being thrown onto the board. And X Era as well onto Bonk.
Era.
Oh my god.
Oh, Bonk looking to bonk real hard all of a sudden.
Atomic Punch. Breaking it out. Putting the fries in the bag. We're saying Etch Comp, we're gonna use it. And they don't even pick the Mako here, they pick the Dubu, which is kind of funny. But obviously on the other side too, the other side being the Kai, the Atlas, and the Asher. Again, I think Kami Kiri trying to bring out the Asher, trying to make sure that they have the stuffing power. And of course, this plays good into any goalie that they throw at him. So even if it was Dubu, even if it was Mako for that example, it was still going to be a very, very good pick for them. So very good pick from Kami Kiri here, as now don't ask. They're going to be definitely out. I mean, 2 defensive goalies for both sides is going to be a very, very long game once again. I mean, I want to go eat my lunch, bro.
Lunch, man, it's breakfast over here, but it's about to be lunch. We've been here for a minute. We're gonna be here for a minute, but we do it for the love of the game, and this is gonna be a heck of a game. I am definitely looking. I don't know why. I like Il Puma. I like how Il Puma played last game. I am looking forward to seeing how they play this game. However, X and Era is X and Era, and X and Era is something that will scare me until the end of time. So, whoop whoop.
Definitely so, and now we're gonna see how this X Era comp manages to deal with against the Atlas. But to be fair, like trying to get through this Arlax defense as a goalie, especially if he was playing Jakar early on Oni Village, is going to be such a hard test to get through. And of course, we kind of already expected this. Atlas, Kai, and Asher on all members on the team. I mean, this kind of was already expected. I didn't really see a Kai goalie coming out or Asher goalie, especially since there was an Atlas on board. So good to know. And of course, basically the team's already predetermined. We're going to see whether or not this Era can fend off against the Asher. I mean, we saw it last game where the Era didn't really have much presence. Even if it was Era goalie, the shrinking didn't matter for Cookies. And can Kami Kiri pull off the miracle for Yonkate, actually, as Yonkate is playing Era goalie?
Oh boy. And suddenly things get very, very funny, very, very quick. By the way, another team big bodies on the front lines. This time on the side of Bonk Atomic Punch. Don't ask, all having stacks up. They decided they want pancakes for breakfast. I really want pancakes now. And Yeah, just about everybody like them some flapjacks, except for X because X is a weirdo. He probably loves protein shakes or something. I don't know, but either way, it is open goal on the side of Bonk, and Don't Ask looking to try and take an early point here, but I don't know how that's going to work out, especially when Lego just punches the heck out of somebody like that.
Yoinked off the map. Goes Shen, as now Alex the one having to deal with the X now. I mean, again, this team comp, you definitely have to walk up as a team. There's no way that you're going to be getting unless you get a power play going already. As he gets another
Oh,
KO
God.
found onto Arlax. Didn't really have anything to save him there. As like a piece trying to find an opening pick here as El Puma walks in, the roll coming in. A good save by Shen though. Incredible save, and that allows Arlax to come back online just in time for him to come back out. Flip coming online for El Puma. Shot right back to Lego Piece as Arlax could not defend that. As Lego Piece pick up the point for Bonk Atomic Punch.
Yeah, that was just a very quick 1-1. Bonk Atomic Punch with that first goal. Bit of a scary one, kind of already giving people a taste of what's to come, especially once these drafts come online. Meanwhile, Shen looking low, trying to make something happen. They do get one barrier. Lego Piece having like a full stick of butter. Got that flip on deck. Tofu Fortress coming out. They do get a barrier. Do Bonk Atomic Punch. Lego Piece looking very, very threatening as the Arenado comes out as well. And it is, you can see, like, this is a very intimidating team. Like I said, team big bodies. You don't want to meet them in a dark alley.
Compared to CCBA, this Bonk Atomic Punch team is actually playing the comp a little bit better in terms of walking up together team. I mean, even though Yankate isn't walking up as fully as you might expect him to be, Il Puma is playing the Dubu a lot better, where Lego Piece is just able to walk, not barely walk back, while Il Puma is playing this more carefully, trying to make sure that everything goes his way, playing a lot more slowly compared to DF Grim, trying to just push the core around, and of course, this allows Arlax to get really, really unaggressive there, and that just kind of deserved it right there. Arlax sending it right through the night marking angle, not really finding anything good there as Yankate pops up the zone, as Lego Piece just right there cleared up no matter what happens. So Arlax there getting completely stuffed out, losing the second barrier almost immediately because he got read by El Puma. So Bonk Atomic Punch is showing why they wanted this night market pick, wanted to take this to their own map, as now Kamikiri is the one who gets off the map. He isn't saved. He isn't saved.
Nope, was not saved. Arenado said, I care not for your so-called revivals. I am the darkness. But right now, it is Bonk Atomic Punch that are threatening. They do get one barrier. Tofu Fortress comes out. Flip gets a little bit burned. Lego Piece looking a little bit excitable, looking a little bit eager. But they are still very much in control. And it is Don't Ask that are trying to have to make something happen, trying to shake this out, and they do. Lego Piece kind of forced to abandon ship on the offense, and that leads to them getting their barriers taken. Bonk actually, oh wow, weird. I was about to say Bonk actually in a rough position, but then they kind of just get the core to tap a barrier, and suddenly they are back on offense.
Offensive pressure. Just look how closely they're stacked together, and walking up together is just a very, very big play they have to commit here. As Kamikiri almost gets knocked off the map here. When Will actually get knocked off the map now, as Shen has to pop his flip, has to try to stall here. We'll get the speed gate here, and we'll wait out the time for now. Very good stall from him, and now we're gonna see him come back online as the back pass comes online. Kamikiri getting away with the core. And the Kamikiri trying to just find some opening play here, but he's still stuck on defense. There really isn't much you can do right now because the core is just going so fast. Overtime on the cards right now. Jankante still has a flip to burn. Wolf burn the flip now as the core goes all the way around. Alex does save it as the core is still red. Still moving at the speed of light right now as Shen tries to get into the corner but just can't seem to touch the core even once the Tofu Fortress stops it in the bottom corner there. Everything being thrown. The X Maximus being thrown to the kitchen sink as now Shen walking up with the barrage. Yankante trying to just find the angle, trying to find El Puma there. Will actually find it, keep the core away as Kamikiri just can't get up to the play. It just seems that he's too scared of what's going on behind him that he just can't refuse to get into Yankante's face. But instead, he finds the KO, very good KO. And now 2v3 power play. Can it all come down to this? Will they convert?
Yeah, they are going to definitely need to try and like take advantage of this. Kamikiri tried for the kill combo, wasn't able to get it, but Shen was able to like kick the core up to it. But Kamikiri just going like, oh okay, I can't kill you, but I can make you flinch hard enough, and knocks it in. They do take a point, much needed. So we are like 2 points, still match point on the side of Bonk Atomic Punch. But it is not like Don't Ask is not going to make him work for it. We've seen it before. Beautiful flip. Barely managed to save it, but save it they do. And this one goes around and about again.
Oh.
Unfortunate clear. Doesn't quite get to where they wanted to. Barrier gets taken. Flip goes out, trying to get it past Arlax. Arlax says, no, you're not fooling me that easily. And we are in the bottom, in the top. It feels like Don't Ask are having difficulties keeping a sustained offense. It feels like Shen often tries and kind of like dives in for big plays, but it's not really happening. And I'm wondering what they can do to kind of like keep their offense a little bit more consistent. I mean, this is still only, what is this, 0.4? They have 2-1 all, and this is still a first set.
I haven't been able to see Kami Kiri being set up at all. It just seems to come off of Yankate abandoning one barrier and getting the other one for free. The El Maelstrom does get core right into position there. Lego piece taking the second barrier as well, leaving Arlax in a very, very vulnerable spot right now with Okuma on the flip combo as Yankate gets his stuck because it's stopped up by the half splitter. And Shen as well with the Giga Blast to follow up the clear, sends it right in, and we're back at 0.5.
Yep, set 1.5. Oh baby, this is going to be another marathon. I think folks, especially like in chat, had the right of it. This one, this one might be a while, but we are going to see. Flip goes out.
Oh, what
Flip
a save.
also baited. Yeah, beautiful save on their part. One barrier does go down. Another flip, another save. Yankate doing their best. Double barrier, flip out in the face. Kamikiri launches it immediately, practically.
Beautiful timing from Kami Kiri. Yankate was just pressing a button to try to get the Maelstrom to cover, but instead, he takes the timing that Yankate didn't know, which is just hitting it basically right behind, and Yankate just couldn't react to it, letting Don't Ask take a set up, and now with Twin Drive on the board, they will take it, and of course, Era just has to build to the speed with the Glass Cannon.
Yeah, Glass Cannon, much needed for that defensive ability. I'm very interested in that missile propulsion on Dubu, honestly. A lot of these I am really liking. A lot of these picks I'm very much liking. I'm just, that's my preference, because I've seen missile propulsion. That's going to be some very long distance logs. That's going to be some very long distance token fortresses.
Definitely so. I know Puma playing the way that they are just makes it a lot easier for Lego Piece to get set up, but this time Lego Piece isn't the one setting up. They set up their own demise there for a quick moment, as now they're the ones in a 2v3 power play. Shen trying to get the core up and try to push it right through, but Lego Piece does come back alive though, but they do lose one barrier anyways for their troubles, as now still at the bottom side, the short corner will be stuffed out. Oh, Puma finding the kill on Akami Kyria now. It is looking a little bit grim for them. In fact, as Puma trying to rotate down to the bottom side. Arlax, with all the cooldowns he has, will somewhat save that first barrier as soon as Kami Kiri does come back online, and now the core being stuck up to the top side, Flip being burned, Tough Fortress being burned too, as now they don't really have a vessel for offense at this very moment, and now, of course, they just need to get the core around, they need to slowly walk the core up, and there we go, the core getting slowly faster, as now we hit overtime. Shed with a great strike board and the dribble puts it right in, and Yankate with still a flip to go. How are they going to use it to start the offense again? Because they definitely need to at some point.
That is a very good question, and not one I am 100% sure about answering. What I am sure is like that was a beautiful shot on that barrier. Il Puma again just trying to find the right spot. Meanwhile, Lego gets the rock, flips in their face, punches it through. Beautiful, beautiful 1-2 attack there on the part of Bonk.
And that's what Missile Prop's for. Missile Prop actually wouldn't be able to put it in there. The log configuration would be a little bit wacky, and that part I wouldn't push the core towards Lego Piece there, I feel like. But if anything, it was good for Lego Piece to pop the flip there. And of course, just look at how Upuma is playing. He's playing very, very passive. And the passiveness is doing very, very nicely in their favor. It lets Lego Piece step extremely slowly. And of course, X just wants to play really slow into the corner. There's no real thing about it. And of course, Yankase playing this perfectly. Great flip out, trying to keep the offense stalled out for the side of Don't Ask It. Now, top corner, J quarter being locked in as Shen gets another great clear out with the help of Arlax as well. It's now Shen trying to push up the corner. We'll find the second barrier as well, but the damage being thrown onto Kamikiri is looking a little bit worse for wear though. As now, with a flip, Shen will pop it right here, but gets to try to get the angle. It doesn't pop it though, but it's okay. The flip was a nice try. And now Kamikiri just has to send Strike War to the bottom side, and Yankatsu just can't clear that. So Don't Ask Again, showing why they won that first map with relative ease. Well, not really relative ease, but like they had a very hard-earned win there.
Yeah, they managed to get control at when they needed to, and they made it happen. Meanwhile, and they're making it happen here. They are keeping up every time. Every time it seems like Bonk is having some kind of like breakaway moment that they figure something out. Feels like Don't Ask is just figure that out. Also, nice barrage, kind of like fainted out the other players, but nope. Yep, gone. Shin was like just gone for that little technical offense, I suppose. Meanwhile, Ilpuma, full stick of butter, got that flip on deck, and nobody else as that second barrier comes out. This could be a very threatening moment for the side of Don't Ask, as Ilpuma following it, trying to threaten, tries to push it out with that flip. Shin on death's door, but not quite there yet. Still in it. Both of them almost missed that core going out. Meanwhile, Lego Piece doing their best to make sure that the defense is not a united front, and it's going to be a difficult road in order to prevent them from doing anything on the matter of defense.
Low-key, good awareness by Lego Piece 98989 on the X, trying to keep Shen alive by making sure he doesn't get healed, because once you get pop the Atlas ult and you die, you get fully healed basically. It's a lot better, and leaving him on less stagger. Well, less stagger and less evade as well means that Shen will keep alive, but for the moment he doesn't have an evade, so he can just die a second later. But now, Lego Piece, it might come back to bite him here. If he didn't get the kill there, that means that he's able to get the punch now. Punch goes right in. Lego Piece setting their team up to win a set.
And very much needed, but we've seen Don't Ask be able to kind of like claw their way back from this before, so we're going to see if they can do it yet again. Shin off the lead off there. Wow, flip goes out as well. Kamikiri and Shin looking very low. I feel like the way they've been playing, they absolutely can do it. Don't Ask. They are just, sometimes they're getting like a little bit intimidated, I think.
Definitely so, and Kamikiri, with no evade though, will have to play life a lot longer than you expect, especially if his teammate dies there. Oh, he has to pop the flip too! Very, very tough position for Don't Ask right now. They have one person down off for the count, another person about to be down off for the count too, if they're definitely put in the position to do so. Lego Piece getting the X primary off, and Kamikiri not really in a good looking spot. They do get the kill though, and that's what I mean by the flip being burned. As a Temple Fortress, someone just doesn't want to connect. I mean, very, very hard play to read, especially for El Puma there. Good try though, as now they have an open barrier situation to deal with. They are one step away from taking this set though, but it just comes down to the matter of strike wars and taking away the cooldown. Does the second barrier from Shen is found too. Great angle from him, but now Il Puma is just in the driver's seat. He has all the cooldowns necessary, and Lego Piece has to flip too. But Arlax just can't reach it in time. Il Puma finds the great angle to the bottom corner.
Yep, and just was not able to defend that. So we have Era as MVP for this next one, and off of Rip Castellast are even like, yeah, it's very, very nice for, I believe, for Bonk Atomic Punch.
Definitely so, and Era getting that cast loss just makes it 15 million times harder for Kamikiri to get anything done. I mean, that set, it was kind of just defined by Kamikiri not getting into position, couldn't get into position, and was just too small to make anything happen. And this cast loss is going to make it so much harder.
Yeah, it's going to this is going to be like a very fast team, a very fast era in particular, and that is going to be like very needed. Araneda comes out, and that's going to be a lot more of like a threat in general. Meanwhile, you have like Lego Piece X just being very, very scary, very threatening with that prize fighter stack. Now that's going to be something to concern yourself with, but yeah, don't ask. Almost showing like no fear. They do have quick strike. They do have they do have a few things on them. I do like the super surge pickup, and I do like the quick strike.
Definitely so. That quick strikes on Arlax definitely helping to clear that, but the barrier still falls anyways. And now Arlax trying to just keep it away from the core, as now Kamikiri and Shen have control and will knock out Opuma in the process as well. Very good kill, very good find, as now Shen in control of the flip. Not even needed the barrage stuff, winning the interaction then on, as Yankati just didn't want to flip it.
Yeah, no, Yakade didn't want to flip. Shin just kind of like bullied it through. Arlax was just watching, and that was just I just thought it was a funny one. Meanwhile, next point though, excuse me, this is going very fast, very furious, and flips are going out everywhere. So excuse me, he's flying as well too. Kamikiri with a push and the shove, and next thing you know, Il Puma out of this match for a couple more seconds at least.
Your W ping pong from Kamikiri to Yankate, trying to just get things done, trying to get the core forwards, but they were just holding up so well. Everyone was just on the top side, no one on the bottom side at least. As now Puma back online, Lego Piece trying to get a stun off. Doesn't really get it though. Shen the one in control, trying to outmaneuver the Dubu, but just can't do it for it now. Arlax is having to burn ability, trying to get the core out in time. But Kamikiri, look at him. He's playing midfielder right now. It's switch positions. And Shen, the one just moving the core all around the map, means to do it though. And Kamikiri burns his flip too, trying to get the possession to the core, but just can't find it though. Means that he doesn't have a lot of energy to work with, as the core comes back all the way around at overtime. Very, very fast, very, very quick. As Arlax also burns his flip too. The process is not good. Lego Piece and Opuma have what it takes to win this point, but can they edge it out though? Shen still very, very healthy, still with a stick of butter on his hands right now. He's going really fast. The flip comes in, second barrier foul. Kamikiri trying to side himself up, but he just can't do it yet. He's not in position. As Shen tries to get the core around, trying to rotate it around, but still, it's so hard to get to him. There's two big fat men in your face. It's just so hard to get anything done. No, Puma gets his flip stuff now at Lego Piece. He just can't get the stand. He gets the kill, but now power play ongoing. Lego Piece is the man to do it. Puts it in, and we tied up one apiece.
This is absolutely going to go to like a set 5.5, isn't it? I feel it in my bones now. I feel it like it's got to be a thing now. Oh, Lego nearly dies after like the opening salvo. That was kind of brutal. They do get one barrier, trying to get another. Don't Ask is a very dangerous team, and that's why Bonk has been like trying to damage them so hard. They don't want this full team up and being dealt with, and having to deal with them that way.
Bro literally got bonked off the map, bro. Did you see that? Dash into
the
flip is crazy.
Absolutely, I saw that. Everybody saw that one, and oh boy, this is starting to get a bit bloody, shall we say, for the side of Don't Ask. Especially Lego Piece having that prize fighter, having 3 stacks already. Definitely going to be hunting for that last one. They might have seen like Kamikiri as kind of like the target. I see it kind of like roaming around there as they try and like get like the core under control. It's going to be very scary rest of the while for a little bit for Kamikiri. I feel like gotta keep on their back. Gotta keep eyes in the back of their head.
Or drifting around very, very slowly though. Storming the keep definitely is an option right now for all 3 members. All Bonk and Punch right now as they are in the lead, but now not for long, as Shen still very, very greedy with their flip. Arlax burns the flip too, but sends it right back into the X. It's really not good as the pass comes in. Everything beat through into kitchen sink. 2 people ready to go. Lego Piece sends it home, and we're on to another set for Bonk and Punch now, as we're trying to bring it to a game 3 here. El Puma the one with the MVP set. And of course, hot shot on the board, built different, team player. There's just so much to choose from.
Yeah, there's a lot there. I am not surprised at the performance. I believe we mentioned like team player earlier, but there's just a lot here to pick from. I'm also expecting like built different to get picked as well. Maybe even like I was about to say maybe even explosive entrance. Yep, there goes the built different.
Yeah, and exclusive, and of course, the X picking up the specialized trade going to be even more dangerous than before because he's been getting the value off of the KOs, and some of them aren't getting the KO. Like some punches aren't getting the KOs, but now all of the KOs are going to be found very easily now. As of course, Atomic Punch, they need to find this game 3, but also don't ask. They just want to clear it out already. X scaling this hard is not something you want to see. X is very good at scaling, and the fact that you're just scaling so hard is really not that good at all. The dash coming in clutch, Kamikiri and Shen both in not the driver's seat for the most part. They have to just defend all three of them in their own net right now. As just look how much space that Il Puba and Yakate are taking for themselves. It just feels so oppressive. And now Shen, the one trying to do it all. He's been controlling the game for Don't Ask, but now he's the one really not in the flow as El Puma puts it in with the Tofu Fortress.
Yep, first goal to Bonk Atomic Punch. Il Puma with that one got like a full sticker, but honestly, I do like the energy on the side of on both teams really, but Bonk has a little bit of an advantage here. Both two flips up. Yankati not exactly far from hers as well. There goes one barrier. There goes a second barrier, and we got two flips coming up probably very soon. There it goes. Push in Arenado. No choice. I'm gonna call that one a checkmate. That Arenado was right there. They just timed that all perfectly.
Yeah, it was really no way to tell whether or not that they could have even cleared that out. So, of course, Bonk Atomic Punch really on the doorstep of win, but we've been in this situation before. We've seen Don't Ask bring it right back, but the barrier isn't good though. Il Puma with a flip to Boo and Yankati as well, rushing up all three of them with the flip out. The Fortress killing one. Arlax has gone off the map, and now it's only a matter of time. Shen, even if he gets the flip, what can he do? The flip comes in clutch, and Il Puma with the finisher, and the Dubu sends it home.
That was brutal, but also very good on the side of Bonk Atomic Punch. They tie it up. We are going, ladies, gents, and all in between, to Obscura.
Yeah,
that's going to be very fun.
Yeah, we're going to be on Obscura now. It's a very banger series for the most part. But for now, I mean, just to take a little bit of a break, just to calm ourselves from the banger 2 matches we just witnessed, we're going to throw it to a really short break. We'll be back with the draft. We'll be back in maybe 2 minutes, man.
Yep.
Hello, welcome back to EUSL qualifiers. We have game 3 of Ask and Bonk on Gate of Obscura here. Excited to see what these teams are going to pick. Right now we have a extra special and Rampage start. What do you think of this Awakening start, Beefler?
I am expecting that it's going to lead to a lot of quick plays, especially just because you got like extra special for just about everyone immediately. And on Gates of Obscura, I feel like the passing plays can get very, very, I suppose a word for it is particular. I feel like there's a lot that can be done on this map, obviously because of the portals that normally can't be. So I really do feel that like extra I feel like both of these are running out. I feel like both of these awakenings can be utilized in very good tandem with each other. So I could definitely see like them figuring out like who wants extra special to allow them a lot of like kickoff potential, you know?
Yeah.
And basically, I feel like the idea is like use special off rip, get ramp, and whoever has rampage, try and feed it to them, and try and get like those early, try and get like those earlier barrier breaks. And honestly, I'm kind of seeing that with these picks at the very least for Bonk. I feel like yeah, these could get a lot of kickoff potential. I feel like these have a lot of kickoff jump potential. I'm not 100% certain about like how Don't Ask is going to operate, but maybe they're just going like maybe they're just going like a full like a major offense type. I'm seeing like Dubu, Juliet, Kai. You know, I'm
Yeah,
that
I
would
think Dubu, in my opinion, one of the best characters on this map. A really strong goalie, especially with the extra special. On offense or defense, just so strong, right? Um, Juliet, just a very solid like corner shover, which is exactly what you want on this map. Same with Kai. So really, really solid comp from Ask here, I think. But in the same way, Estelle Zen, a classic forward combination. I'm going
yeah.
to assume that's what it is. And also the Asher goalie, I think, very solid on this map as well. And in particular, has a really good defensive matchup into Juliet. So somewhat of a counter pick here. And I think these teams are gonna have kind of differing styles of play. The side of Ask has a bit more shoving potential, but there's a little more damage and range on the side of uh, Bonk Atomic Punch. So we'll see how those conflicting styles can compete and what awakening style people are gonna opt for here as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I know in like boxing and like martial arts, they say like styles make fights, but that is immensely true in just about any kind of competition. Your style can be excellent in one matchup and horrible in another. And oh, it's already because I was kind of wrong. Literally everybody wants the happy star. They
Yeah.
are going to want that extra variety. They're gonna want that. They are gonna want that extra ability. So extra special it is as we kick off here and first blood not being drawn just yet, but I can tell you, Bonk Atomic Punch definitely want this one.
Yeah, both goalies just holding down the initial attacks here. Surprising to see in a game where 25 seconds in, no barriers have fallen on either side, and both teams kind of figuring each other out. But the first to strike will be Ilpum and Lego Piece, breaking that barrier, shoving it through this corner. Nice passes between Ilpuma and Yankee, but Shen intercepts it with his Giga Blast. Kami just trying to find his way through the Asher, but that's the struggle of the matchup because the primary just completely ruins everything that Juliet can do. Lego Piece taking a bit low, but so is Arlax, and they do find the second barrier, but Lego Piece falls for it.
Yeah, definitely falls forward. I'm actually looking at. I'm going to be looking at Shin like a lot for this match, simply because their range capabilities is going to allow a lot of more consistent. If they decide to play this, a lot more consistent shutdown of like portal passes because with that barrage and that Giga Blast, and I've seen this happen before, that's why I'm saying it, that could cause a lot of fits. But meanwhile, El Puma very, very much not caring about any of that, saying like, I've just got it, I can handle things. She shoots, she scores, first blood, by all rights, goes to Bonk Atomic Punch.
Yeah, great play there. Just patience, recognizing that the Dubu had no tools to intercept her dribble, and played it beautifully. And they are rewarded with that first barrier once again. Shen dancing through the portals, but kind of ended up on the wrong side to help his goalie, and the second barrier falls already. And the offense of the side of BAP just looking so strong right now. And both barriers have not fallen for the side of Bonk Atomic Punch yet in this game, right? And Shen is low. Very difficult situation where you want to attack the corner, but you're low, so you don't want to die, right? So tough for sure.
Yeah, you see Shen had to kind of like evac through the portal, was in a good enough position to feed it, get a barrier out, but that's not enough to get the point. Lego already on top of everything, even has a flip after this point to go. So yeah, it is Bonk Atomic Punch that is looking very good. Although, to be fair, Don't Ask about to get their own, but sometimes those seconds can make and break.
Yeah, Lego piece just got exploded on this kickoff, and now a great wall. That's kind of what you want to do before on this map, but actually it's Kami who's getting blown up. He does manage to evade because I believe the core was in the middle of the ultimate, but still not quite happy with his HP, I'd assume. Does recover to unstaggered, but both him and Shen a bit low on evade as well, and Puma's up close to the flip, and Yankate has one, so dicey situation. Oh, flip comes out from Yan. They don't want to lose this point, of course, but unfortunately, just the great dribbles from Kami find the goal.
Yeah, just Kamikuri with just like a straight up 50-50 challenge to Yanka, and Yanka just doesn't guess correctly. So good on their point. Get a point on the board. Make sure that like they are still a threat. Don't let this one go without too easily.
Yeah, absolutely, and Kami trying to tease a bit of damage onto El Puma, maybe try and force the flip, but unable to as she blinked away. Alex getting a bit active there, getting some damage on Lego piece, which you like to see. And Shen is kind of in this perpetual state where he's a bit low on evade, and is eventually punished for it. But BAP will have to capitalize on this fast because Shen will respawn soon.
Yeah, Shen is going to... There he goes. Both barriers are open. Excuse me. Flip goes out. Kill shot confirmed. And suddenly it is Bonk Atomic Punch on a power play. This could wrap it up. They try and barrier. And they're like, there is no goalie. Flip goes out doing their best to defend. But it gets absolutely stuffed. Lego piece right there with the flip. Just kind of like tosses it in. They do get the first set to Bonk Atomic Punch. MVP going to the Asher. Going to Yankate.
Very well deserved, and he's, for sure happy with what he's seeing here. I wonder what he'll take. Kind of wants to leave maybe the hot shot and heavy for his team, although they are both really good for him. Honestly, I'm not too big of a fan of the Monu here. I think Timeless is a better option if he's going for that route, or in a focus maybe. But anyway, the Dubu takes the hot shot, probably wanting to deny the Estelle here. Heavy onto Zen, just a classic. But unfortunately for Shen, Peak taken by Kami, and Reptile taken by Il Puma, and Shen is left with Tempo Swing, which not exactly what you want on Kai. Would have definitely liked one of those survivability awakenings.
No, I really do feel like a lot of that was like denials for denials, but we got a denial of life here by, I believe that was Lego getting that killing shot, and another power play going out for Bonk Atomic Punch. First barrier goes down, passing play gets started, trying to get that second barrier, and they do. Open goals on the side of Don't Ask. We do get a revival, all full team back to full strength, but they are a little bit behind the 8-ball. Il Puma tries to snipe Kamikiri, so Kamikiri has to dodge. They do manage to. Flurry redirects the core, and suddenly it is on the side of Don't Ask. Bonk trying to make something happen, not quite able to. Solid defense after a rough start, but it is still kind of like in Bunk's territory. I say that even as they get one barrier, they're trying to get a second. Excuse me. Nope, that I cast a curse at them. Second one coming in. Barriers both down. Kamikiri trying to push Yankee out, trying to get a little bit of payback there, but no dice. How did that stop?
I'm not sure, but great play, great flip out, and Kami with the perfect timed dash punch. Just not even a punish, really. Not much Yan can do
No,
other
that was
than
the setup.
preemptively primary. Super well played. But now, Yan's still with the flip, and the only person with energy on the side of Ask is Kami, so he'll definitely have to use it wisely. Shen still, I mean, I haven't seen him have more than 2 evade bars this whole game, and Kami, that's such a bad death for their team, the only one with a flip. But great Giga from Shen, but Yanke able to find the out clear, and Bap trying to find the second barrier, don't quite yet, but great passing plays on the mid line between Puma and Yan, just a lot of trust between those two. Yan been getting super active today, which you love to see from a goalie, even on a pick like Asher, and it's been facilitating the team's offense a lot, but they aren't able to break the second barrier, so maybe it's the turn of Ask to mount a counter offense.
Yeah, maybe. It's been a rough go. Those barriers have been very well protected. Meanwhile, Kami has just not really been able to do a whole lot. They do get that barrier, but they have been getting like KO'd a lot here. Shen, however, might be on the chopping block this one. Almost literally, Lego looked to have been targeting him for a little bit. Seems to be kind of like hovering around it, trying to wait for like the clear out. Giga Blast does come out. Flip goes to deny that, and it's a bit of a mosh pit in the top corner for a little bit. Kamikiri still slow again. Kamikiri, you might want to watch yourself there. Lego piece realizes it too. They try to mag dump a little bit too. There it goes. Oni's blade comes out, and there goes Kamikiri again. So yeah, they have been having a problem with staying full strength this game.
Yeah, unfortunately for them though, Shen was able to find the barrier while their attention was on Kami, and now Lego Piece dead. He did have a flip, and despite all the KOs that have been found and all the damage from the side of BAP, so far it's 2-0 to Ask in this game, and to a certain extent, it's due to the fact that after they find this kill, Arlex is managing to hold his barrier, right? They need a solution in the power plays to actually forcing the open net, because while the barrier stands, the game is still very much winnable, right?
Yeah, that's like it's been a violent one, sure. Kamikiri's been getting like sent to the bench for a couple times, but guess what? KOs can win games. That's the same brawlers get it done is there for a reason, but they have to let those KOs, be worth something. And right now, they have gotten like an open barrier on the side of Don't Ask again, and they are having to like trying to push very hard for this. They didn't get a KO, I don't believe, yet for this point. So it's going to that kind of like proves the point there.
Yeah, and I think, despite them not getting the kill, it's going a lot better because they're using their cooldowns to manage to break this barrier, as you said. And now Lego Piece just trusting his team, sitting up front, lurking the portal. A great find from Puma, just absolutely cheesing Kami. Shen manages to find the goal with the flip, but Lego Piece probably going to try and do the same, but misjudges the time, the course speed from his strike due to the overtime, and isn't able to find a flip right after. And Arlex is going to be hard to score on with his flip up now, so it's looking rather good for the side of Ask, I think.
Yeah, we're gonna see if they can kind of like finish one off. Barrage comes, Flame Flurry comes as well, and Yankate not able to respond even with flip. That is a set for Don't Ask. MVP being Shen. That could lead to some good stuff. I'm seeing like aerial super surge right there. There's they've got options.
Yeah, and bulk up, he leaves it. Probably wanted to leave up 1-2 and bulk up, I'd assume, for his Juliet. Actually, both opt to deny the dash from the Centaur. Conscious decision, you could see. Both of them choosing to. I mean, Surge on Julie. Some people already before the changes like the dash range, and I think the nerf to the range actually made it somewhat better. And of course, dash range on Kai, great. Glass cannon on Dubu, also great, right? But on the other side, some really good awakenings too. You know, Yankee boasting 160 power right now with this bulk up, and 1-2 on Zen. You know, they've been trying to kill, and they'll be able to do it for sure. But so far, they're able to hold their barrier, just holding strong. Although I might have cursed them a slight bit as Shen with a great Giga Blast to find the first one.
Yep, Shen gets that first barrier. They wanted to hunt for that second, but Lego Piece trying to make sure that doesn't happen. Ooh, El Puma, nice Rose Wart, but a little bit off on the angle. Yankate just tried to clean it up, sees Shen on the breakaway, and just says, no, let's not, that's my territory. So now we have a power play. We had a power play. Wasn't able to find anything out of it though on the side of Bonk. They are off. They are on the offense though. Kamakiri low as frankly always for this game. Yankate and Kamakiri though both at full sticks of butter. They are going to have to be very careful. Lego just kind of slips it past Arlex, and Oni's blade kind of goes wild even. A bit of a weird interaction there from what I'm used to as the core starts to go flying.
Yeah, and Kami with his flip finds this barrier, but if this game doesn't end, this point rather fast, there's 2 flips on the forwards of Ask. Puma first to get hers, Lego Piece won't follow too shortly after. Flip forced from Puma by Arlax, Giga Blast from Shen to move the ball forward, but wow, what a strike while in the Ashes secondary by Kami to manage to find the goal, and they were able to force Puma's flip out, so good situation from them.
Yeah, Kamakiri managed to stuff out the attempted response there and was able to like feed the core in. Also, Tofu Fortress did Tofu Fortress things a little bit, was a little bit too slow and ended up getting both their barriers taken. Flip does get burned, however. Lego Piece tries it, gets nothing out of it. So small silver lining, if nothing else. Meanwhile, Shen looking very worse for wear. Bonk in general having a very good opening and a very good closing with that attack on there. They managed to tie it up.
Yeah, just a classic left click, right click from Zentaro. Hard to defend, for sure. But now on this kickoff here, Giga Blast comes out from Zen, matched by the Giga Blast from Shen, matched by the dash from Zentaro. A lot of damage there by some combined abilities. Shen playing it safe though, you know, early on I'm sure he didn't have much fun while he was getting slightly pummeled, but now pummeled a bit more and loses his life. Kami has a flip though. Wonder how he'll opt to use it, you know. Julie with a flip, a big cheese kill threat, but wow, the ball just finds its way past, and you know, in the power plays, Oscar, BAP are somewhat scrambling, I feel. You know, they don't know exactly where they want to attack, it feels like. And they often are breaking the barriers more efficiently when it's a 3v3, right? So, there's got to be something, you know, in their comms. They've got to say, guys, we have to figure out these power plays because we're finding the kills, but we're not finding the barriers, which ultimately is more important, right?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about earlier, like, you can see, like, Bonk was finding, like, these kills, too, but for a little bit, they weren't making anything happen with them, and you can see, like, that's another, like, power play that kind of, I'm not going to say, like, it entirely fizzled out, but it kind of did. They weren't able to find anything on the power play. Both these teams having some issues with being able to make these power plays worth more than 10 cents, so they need to consider that as the barriers are evened up, and it is Don't Ask that are trying to like figure out how to push through, how to break through this very strong defense. Barrage even doesn't manage to get it, but Simple Strike does manage to slip it past. Arlax, on the other hand, kind of chilling at that base. Oh, Kamakiri misses the dash punch. Chad does not miss the Giga Blast, though, and power play on the side of Don't Ask, and they do manage to take advantage of it from once the barrage pushes through. They get to very nice on their part.
That's super well played, but not over yet. You know, low energy on all of the members of Ask. Puma close to a flip. Definitely gonna need to use it eventually. Good duo ult from Alex. Don't manage to find the barriers, but did lock them into a tough defensive situation and burned quite a few cooldowns, right? Puma just playing with portals on this map. You love to see it as the midfielder, right? But still, reminiscent of the first... Never mind. Barrier does fall. I was going to say reminiscent of the first point, no barrier's gone, but first barrier taken from both teams, and Shen now in the corner with Kami, hunting for another one. Great wall again, but a bit of a miscommunication. No one covered that out clear, so they managed to avoid the disastrous situation where they were boxed in, and now it's the turn of BAP to try and mount an offense in the corner.
Yeah, Core going through portals, and Kamakiri does manage to catch it and redirect it into the barrier. Open goal on the side of Bonk Atomic Punch, and Kamakiri almost with a breakaway. Yankat has to flip for it to save that one, and that was only just barely. Kamakiri and Shen trying to make something happen. This Core is going flying now in overtime. For a moment there was serious blood in the water, but Bonk do manage to save it, clean it up, get a barrier. Lego piece, try to push it forward, get the goal in to prevent any sort of like comeback possibility. And now things going back and forth a little bit.
Yeah, and right now you can kind of see the difference in the playstyle of these characters, right? Zen and Estelle, both long-range characters, so they're both kind of hovering this midline, whereas Kami on the Julie is trying to sit up and wait for the opportunity to come. You can still see, you know, Lego just still there, and we'll have to see what in this kind of battle of comps and styles, which ends up helping them in the overtime, and it might just be the flips there. Just really difficult to deal with. 2 flips on an open net. Well played, and Shen with the MVP here.
Yeah, Kamakiri just barely managed to get that flip. She dash punch, recognized that nearly had the energy, so like just dash punch the goalie just to get the flip, and immediately managed to like receive it, redirect into the bottom, and at that point there was nothing they could do. So now they are rewarded for that. Like you said, MVP on Kai and getting that prime time, which is going to open up a number of avenues. On the other hand, built different, and I feel like Prize Fighter are going to be dangerous. I actually like pretty much everything Bonk got.
Yeah, I agree, and I think a lot of this rests on how well Puma can play her life. So far, you know, they have beaten the team that's finding the kills, so we'll have to see if anything changes. But as it is right now, this 12% speed could be massive to contest the Kai, but actually a great Dubu roll just punishes positioning from Lego Piece, and Ask hasn't been the team that's been wasting the power plays. Shen almost killed, and they're still unable to find this barrier. Yan and Puma holding strong. Lego Piece back up, but unfortunately their barrier falls. And now, open net situation, really scary for an Asher with no strike shot, no nothing. So we'll have to see if Yankate can hold it down.
And almost no, very nice dash punch again. Kamakiri has been hunting for those dash punch like intercepts whenever the core gets remotely close to Yankat, and they both have flip too. So there it goes. Try to bait it out, nothing, but it does get stuffed. Yankate does hold on to their flip successfully though. Manages to defend against that offensive push. Very nice on their part. I mean, Don't Ask have been trying to set up, and they are at their most dangerous when like they can just absolutely run their game plan, which is scary thoughts.
Oh, great find from Lego Piece. That passive saved his life and managed to break the barrier there. So now it's Puma, the one with the flip. Uses it. Oh, wow. Honestly, I think a bit of a preemptive flip, but manages to find its way past Alex there. And opening goal here. Exactly what you want to see for the side of BAP.
Yeah, Arlex just not able to get it past there. Meanwhile, Kamakiri with a beautiful flame flurry and a follow-up very fast to give them a bit of a power play. Doesn't seem to get much out of it though. That one kind of like fizzles out. Right after it though, they do get a barrier. Very nice on their part. traded, though, very quickly. Yeah, these teams are going, like, just very back and forth. Meanwhile, Kamakiri looking a little bit more bloodthirsty than before. Maybe finally got tired of getting hit all the time. Also, Puma with that new awakening, like, also getting very low with Omega Fuse Accelerator. Makes him very fast, very omnipresent on the map, but also makes him very weak.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that this spec definitely a big help. You know, Puma's been getting a lot of flips, and afterwards had no evade, which allowed Kami to punish with the extra knockback there. But right now, it's definitely looking favored for the side of BAP. When you have the barrier with your defensive goalie, it's going to be a great situation if you manage to get the ball forward, right? The midfielder can't position as aggressively as they would like to, but Shen still manages to help find the barrier, and Kami with the flip. And we're going flip for flip with the past 2 goals. So, super well played there by Kami.
Yeah, right now, Arlax with a flip. Shen not looking too bad on their part too, but Lego about to get their own flip as well. Immediate Giga Blast trying to get the party started. And Kamakiri says, yeah, let's have one. So they get that barrier. They get a barrier and they get a body out of it as well. And they are trying to shove it through bottom corner. Doesn't seem like it may be happening, though. Arlax kind of stepping up at the midline, trying to provide some support for it, at least as long as they had that power play. And yeah, they do. But Arlax getting a little bit too fresh. Has to flip, try and save a double barrier, but no, it does happen anyway. Puma gets the second one. Power play be damned. And that is that was almost like a very scary piercing shot.
Yeah, I think Shen's got to be kicking himself after that one, because he kind of barraged, which blocked Arlax's flip, unfortunately, that led to the barrier falling. Right now, Yan with a flip, if he uses it well, going to be definitely hard to score on him, and low energy for the side of Ask other than Kami, who manages to get it just from that dash punch. So super well played to him, and now he's very threatening with this flip, and also threatening to kill Puma there, who is trying to get the ball forward up with Lego piece, and Kami's flip comes out, but punished by the Asher ultimate. Nothing found from it.
Yeah, there's been some very scary flips and very scary positioning, but both teams have managed to hold steady. Shen tries for the barrage redirect, but doesn't manage to get it quite yet. Kamakiri is just lurking in the back, just kind of like hanging out with Yankat, and that is why just waited for like the flank. So waited for the core to get to it. Basically been trying to do that all game, trying to get it received so that just can immediately punch, stun, and get it in. And now we've got Don't Ask on game point, series point.
Yeah, I think in these open net situations, ultimately, BAP just has to either play on the other side where the ball can't so easily go through the portal, or try to have someone cover it, because they're just getting punished by portal plays. A great flip from Alex, broke that first barrier, but not the second, so Yan still alright with his position here, and Puma and him both have flip. Uses hers a bit early, I'd say, once again, and its Lego piece is super low, probably going to be taken off the map soon.
Yep, and there they go. I'm not quite sure like what threw them off the map, but regardless, power play on the side of Don't Ask. They don't get the barrier. Excuse me. I think that there we go. They do get it now, and this could be the final play of the game. Shen coming up, trying to barrage. Arlax trying to save it, sends it through the portal, and a beautiful, beautiful dash punch by Kamakiri to seal the deal. Basically, I feel like that got the tip. But
yeah, that was the Super Surge range right there.
Yep.
Definitely wouldn't have hit without it, and very well played from Ask there to take it 2-1 in this match. Very good performance from them.
Don't ask for nothing but victory from them. Don't Ask managing to take this set after a lot of struggle and a lot of pain, especially on the side of Kamakiri. Managed to take it and then dish it out. 8 goals. Was it worth it? I would say so.
Yeah, and now joining Blob Gap in guaranteed have a ticket to promotion here. So congratulations to them. And it's still not over for BAP if you're a fan of them. They'll
Nah.
be moving over to face, I believe, Too Bad in the losers quarterfinals. So yeah, and that game will be streamed. So don't go anywhere too soon.
Now, believe we will have like a brief break as well. See ya.
Okay, welcome back, everyone, to losers quarterfinals of the EUSL qualifiers after a really long set between Don't Ask and Bonk Atomic Punch. We are once again taking a look at Bonk Atomic Punch in losers quarters, this time up against Too Bad. Another lockdown friendly map in AtLab, so we could be staring down the barrel of another really long match.
Yeah, we do though have a very, very explosive, you might say, awakening start. We've got the 1-2 punch and the specialized training, right? So definitely these teams would be wise to comp around damage a bit. We see Estelle and Juno banned, midfield pool pretty thinned, and then first pick Imi here. So kind of targeting the midfield pool of Il Puma, I think definitely.
Yeah, I think Estelle ban. Pretty reasonable. Likewise, on the Juno, just stopping that core speed from getting unmanageable. It'll be interesting to see the goalie picks once they come in. We'll see if they're going to play into the damage or just choose to hold things down. We are seeing the Asher come out, probably going to be a more slow traditional defensive goalie on the part of Too Bad.
Yeah, I think it could, knowing this forward player, it could definitely as well be Asher forward. We'll have to see what their final pick here is.
Oh,
It is
there's the
the
Atlas.
Atlas.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Okay, so we've got
And
the
then
Atlas.
this Juliet Kai, I think really solid forward comp. Lego piece, kind of known for his Julie. Definitely going to enjoy this 1-2 punch start. And Puma can play Kai super well also, and probably going to take that spec training. And they'll have for sure cheese kill damage potential. Into this and a Dubu just to hold it down at the other end. So, like you said, we do end up still seeing two defensive goalies on this map, despite the awakening start.
Right. I mean, to be fair, 1-2, I think a bit underrated on Dubu. I think it allows him to just get crap out the back so easy, especially if you just throw out the log after a strike. You can just send that thing rifling forward. So I think it is pretty conducive to holding as a lockdown. I guess the same could be said for Atlas if you're using Atlas primary. It's just a little less consistent. But yeah, totally makes sense locking in the lockdowns here. Just means even though this is a best of one, this could still be quite a long set.
Yeah, absolutely could be. I think in terms of matchups here, this Asher is probably going to be more suited to breaking through the Dubu than the Juliet is the Atlas, right? I think could be a bit of a rough time for Lego Piece to find his way through the Atlas, and also has a lot of potential to deny the cheese kills we know he'll be looking for. So somewhat depends on Kitty Bagel's performance here playing into Lego Piece. But of course, Puma definitely going to be able to help on the offense with this Kai pick. But on the other side, hiding goal, not super known for his IME, I would say, but definitely going to be capable of playing it to a very strong level and helping out on the offense there as well. So we're going to have to see, this triple creations in the corner is always a big threat, and that's something that the comp of Too Bad could definitely try and execute.
Yeah, and I think there's going to be a lot of onus on the midfielders. I think more so than usual to just be omnipresent, to be everywhere, to compensate for, I guess, the lack of mobility on the part of their forwards and goalies. So I think ultimately it might even turn into a carry job. Whoever can just shuttle the ball from back to front more effectively and get those corner trap situations more consistently might be the name of the game here.
Yeah, definitely could be. I think knowing Lego Piece, it could. I'm somewhat looking forward to if this turns into a bit of a masterclass from him with this 1-2 Julie, just finding kills left and right. I think definitely possible that it could happen. Although one of the issues they had in their last game on Gates was after finding the kills, they were playing into a defensive goalie still and just weren't able to convert it into barriers or goals, right? So maybe in between these games they've had a talk about in the power play, this is how we're going to conduct our offense. We're going to set up a triangle or attack the corner, something concrete to allow them to convert off power plays.
For sure, because I think Arlax wasn't even the beneficiary of Pauldrons, which does make Dubu an even more of a force of nature on that map. He picked up the mom boots actually, which means he was smaller and less defensively sound, and yet there was still that difficulty breaking through. So Awakening's pending, or rather, what's it called? The goalie gear. Well, it hasn't been locked in. The fact that they were even struggling at times to break through. I guess the suboptimally kitted Dubo. So we'll see if they can definitely mix up the game plan here.
Yeah, and yeah, looks like about what we'd expect to see from this side here. No shenanigans with an Atlas forward or anything like that. What we did expect here. So yeah, locking in. Of course, probably gonna see 1-2 punch on a lot of these forwards, and then maybe Spec on the Kai could be the only one who takes it. To be honest, yeah, it is only Kai with it. Interestingly, now Yan on the Pauldrons Dubu, he opts to go for it. I think. Not as necessary as on Goo, but still, of course, a good pick. And then Pumela's onto Lego Piece, so we know what his game plan will be.
We start off little battle for possession off kickoff in the top corner. Lego Piece managing to sneak it through for that bottom barrier. Almost a setup kill onto the Imi there, but Lego Piece unable to properly collapse with that dash punch there. Now back to a bit of a neutral state in the midfield, just shuttling it up to the Imi. Chromatics missing the strike in the bottom. Once again, just trying to work it through. The primary almost getting through, but the Atlas able to hold with a really well-timed strike out the back. Unfortunate ricochet off the portal, and we're now back to 1 goal apiece.
Yeah, and great walk up from Kitty Bagel there to assist his team's offense. Initially, Yan and Il Puma were kind of switching the ball around quickly, managing to find the first barrier, but it is Chromatics to find the KO and lead to a power play with an open net for his team.
And there goes the first goal, like clockwork. I think that's hiding goal, tapping it in. I was actually tabbed out very briefly because I do have name off bug, so I just had to quickly tab onto the screen to make sure who's who. But now that I've got that down, we do see the first goal being tapped in by hiding goal. Chromatics with a really good kill onto the Kai. Now Kitty Bagel using that manpower advantage to push up, ultimately getting the flip through the Dubu, just about the power of friendship there. And the unfortunate evade, meaning that Chromatics can just tap it in for the easy goal there.
Yeah, and I think, aside from, of course, the kill there, the big difference maker as to why the side of Too Bad have 2 goals right now is Kitty Bagel is on the mum boots, and he's using them well to break barriers in this game, right? But of course, so far, it's kind of all Chromatics finding KOs back to back, and in the power play, it's going to be very rough for the side of Bonk to defend.
Yankate and Puma working together to outlast that power play there without too much damage being done. Now ball being cycled up to that Atlas, who's just so mobile, at times pushing up to the midfield line. That said, Chromatics is now down. We have a power play on the side of excuse me. Whoa, big chaos in the back. Hiding goal being knocked around like a pinata, but managing to hold for the time being. Il Puma shuttling it down, just trying to get a lay of the land, playing slow. Chromatics kind of giving the finger to that game plan, though, with the primary getting some pressure on goal, but ultimately worked away. Puma now pushing up alongside Lego Piece to try to get some corner offense going. But so far, the defense is holding. A little bit of a wayward Giga Blast means that nothing comes of that offense. Yankate almost being caught out by the strike there. Whoa! And the Asher ultimate managing to take out the hopeless Yankate, allowing for hiding goal to just tap that in pretty effortlessly for a pretty comprehensive first set, all things considered.
Yeah, and I think it's a bit hard to judge the state of the game based on just these first 3 points, because it was a 3-0, but if the side of Bonk weren't dying to cheese, could have been very different, The Asher picks up the Demolitionist, always happy with size, right? But extra special on Dubu, really strong, and also a deny from the Imi, who opts for Among Titans to give a bit of size to her team. Absolutely makes sense. And Kai going for somewhat of a deny to this Atlas as well with Prime Time. Maybe would have wanted the move speed a bit more, but doesn't want to let it go to the Atlas, who gets heavy impact, a bit of CD reduction, but not exactly what you want. And finally, the Super Surge on Lego Piece going to help with his cheese kills if he manages to find them.
Yeah, 100%. I think in my estimation, I think Bonk may be coming out of that draft a little stronger. I mean, Atlas having to pick up the heavy impact. Sure, CDs are great on him, but that just feels like an unfortunate trade there to have to make. And nonetheless, both teams managing pretty well in the current state of things. A little bit of commentator's curse, though, as Lego Piece is blasted off the map, allowing for this 3v2. Once again, Atlas careening forward, applying that pressure with the Astral Protection to secure the bottom burial piece back on the map, though, meaning that nothing too much comes of that power play minus the barrier. Once again, yeah, I mean, the Atlas is just so free to push up here and apply secondary pressure in the midfield and beyond with these mom boots, I think, showing that the conventional wisdom that strike shot's kind of what you rock with on this map is not set in stone for sure.
Yeah, and now it's 2 flips for both Hide and Goal and Kitty Bagel. Yan has won himself, but both his teammates around half health, and they've been dying all game so far, so really tough situation. He can't walk up as aggressively as Kitty Bagel, not just due to the pauldrons, but also due to having this open net. So unless a cheese kill or the barrier miraculously falls, it seems like a really, really rough situation for Bonk.
Kitty Bagel holding very well, being forced to expend the flip, though, unfortunately, meaning no dodge to their name. Hide and Goal, unable to push it in through the top lane, despite the pressure from the ultimate. Atlas playing it slow, looking for that up cooler, ultimately being cut off by Il Puma's barrage, meaning they have to go back to wall. Wall, perhaps not where they want to be operating. A lot of the time, given Lego Piece's ever-present kill pressure, especially with the Super Search pickup, but nothing coming of that quite yet. Too bad playing a little on the slow side here. Il Puma taking advantage of that mobility, trying to apply some pressure on their own, but ultimately nothing coming of it. Lego Piece not even really playing the game much, just brawling it out with Chromatics. Il Puma also getting in on the fun. I mean, I feel like there are 2 people hitting the ball and 4 people hitting each other in the current state of affairs. But looks like we might... I mean, yeah, Kitty Bagel also having to step up, basically play part of emergency midfielder here. Because the midfielder caught in the brawl. Chromatics now trying to make things happen in the top lane, definitely making things happen, killing the kill on Lego Piece, but ultimately being thwarted by that Tofu Fortress, buying some time for Yankate in goal. Puma now doing their best to stall, not quite successful. Core speed crazy, but manageable.
Yeah, and it's already a rough situation where you're trying to score an Atlas in general, but when you're permanently in this power play, it just seems an impossible task to find this barrier from Kitty Bagel, and Chromatic stops it in the top right corner after Il Puma finally falls. You know, both of these forwards for the side of Bonk just permanently getting chipped down. Already Puma about half HP, and Chromatics, you can see, definitely looking for some more damage. And it just seems like the execution from the side of Too Bad is just better, but Yan trying to change it, trying to match the aggression of Kitty Bagel right now.
For sure. A little spam off in corner there, ultimately going the way of Too Bad. They managed to survive, hanging onto their barrier for now. Yankate looking to cycle it into a corner pressure setup with the roll, but not quite successful. Brilliant Sad Boys angle to keep the barrier. Nonetheless, it does fall. I guess they do get some solace in the end after that unfortunate angle. Hide and Goal saved by Kitty Bagel's ultimate. Now being forced into this corner pressure situation, trying to keep it away from Lego Piece, who is so dangerous with that flip. Ultimately, cashes it in to get the kill and secures the goal with that. Once again, Yankate walking up, applying that really good corner pressure with the wall, kind of locking in the goal there.
Yeah, and there's been a noticeable switch here, right, where Yan realizes, I need to help out, I need to be aggressive, and it works for them so far. Of course, Lego Piece finding that kill definitely helped out. Maybe going to need even more to help them win this game, but right now he's not going to be able to find any for the next 10 seconds as he's taken off the map. And once again, it's this power play situation where the barrier it seems to fall inevitably.
And Chromatics winning the stuffing battle there. Yankate perhaps either stunned or hesitant to use flip, especially given the power play situation. Nonetheless, the ball trickles in for the second point on the set for Too Bad. Now looking to be in pole position, be it with the damage they're applying. It feels like all 3 of the members of this team can pop out of nowhere and get kills on you if you're not careful. That said, Chromatics is the one that ends up taking a trip to the sin bin for the next 10 seconds as we now have a power play on the part of Bonk, trying to work it through the corner, but Atlas taking advantage of that mom boot speed to stop the situation in corner before Lego can really set up with the Julie pressure there. Somehow, the barrier is held on the part of Bonk at the cost of Lego piece once again. And dangerous flip situation, but Kitty Bagel able to deal with it with a pretty solid Atlas secondary. Il Puma on their last legs. Lego piece coming in for reinforcements. Almost gets a crazy play, just spamming hitboxes, but not quite able to get angled they need to score there. Once again, Kitty Bagel leveraging that Atlas speed to step up into midfield and beat the Julie, not even having to put her into hit stun, simply walking in front and winning that interaction with Strike before Julie can get there. Il Puma, not quite dead. Chromatics unfortunately missing the kill there. And missing the barrier. Oh, wow, that could be a goal. Yep, 100%. That's a good confirm. Unfortunately, the secondary from Kitty Bagel coming out a little too late and own goaling.
Yeah, super well played from Puma there. Was playing her life very well. Managed to force it through with that barrage there. And so far, it's definitely been an improvement for the side of Bonk, but still suffering this problem where Il Puma's getting chipped down and leading to power plays. But Puma, the one saying, I've had enough of you killing us. I'm going to kill you with the spec training. And Lego piece trying to force it through the top side. Doesn't manage to. Yan needs to walk up and help his team here. And I think he knows that. But this ultimate ability from hiding goal going to shut down any offense on the top side.
The wall pressure looking real scary there. The Juliet was definitely looking for that KO, ultimately finding it in another place at another time. We have a really scary power play. That said, Kitty Bagel is probably 2 strikes away from flip, looking to build it up here. Now the defense has become a lot more manageable. That said, having to expend every single ability to get that out the back. Chromatics now playing the role of third defender before backing away and stacking damage back onto Il Puma. Il Puma looking for a cheeky kill themselves off the edge with Giga not finding anything. Chromatics now 1v1ing Dubu in corner, trying to make something happen, but not quite making anything happen. Another really wise preemptive secondary coming out from Kitty Bagel to make sure the Julie dash punch does not create any havoc and get a goal there. Back to a bit of a neutral state. Triple defense on the part of Bonk, managing to get that ball out the net for the time being. Really good clear coming out from hiding goal to not even have to expend flip to find that out, having to expend it now to avoid the ultimate of the Julie and dying. So, you know, energy economy a bit in shambles right now, but no one able to find a breakthrough as of yet.
Yeah, and wow, what a great Giga Blast to seal the deal on the second set from Il Puma. I think, you know, they managed to find it there, definitely as a result of Yan helping out to try and get a bit more active, and Lego piece, the one who'll be in first place here. Not exactly what he wants as a cheese kill Juliet, right? Opts for the hot shot denied, definitely not what he would want, but feels the need to take it from Atlas. I'm not entirely sure, as Atlas still has Timeless Monu, Glass Cannon all up, opts for the Monu, which leaves Glass Cannon for Yan. I think that's a big pickup. More size on Chromatics now, rocking double size, and Cast the Last, a Great Awakening for Kai, and Timeless for Aimee, both really strong pickups. I think this this Glass Cannon might be a big power spike for Yan, just allowing him to get basically as active as Kitty Bagel is. You might just say Mom Boots in Awakening form, right? So for sure going to try and use that to help his team on the offense more.
Yeah, 100%. I think just being able to more efficiently pop up and get those log or wall setups in corner to secure barriers and goals, super huge. And also means that if they don't want to be on the receiving side of that increased Dubu speed, people like Chromatics and Hide and Goal have now got to expend abilities to crack the Glass Cannon, meaning that the killing is not, or they have less abilities to kill the members of the team who they really should be killing. That, speaking of killing, little too slow on that ult from Kitty Bagel. Still, yeah, we're back to a 2v2 though. Both players going flying, almost being reduced to a 2v1 with that dash from Lego piece, but ultimately Hide and Goal hanging on for the time being.
Yeah, and now Puma back up. Corner offense here by Chromatics, but the Dubu does hold strong, and now it's going to the other side. This Kai making use of the caster loss that she just got, running around the map, and wow, a kill on the goalie is so crucial from Lego piece, but now the all-important goal confirmed. First they take the barrier, this 1-2 punch speed, rocking the ball everywhere, and it's actually the Dubu wall that just sends the ball back flying. I think the 1-2 probably procced, along with the 144 power there, just absolutely launching the ball. And that was just the result of a great cheese kill find from Lego Piece.
Yeah, and I think it's a big boon for... Oh, wow. Okay, I can't even gather my thoughts before someone's gone flying again. But I think that is a big boon that no flips had to be expended, securing that goal, meaning that we now have this very scary situation where both the goalie and Lego Piece both have flips to their name, all but a confirm. There we go. Just putting the final nail in the coffin. And Dubu still managing to hold on to his flip through all of that. So, I mean, looking very scary coming into this final play. Could be a sweep.
And I think it's safe to say Lego Piece is online. Maybe it's the hot shot and it's something I don't know, but this point he's taking over, looking like Chromatics did in that first set, just finding repeated cheese KOs. Tricky defensive situation here. They managed to not lose either barrier. Great play from Yankee, and now the offense is on the other side.
Yeah, really interesting Julie primary. I don't know if it was intentional, but managing to ultimately find that really tricky clear. That said, unable to hold in this situation. First barrier falls amid the 2v1. Yankee unable to hold the second barrier either. That said, a bit of a miscommunication there in the back, meaning that the power play cannot be fully leveraged. Nonetheless, holding for the time being, Chromatics working their way down, probably trying to pick up that kill or that pressure on Il Puma, not managing as both of the members of Bonk collapse into that corner, defending against the Asher quite valiantly. Still, Chromatics trying to make things happen, not quite succeeding though. Kitty Bagel being forced to expend flip there, otherwise they would be down a barrier, but now in a very scary situation where they're unable to dodge against this very scary Lego Piece. Still managing to weather the storm for the time being. Really good roll by Dubu to secure that defense. Once again, a really smart switch coming out from Kitty Bagel to find that out. Chromatics now set up 1v1 with the goalie dead by the IME turret. This is looking so scary. And there we go. The nice confirm off the ult by Chromatics. Nothing Il Puma or Lego Piece can do there.
Yeah, and I think this point was kind of the story of the game. When you've got these two melee goalies, right? He who loses the first barrier usually loses the point, because the other goalie can walk up more aggressively, the midfielder can walk up more aggressively, and it's Lego Piece who's aggressive here, finding another cheese kill on Kitty Bagel. I think, you know, they were wary of it, but just couldn't defend it anyway. Looking for this last barrier, great barrage from Puma to find it, but Puma's found dead on the streets by hiding goal, and it's a counterattack.
And there we go. Yeah, I had to, when that glitch pop got the kill, I had to press tab to make sure I wasn't tripping. Like, how did it get the kill? But anyways, very, a little bit of an AFK from Il Puma there. And just like that, Dubu sent exploding again, and it's 2 apiece on this set. I mean, perfectly balanced game, surprisingly.
Yeah, it looked so good in that point once Lego Piece found the kill, but the counter kill from hiding in goal so crucial to bring them back into the set. They definitely would have suffered a greater loss if Puma had not been killed. So super well played, and Lego Piece not able to find his first dash punch there, and now still barriers up for both goalies though. So
this could be looking like a double barrier. Yep. And Yankee now the beneficiary of having their own barrier up amidst the 2v1. Now just trying to work it top plane. Kitty Bagel equal to it, just about, almost getting called out by that strike, or I think the Giga, something along those lines. Really smart secondary to keep Lego Piece off of hide and goal, and keeping hide and goal alive for the time being, but their days might be numbered. Nonetheless, Chromatics trying to put in all the work themselves, securing that top barrier. Very scary situation with the primary with being forced to expend flip. This could be Curtis for IME, but no, the ult comes out, managing to save her. Oh, wow, what an angle.
Yeah, Lego Piece just struck it slightly up, and it manages to hit that Dubu ult, which launches the ball into the net. And Lego Piece, you know, after finding so many kills, of course, the MVP, and probably going to take prize fight to her, I'd assume, definitely suits his game plan here. So, you know, much more of a reward than the previous round's hot shot. I wonder, this IME, you know, maybe opts for a missile prop to deny the Dubu. Doesn't go for it, so Dubu does end up with the missile prop. A lot of waiting in this draft. Waits and chooses to take that reptile and the siege machine on Atlas. I think makes sense to deny the Kai, who in turn denies this Astra from getting any more size and getting more out of control. And of course, Siege just a solid pickup on Atlas and the Berserker. Not the best awakening, I'd say, but not too terrible, you know. It does have Ash's picture on it, so it's rather suiting.
Wow. And Il Puma just exploding within the first 10 seconds. And well, speaking of exploding, Chromatic's now off the field as well. 2v2 apiece for the time being. Atlas getting a lot of utility out of those 2 creation buffs at this point, just throwing out an absolutely massive circle, but ultimately, once left with just Strike, unable to deal with that strike from Lego Piece to secure the goal.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of, is Lego Piece going to find this kill, and whose barrier is going to fall, right? It's just the story of the game where this first barrier and the last barrier falls, and then these melee goalies just struggle so much. Kitty Bagel trying to help his team once more aggressively, but tough to find its way through the Dubu wall, although they are the only teams with the barrier down, but Puma might be falling down soon. She's very low, staggered now after tanking a lot of the Ami turret, but finds the kill on her own with the Spec Training Giga Blast. Super well played.
I mean, Kitty Bagel having to go on a little bit of a field trip to go grab that orb in spite of the 2v1 just to hold on amid this onslaught of damage. We now are back to 3 apiece. Bit of a standoff in the bot lane there. Both teams a little uncertain of how to put forward. Ability Mania in the top corner. I don't even know. I don't even know. Was that a Giga?
That was a Giga.
That was
another Giga. She's 2 for 2 right now.
Nonetheless, Kitty Bagel managing to leverage that increased projectile range. Grass Awe, the Siege Machine pickup earlier this set, managing to tap the ball away, but are now tapped away from the field themselves. And we're into another 2v1 situation. 2 core flips on the field for Bonk. This could be really scary. Nonetheless, the portal hijinks or black hole hijinks creating a little bit of, I guess, pause for the other team as the ball is worked free. Back to a bit of a struggle for possession in the top corner. Yankee not having to expend flip just yet, and at the same time, we now have an Atlas down a circle, creating a very scary open goal situation if the ball can be rotated like this into the corner. Manages to evade, but yeah, without a big annoying cooldown to deal with that offensive pressure, it kind of just rolls in.
Yeah, very well played. I mean, Puma, absolutely the star of that whole point. Finding 2 Giga Blast cheese kills and then finding the goal. Such an impressive point from her. And, you know, managing to play her life as well. A more subtle part of her gameplay so far, but she's taking a lot of chip damage and managing to live, avoiding the Asher dashes and the black hole when she can. And I think it's definitely helping her team to capitalize.
Things looking very dicey for Too Bad. I believe Black Hole being exploded on purpose just to do more chip onto hide and goal. Lego Piece kind of following the ball, but also kind of just following this Imi, looking for that moment to knock them off the edge. Nonetheless, I was about to say that Too Bad are the beneficiaries of a better game state, but then they go ahead and lose barriers. So we're back to 1 apiece. Crazy core speed. Kitty Bagel unable to readjust and secure that second barrier, and also using circle in the process, meaning that this is a very scary situation. Open goal mouth, last point. We're seeing if Too Bad can pull something out of their hat to reestablish some momentum in their favor amidst this power play. The power play now gone. Ball being served to Danger Man Lego Piece, but nothing quite coming of it. Il Puma careening up the field with all the speed in the world. Chromatics having to make something happen. There we go. I mean, that's about as something as you can get, forcing the Dubu to blow flip and then getting the kill on him. Scary 3v1. Atlas hesitant to push up, though, but nonetheless, goal just about found. A lot of abilities being spent in the process.
Mayhem at the end there. Kills all over the place, but it is Too Bad who find the goal. And importantly, that set Lego Piece died and went from 2 prize fighter stacks to, or 3 to 1. So losing a lot of power there, right? 40 power, very significant when he's looking for all these cheese kills. But might not need it if he just manages to break the barrier. And this is such a good situation for Bonk here if they manage to get the ball out of the defense, and that they do.
This is so dicey. All members of Too Bad coming back to try to defend, doing more than just defending, getting the kill on the most wanted person on the field right now. Lego Man down, Lego Piece down. Il Puma also not looking too good in the stagger department. Nonetheless, Yankate completely full of health themselves, managing to find that clear in spite of all the chaos. Hiding goal now looking a little scary, kind of hesitant to approach the ball along wall. Really good Soren angle found by Kitty Bagel to perpetuate, to give them another lease on life in this play. Again, Lego Piece just about missing the dash, meaning the game is still on, but this is really scintillating, tenuous situation. Really tough defenses having to continuously come out on the part of Too Bad, but almost constantly equal to him. Unfortunately, the down clear there being snapped up without any second thought by Il Puma, tapping it in for this victory.
Yeah, very well played there. At the end, I think El Puma kind of ran away with the game. But of course, I think Lego Piece during the ending of that game there, finding so many kills was definitely a catalyst to them winning. But the initial change, I think, was Yan recognizing Kitty Bagel is using these Mumboos to walk up and take my barriers, attack me at any opportunity he can, and I need to do the same. And once he started doing that, they won every set after that first set loss, right? So super well played by all the members of Bonk, and Too Bad there.
Yeah, I mean, make of what you will of assists and how valuable or not valuable you might think them to be. But I think just in terms of raw numbers, I mean, Yankate had the highest quantity of goal contributions out of anyone on that team. So I think, yeah, getting so much value out of deciding to push forward. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they did pick up missile prop, right? So I mean, that's just so money for offense. That and glass, I think, able to hold like a beast. I mean, the saves speak for themselves, let alone, just being able to be that presence up front made Too Bad's day very, very difficult.
Yeah, I think a bit of a misplay in the draft there by Kitty Beagle, who took Monu over the glass cannon, and I think without it would have been a much more tough struggle for Yan to be able to walk up, but he was able to utilize them very well and play very much aggressively. And now that's Bonk Atomic Punch gonna face CCBA in the loser semifinals, and we're going to go to a break, but we'll be back soon. Hello,
Okay.
welcome back. We have CCBA versus Monk Atomic Punch in the losers semi-finals. This is the final qualifying series for the promotion, so a very exciting game. I'm sure both these teams super locked in. We've seen Bonk Atomic Punch play the last, I think, 3 matches, so we've definitely been following their journey. And CCBA almost beat the overwhelming favorite Blob Gap earlier on in the winners semi-finals. So also another strong team. Definitely curious what they're going to do on Night Market here.
I think understandable Atlas ban off rip on Night Market, which is goalie central, let alone these abilities. I mean, he wins no matter what he takes here. Maybe on the flip side, maybe that means we see a bit of an expedited set here. Because, I mean, we're like 2 hours over schedule at this point, maybe a little less. But I mean, both of these teams have just been absolutely scrapping their way to get here. I mean, I can't count right now on the bracket. That's like probably at least five sets apiece, let alone games within those sets. I mean, this is a real test of endurance. You said you're hoping they're locked in. I'm hoping they're locked in too. I hope they've like injected themselves with 5-hour energy or something, because I would be absolutely shot mentally at this point. And then be as even more torment, be playing on Night Market, like the principal defensive map. Like, ugh, okay, but hopefully we get some action here.
I have a prediction here as to the Bonk comp. I think they're going Era X, Era Asher, something like that, to run this Dubu midfield with. And I'm very excited to see it. So far, we've seen that Dubu first pick. I think very smart, can go to the goalie. In this case, I do believe, and I'm hoping it will be in the midfield, but we'll have to see. And then the Kai and the Juliet, I think it's possible that the Kai could go onto either one of Grim or Kiratal, but we'll have to see where it ends up going. And there's the X, and I think it's going to be an error as the final pick to round out this comp, and it is. And we've seen them play this comp before. I'll say it. They stole it from my team. All good though. But I'm excited to see them run it back. They were successful on it earlier, and I think it's a super good comp here. I wonder what WAP will choose to round out their comp though.
Yeah, I mean, some riffing on the Era X. It's been evergreen since probably like 2023. Really not surprised to see it here. I think also a pretty conventional comp coming out from CCPA, to be perfectly honest. I mean, I assume that's Asher goal, or is it Asher forward? I feel like they would have. I feel like it's got to be Asher goalie, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think with the prime time, you would be a little crazy not to pick up an Asher goalie if you're going to run a lockdown. Atlas having been banned and Dubu having been taken, yeah, I think the best beneficiary of prime time remaining is probably Asher. So expecting to see Asher there locking it down with abilities upon abilities.
Yeah, I think in my opinion, having been a Dubu midfield playing into Kai a fair few times, I think this matchup is really, really good for the Dubu. You just body block every barrage automatically, and it's just so impossible to win strike wars, which is what Kai usually does well in the midfield. And with the rotation speed from Era and the middle from Night Market just automatically, you just get to be a menace that covers both sides of the field and is pretty impossible to get through, especially when you're beamed up by the Era in your net. So yeah, I think a really strong really strong comp here, but also, the defensive prowess of Asher playing into something like X, not to be underestimated. I think just super solid at locking down those close range brawlers like Juliet, like X, especially with the assistance of Primetime. Gonna have a lot of trouble for Bonk to be able to get through it.
Yeah, I mean, I think just abilities upon abilities, and I think especially if Bonk can pick up some size here, I feel like getting the ball through them is also probably going to be a nightmare.
Something like Among Titans on this era could be just game winning, what we want to see from these comps, basically, on the side of Bonk, they want to keep the ball in the corner. They want to play the corner offense. They want Lego Piece to stand on the out clear and get the ball fed through him. And on the other side, Kiratal and Grim going to need to find the opportunities to switch sides and move the ball away from this Dubu, because it's going to be a tough task to be able to find their way through the Dubu.
And we're off a lot. I mean, wow. Both teams just dumping everything, trying to win that kickoff and swing the initial momentum in their favor. Surprised no one ends up dead after that melee around bot lane, but now everyone not too bad for where Dubu rocking with the roll, trying to get that early damage and potentially the kill onto the Julie. Really good double collapse defense from Grim and Asher. They're in the back. Wow, I mean, Julie kind of escaping with her life a couple times. Very fortunately there. Now also looking to set up dash punch through Speedgate. There it is. Boom. Predicted. Call me Nostradamus. Anyways, Yankee now trying to work the power play with that beam to just keep the ball away from this Julie, looking so impressive, but perhaps a little less so now that she's tiny and lacking abilities. Still managing to secure the barrier just in time, right before Puma can come back, and we're back to a 3v3.
Yeah, I think, one of the big counterplays to this comp is when you're playing corner offense, the midfielder's job is basically to sit on this edge here and feed it into the corner, right? But while you're there, as an immobile character like Dubu with a big hitbox, you're a prime target for a cheese kill from Juliet, who is rocking the pummelers, right? So Puma gonna have to play very consciously, maybe gonna look for some speed to be able to move around. But as it is right now, Big Spoke definitely gonna be looking out for the cheese kills on her.
For sure. Julie trying to wriggle it through. Nobody actually picking up Speedgate besides X. Puma and X now just trying to clog up that bot plane, making it so hard to work through and ultimately setting up this pressure onto the bottom of top barrier. But just so many buttons, every single member of CCPA back, all hands on deck, just winning these interactions. Ball eventually funneling back to Yankee, who just taps it forward lightly, trying to get the setup going once more. Here we go, more pressure in corner. This time a little bit of an alternate approach taken by the X, trying to put Asher into hit stun, but nothing coming of it. Ultimately a little more than hit stun themselves, being blown off the map. We have, like, is this either the second or third power play in just this first point alone? It's probably shaping up to be a long one if we don't see any scaling in these next couple drafts.
Yeah, and as it is right now, 2 flips for both teams, but the all-important barrier is holding for the side of CCBA. And a bit like the past Atlab game, as Era here on Night Market, you really want to run up and help your team, but it's so hard to do when the enemies, especially with 2 flips in the backline, have a barrier up, right? So, to a certain extent, until this barrier falls, Yan is unable to basically play the game and is just sitting in the back line, just playing with strikes, right? And just waiting patiently for his team to possibly break this barrier.
I mean, now the pressure is so real. Julie managing to pick up that kill without even expending flip. That said, both flips gone in quick succession. Really good stall by Yankee to bleed off the timer of Il Puma, who's now back in the fray, helping to defend. Oh, another stall. Wow, I mean, patience is a virtue, as they say. Maybe wearing at my patience a little bit, because this is shaping out to be a super long game. But, nonetheless, still, both teams really struggling for that breakthrough. Grim trying to be economic with their abilities, not flipping there, but meaning Yankee is able to snub it out with just the well-placed Era beam back to a bit of a neutral in the middle. Damage being poured onto Grim. I believe kill is probably pending. X looking for Speedgate to get that mobility. Being forced to expend the flip, and brilliantly so, cashing in the flip in exchange for a goal and a full health bar coming in to this next round. And we finally see the first breach of any net.
Yeah, great flip there. Recognized that he was probably going to be killed imminently and just went for the shot to the top corner. Super great aim and play from Grim there. Still no stagger, and playing into X with 2 of these big circles to spin on you, and this Dubu, as Kai, so rough. Every interaction you take, you're basically going to be guaranteed to face a hit stun, right? But it's the hit stun from Big Smoke Manager that breaks the barrier, and once again, situation where the Asher has her barrier and the Era doesn't is not very favorable for this Era.
But now we'll see what Yankee can do coming out of the back now that the scales are a little more even and with no enemy flips on deck. Grim looking to police the midfield, trying to leverage the speed gate to get some mobility up on the Stubu, but Il Puma holding spectacularly. Really good find
Great
off the
angle.
middle median there to bounce the core flip into the middle.
I mean, what a shot from Lego Piece there, finding its way around all of those abilities. Great play from him, and his backline still has 2 flips here, so really strong game state for them, and that's the dash punch out, so Il Puma kind of can sit on this edge with a lot of confidence, as you see she did, and just playing the ball into the corner here, as you do with this comp, just forcing it through, trotting up its way into the corner, and the ult comes out, and the flip comes out, and all the damage, and that's how this comp is meant to be played.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a lot of biding their time until they can get this effective corner setup. Corner going a little awry in that case for Il Puma exploding, but we're back to a 2v2. Big Smoke Manager being taken off the map by, I don't even remember, something X did. In any case, brief power play in favor of Il Puma, trying to make something happen, expending every single ability in that corner, just trying to shove it in past this Asher. But the prime time is just a nightmare to deal with on offense. This Asher just has so many buttons they can press, and a good wherewithal and sense of mind to also just tap it clear there with just strike. Yankate trying to leverage their mobility and their situation with so many free barriers. Once again, really good strike to keep the game level for the time being. Yankate, unfortunate whiff of the primary there, meaning that the scales are now even. No more barriers to fall back on. Ball being rotated up to wall, looking really scary. Both teams a little hesitant to approach it, but ultimately it wriggles clear. Everyone just having a brawl up in top lane. Il Puma ultimately scurrying down to try to perpetuate the offense in bot lane. Nothing quite coming of it, but we do have, well, no longer have 2 flips on deck, I guess.
Yeah, and back pass from Puma to Yan, just trying to rotate the ball. It's kind of anyone's game here, right? Favorable towards the side of Bonk, I would say, as Lego Piece has this flip now and Yan has his still, but regardless, you know, error in an open net, not the best goalie to have, and that's a flip gone, and Yan doesn't flip to save it, and wow, that's a perfect scenario for the side of CCBA, right? Now they've got a flip on the Juliet and coming up on flips on the other 2 members, so really solid game state for them.
Yeah, unfortunate Garfield, you had burst moment coming out from Yankate, but I can definitely see the idea there of just being able to strike it away, not quite working out. Luckily, that does not quite cost the set yet, but it could be looking really hairy. Really good find on the clear to get it around that Dubu wall and buy life for Bonk for the time being. Kai also, Grim being brought very close to death, not able to collect the orb there, or maybe, I guess they were. Yeah, I think they did end up picking up the orb there. Still a really scary situation in corner. Yankee not quite able to deal with it with strike, and this is looking so scary. Asher halfway up the field trying to feed that Julie with those ever oppressive hitboxes. That said, Aaron NATO taking out the Asher, and all of a sudden momentum swing, counterattack, and Bonk is on the offensive. Yankee securing that barrier with the beam, looking to rotate through Il Puma, who's just going to throw everything at this barrier, but it holds. The hold is insane. Asher back just in the nick of time to get that clear. The NATO being so oppressive with that pressure, but the misplaced wall by Il Puma not being able to secure much value. That's... Ooh, okay. A little bit of a dangle there, but manages to just about be dealt by with a really good flip by Yankate. But now Yankate not too good in the energy department. Really good barrier from Lego Piece. This is looking scary. There it is. Boom. Okay, 2-2. Very long first set.
So unfortunate at the end there. I believe Kirital clipped his barrier there, which led to Il Puma hungry like a wolf there, just punishing that with the flip of her own. And now Lego Piece coming up on his. Grim still has his own, but if he takes a bit too much damage, he might just have it forced out. Still retaining it right now. He's about half health, and seems like the enemies don't have too many cooldowns. And great Giga Flip kill, although Big Smoke Manager also taken off the field, and kind of a tricky situation for both teams here. Don't want to lose their final barrier, getting too aggressive, and we'll just wait for their teammates to respawn.
Yeah, Lego Piece bereft of any backup opts to just kind of kill for time, burn the clock, and now that we've got this triple offensive setup, Bonk looking to set something up, but not quite working out for them. This could get hairy with the Julie hitboxes. Yeah, not too much an air can do there, save for dodging. Grim now trying to work it all themselves, but not able to find the angle. Lego piece batting that away pretty comprehensively. Yankate now looking to step up and help the offense here. At the very least, stop the Julie from getting that corner set up, especially at this really scary flip. Unfortunate bell ringer own goal from Lego piece, and that brings a really long, tight, well-fought first set to a close.
Yeah, and that's a crucial one. I think if you let this blue team get a win, with a comp that scales so well, it would have been really rough. I think the side of CCBA gonna want to end this one as fast as they can, but this era, so many choices here. Probably gonna pick up the Monu after the glass cannon is denied. Seems like he's waiting on it, and in the meantime, glass cannon on Era and super surge on Kai, both really nice awakenings to have. But the Monu is taken and pulled in the bulk up onto Dubu, and the prize fighter. I think a bit of a mistake there, taking 1-2 punch over prize fighter. Prize, such a strong awakening, especially on X. I think maybe has the highest power scaling in the game. I might be wrong on that, so don't quote me, but definitely a fan of getting a lot of power.
Yeah, I think it's gonna get hairy in the damage department, but we'll see what shakes up. We're back to one barrier apiece. Top lane, hot property at the moment as both teams try to just shove it through and secure the final barrier for themselves. Not much coming of it. The setup not quite in place for the correct pressure to secure that barrier away from Kira. Yankate now stepping into the offense, managing to lose that Juliet and just get the ball away from her. That said, this situation is looking really scary. It's right on wall where they want it for those cheese kills off the Julie dash. Puma almost being on the receiving end, but fortunately now able to push forward, knowing that that pressure is no longer there. Here comes another setup in corner. Grim unable to bat it away in time. Barrier secured, looking scary. That said, Asher having the flip, and now not so scary anymore, given that Yankate no longer able to push up as freely as before, given the loss of the very unfortunate loss of the top barrier there. Flip comes out, managed to be batted away. Julie now looking so scary in that top corner. Both the team, I don't have any words for that exchange of abilities and buttons that just happened in the top corner, but ultimately Big Smoke coming out the better and securing the goal.
I think you might call that bullying, and Jan's flip forced out. Puma and Lego close to theirs, but so is Grim. And great ult here, exactly what you want, and ult from Lego pieces as well. It's mayhem, but they don't find the kill, and that might cost them. Puma trying to force it through the bottom side, does an unfortunate angle from Grim off the middle, breaks his own barrier, and Puma, great sidestep on that Julie dash punch. Now Flip tries to go up, but just caught by the Asher primary there.
Yankate managing to deal with the barrage, keeping barrier for the time being. Asher brawling in the bottom. Oh, and there goes Il Puma. Back to another power play. This is looking scary, but the NATO able to buy 2 or 3 crucial seconds on defense. What got the Kai? Like, genuinely, what got the Kai?
It was an error primary.
Okay, I was about to say, but there we go. Okay, so speaking of 2v3s, we've now got another one up the end of the field, and Yankate there to just guarantee the goal with that primary in bot.
Yeah, doing it all with his primary there, finding a kill and a goal. Super well played. Puma did use her ultimate at the end of that point there, so won't have it now for this corner, but probably gonna have some other very strong abilities. Ultimate comes out from Big Smoke Manager, and he does have his flip, but no longer has dash punch. Really scary for an error here, but does have the big Dubu to back her up, so maybe not too big of a threat.
Once again, Big Smoke just looking for survivability with that speed gate, almost landing the kill on Puma, but not quite. Now looking a little rough in the stagger department, especially after eating that huge roll from Puma. I somehow surviving. Speak of the devil, there Big Smoke goes, and there the goal goes, able to just be wriggled through off that strike.
Yeah, and honestly, I think if Big Smoke had committed his flip to that dash punch on Puma, the pummelers and the 1-2 punch would have killed. But in the end, he's the one who's killed, and the goal is found. Almost finding one on Yan though, a lot of damage there, but gets the orb and manages to heal up. Gonna be fine, and so is his second barrier. Grim and Kirital very close to a flip now, and Yan the only one really close on the side of Bonk, so if they're able to play the flips well, it could be good, but I don't think that was great, and Grims is also gone from a great NATO, and now it's looking all in the favor of Bonk.
But I was about to say, and there we go, the wall secures the barrier, but I guess Kira had other plans, ultimately losing it off of that well-placed strike, though. Yankee in midfield just trying to keep the pressure up as Lego Piece runs back to recuperate, collect an orb, and get himself back into the play. Scary situation, but really good dash by Yankee to go get the ball before it gets to the barrier. That said, Big Smoke Manager still managing to get the better of that particular interaction and knock it in for another 2-2.
Yeah, I think, you know, it was the primary from Lego that broke their own barrier, but I think it was more of a breakdown of positioning where Lego Piece was kind of midfielding in the corner, which is where you want your Dubu to be, which led to Yan being put in a tough spot. But great Dubu wall, but a lot of damage there on Lego Piece. Isn't able to catch up for the orb, and he's going to try and keep this flip, of course, while he can. Grim looking for some chip, and eventually Big Smoke's going to have dash punch back, but it seems like Lego Piece will manage to heal up before that time comes, so he'll be fine.
Here we go. Back to bit of a neutral state in play. Ilpuma just looking to work it through the double midfield pivot in this top lane. Yankee, once again, just looking to keep the possession going. Interesting situation Ilpuma found themselves in, having to roll backwards to keep the barrier, now lacking a really key ability on offense. Not needed, though. The flip managing to just about snipe the top corner of that top barrier. Now, very scary situation for WAP in trying to just defend for their lives. A lot of buttons, a lot of flips. I think that was 2 flips in a row. Ultimately, really good out clear by Kira, diffusing the situation for the time being. Lego Piece, not where he wants to be, having to come back once again for some help. Yankee getting it clear just in time in spite of the barrage from Grim. Back to a bit of a stalemate for sure.
Oh, uh-oh. Not what you want out of Lego Piece's flip. Still a good situation from them, though, as they do have their barrier still, which allows Yan to walk up. Unfortunately, the play moved away from his NATO before he could find much value from it. And right now, Core rocketing from everyone's strikes, and Lego Piece just sitting in front of this Asher, who will have a lot of primaries to deny any offensive attempts. But if this barrier doesn't fall soon, they're just going to keep being able to throw things at the Asher, and eventually she's going to run out of cooldowns.
Yeah, I mean, big asterisks next to the entry. I feel like Primetime's super evergreen. I feel like she's always got something up her sleeve. But yeah, I think if you could get those triple offense setups, yeah, things could get nasty. But for the meantime, things a little chill for both goalies. The NATO definitely trying to change things, but ultimately dealt with quite comprehensively. Very scary corner situation. Then just about tapped in by Lego Piece. I guess both Grim and Asher were either on strike cooldown or just weren't able to react to that very bizarre angle off top corner. But there we go, one apiece.
Yeah, and it's Yan with the MVP. He has such a good build already. I think he'll pick up this castle last year. Does make sense. I wonder what Grim will opt for here. He has the speed. He has spec training as a deny from X perhaps. Also has quick strike maybe to try and contest here against this team. Yeah, does make sense, but it does leave X with spec training, right? It's such a strong awakening. Already has prize fighter. Size pickup from both of these, both the Dubu and the Asher. I almost said both goalies, but of course this is Dubu midfield. And Stinger, not exactly great on Juliet. Probably the worst outcome here. We'll have to see if this quick strike, I think, could be very helpful here for Grim trying to compete with this Dubu in the midfield, but perhaps just has too many abilities to get it through regardless of strikes.
Yeah, I think gonna be rough going in these midfield interactions. I mean, El Puma just almost walking the dog up the field there, but a good hit stun by Big Smoke Manager, managing to actually end up taking the barrier against the run of play. Once again, El Puma's just big fat body getting in the way of any sort of passing momentum that I forget their acronym. I'm just gonna call him WAP. Is trying to build up. Nonetheless, Yankee cycling it down. Really scary situation in bot lane. Asher has died. I think it was a bull rush on X that managed to secure the kill, kind of in the corner. And now the ball being brought back to that corner, trying to secure the second barrier through the speed gate, the rotate, not quite working out. Still 2 flips. That's saying Lego Piece having to run back for that orb to stay in the game. And ultimately, the offense situation diffuses for the time being, but we're back to another power play. I don't think much is going to come of it, though, due to that unfortunate core wriggling free, though.
And yeah, a bit early with this primary, and it's all over. Wow. I mean, Flip goes out, and Grim's Roach manages to get it through. I think just too much of a collapse there. They kind of ended up in a situation where Lego Piece was on the edge and Puma was covering the outclip, which is not what they want with this comp. They want things to be reversed. But oh my god, the Specs training, the prize fighter, and maybe Grim is regretting his quick strikes pick right now. Fast pick comes out, and I think anything they do will end up in a goal here, maybe. Oh, maybe not. The enemies respawn, but we'll have to see if they manage to score.
Yeah, you know, maybe the sage wisdom of Il Puma not being heated, but I guess unnecessary at the end of the day. Lego Piece managing to find that strike to work the ball in nonetheless.
Honestly, if you're a brawler and you kill 2 enemies, strike the ball however you want. If your team doesn't capitalize, you just flame them. But yeah, I mean, now this X with full prize fighter stacks and spec training, rocking 200 power, a bit absurd, and might mean the end of this set, and it's just another kill. I mean, what can you really do? You can't go anywhere near the edge when this guy has ult, and another kill, and Lego Piece is just taking over.
What the hell is happening, bro? Like, that's like 4 kill pickups in like 30 seconds of elapsed game time. I don't know where this... Well, I guess I do know where this came from, but yeah, completely finding another gear Lego Piece. Managing to just knock people around and off the stage for fun. Il Puma putting in work on top lane. I'm not even sure what got Grim there, to be perfectly honest with you. But now another power play looking to attack this corner. So scary. But Kira managing to keep finding these outs nonetheless. Primetime once again showing why it is such a valuable pickup on this Asher. Yankee being beaten out by the barrage, but Il Puma to the rescue, saving the day, saving both barriers. That could have very easily been a double situation. Yeah. Bye, guys. It was nice knowing you.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, Kira holding for the time being?
I think it's safe to say X is a weak scaling composition. Yeah, I mean, this looking over here, 3 flips upcoming, and there it is. There's the kill. There's the goal, and I mean, it was pretty much over at the point where Lego Piece got a double kill and got 4 prize fighter stacks, and now MVP here, gonna be rewarded. Maybe with extra special, yeah, goes for it. Does make sense. And let's see what this Asher will opt for. I think Hot Shot or Heavy Impact could both be super good. Just for some CDR. The Kai, I don't know what Grim is gonna want. Dubu goes OIA. I actually really like this pick. Has a lot of HP and has bulk up, and is the one doing the killing, so might as well take more speed, right? And Era Heavy Impact, I think a really good awakening, always proccing that CDR. And Rampage and Orb Dancer, I mean, they're okay, but not exactly what you want when you have such a big KO threat in your game, right?
Yeah, a speed gate being taken away too, meaning Big Smoke can't get any cheese off rip. Lego Piece, like America's most wanted, Europe's most wanted, I guess, being absolutely like dumped damage on. I think maybe that's the game plan coming into the set, is just get rid of Lego Piece. Managing to survive for the time being, Il Puma and Yankee holding it down in his absence. Kira committing forward with that dash, managing to get it clear. Really scary roll from Il Puma. I think Julie might have been able to capitalize on it if she had the dash. A little bit of, I mean, at least to begin this point, it looks like Lego Piece is being bullied out of the play a little more than previously observed. Bada bing, bada boom, we have a power play. Big Smoke manager proving that they can kill too. I mean, Juliet also a potent kill threat. Kind of against the run of play. We're seeing, I think, advantage red team.
Yeah, and I think we'll have to see if this damage can be sustained, right? Because, of course, I guess the cheese kills can be sustained, but I was saying, every start of a set, everyone has their ult, so that's kind of when most of the burst damage comes out. But if they're able to sustain it, I mean, it could be the win con for the side of CCBA, but just Big Smoke Manager finding cheese kills seems to be a good win con right now, and results in Grim finding the score.
Yeah, and I think sorely needed for momentum. We'll see if WAP can tie or string together a couple more points in light of this first score in a while by the looks of it. Big Smoke Manager, again, managing to find both barriers off of a little bit of a misplay. Il Puma looking for some really deadly kills and damage. A lot of ultimates flying the way of Juliet, but Juliet weathering the storm. This could be a goal, honestly. Now Yankade managing to get the big ol' Era Beam to get that out for the time being. Il Puma, Yankade just trying to work it out the back. Not too much Grim can do on his own. That visual overload, frankly, there was a lot of abilities coming out there. Lego Piece managing to secure that barrier among all the chaos. Julie almost landing that kill onto Il Puma, but Il Puma surviving for the time being, able to help walk the ball up the field. Everything coming out from both teams, flips, primaries, ults, flips, everything. But the WAP managing to hold Yankade being forced backwards, and now they've also got a 2v3 for their troubles. Yankade almost having to use flip, but the Giga Blast not quite reaching. I mean, it might have been W game sense if they knew he wasn't going to reach. Yeah, I would have flipped too.
Yeah, I mean, crazy aura farming from Yan there, I guess. I think that the side of Bonk have to recognize, last set we had 4 Prize Fighter X. We don't have it anymore. We need to relax and keep playing our game because, we don't have that just game-winning damage just yet. We can't use our abilities for fun. But, yeah, right now, Lego Piece getting killed didn't matter too much because he already had lost his stacks, but still not great. Maybe we'll be able to just kill Big Smoke Manager when he spawns and get a stack that way. But we'll have to see. X outside of ult, not too great of kill confirm, right? So while it's on cooldown, Big Smoke Manager is just probably going to be able to heal up.
Yeah, all hands on deck. Managing to hold for the time being. Il Puma now being unleashed, careening forward, trying to get this goal. Everyone trying to get this barrier. But Kara, once again, getting so much primetime value, just making big walls that nothing can get through. Il Puma managing to wisely dodge that dash punch, staying in the play for the time being. The ball is just constantly loose. Both teams struggling for any sort of sustained possession. Everyone's just so big, so powerful. Court speed all over the place. Grim hitting it straight into Puma's wall, buying time for team to recuperate. Just the ball, course speed, crazy, just being knocked all over the place. Grim trying to work it forward, but Big Smoke Manager not quite there. Instead, contesting speed gate and not being able to get on the end of that pass. Now, I mean, it's a 3v1 in corner. Lego Piece can't do too much there. Il Puma finding it, though, with a really well-praised strike that no one on WAP is able to react to. Il Puma, once again, just expending ability upon ability upon ability. Both teams desperately struggling to get the ball through bot lane. Ultimately, Kira opting to rotate, sensing a lost cause.
Yeah, and now the duo ult down and X ult in the corner, but so many abilities and the flip coming out onto Lego Piece every time he pops his ultimate ability. Puma close to her flip now, and Lego Piece still has his, but flip punishes Yan's greedy positioning, and they really need to score with this flip here. Patience there, but there's still 3 people on the field in that corner, right? So hard to score as Lego Piece is just getting pummeled by this Asher. But it's actually the Juliet who's pummeled, and Lego Piece finds the goal. And yeah, they managed to stay alive so far in this set, but still they could lose to just 1 goal here.
Oh, brilliant Aura farm kill from Il Puma, managing to get that power play, which is all for naught because the ball trickles in anyway. Now establishing a lot of control in top lane. I guess spoke too soon because control goes completely out the window amid that kill on Lego Piece. And yeah, WAP decidedly not out of it. This could be a set 5 situation unless Yankade can hold. Still having, I think, holding on to that flip. That might be the same flip from the Giga Blast like 2 points ago, but now finally expending it and paying the price. with the Julie just managing to tap it in. No dodge to be found.
I think the problem for the side of Bonk at this point was, last set they had the 4 prize X who could just kill everyone. But what they actually need to do is start popping those ults when the enemies either have to focus on the ball or him, right? Because right now, if he pops them, Kirita's is just dash punching him to peel his team, and he gets no value. So they need to focus first on setting up in the corner to get the big damage. And then scale the prize fighter. But so far, I mean, team play a really, really strong awakening, but this among Titans, what we talked about before the game even started, and the stacks on stacks for the Dubu. I mean, Deadeye, not going to do much, but just those 2 awakenings, really, really strong. Reptile on Big Smoke Manager, we'll have to see how much value he finds from the survivability, because mostly the enemies have been looking for cheese kills, so might not be too critical. More speed, and yeah, as I said, the cheese kill comes out and finds him. And the more speed, always nice for the Asher goalie.
Does stock X Bull Rush proc Deadeye, or do you need a Dash Awakening? I forgot.
I think you need a Dash Awakening. I don't know, maybe with size and ult, it possibly raw procs, but I believe that it would not proc without a Dash Awakening.
Yeah, because I was about to say, like, maybe he's picking up some value with the Bull Rushes for chip purposes, but yeah, I mean, it might have just been a complete nothing burger pickup if it doesn't actually proc. Yeah, I mean, that conversation aside, yeah, ball slips in, just crazy pressure, another power play, and Kira unable to defend this time.
I believe one way you can actually proc it is on X, the cast time, the initial cast of your primary sets like the range of Deadeye. So especially with the Night Market mid speed, you could just move and always proc Deadeye. But doesn't need Deadeye to find that kill though, with Flip. And now corner offense here, but a lot of chip, and they kind of leave the corner, but still manage to find it. And now no dash punch to try and kill confirm the X, who manages to walk back and get orb.
Asher goalie might be a little weak. There we go.
Yeah.
I mean, that Dubu wall showing why it is not very functional. What looked like a certain confirm for top barrier actually wriggles free after Asher very gently primaries it through. But both midfielders, each one from each team, just like looking a little troubled right here. Both staggered without much dodge to their name, just being absolutely knocked around. We'll see which one of them dies first. There you go. Dubu bet being cashed in. There goes Il Puma. Lego piece falling back to just help cut the pass, stop the ball from getting to Juliet. Ultimately unsuccessful in that endeavor. We've got Kira surging forward. Interesting personnel swap. Still staying up the field. Can we still? Whoa! Almost getting the goal themselves. I think they must have changed the Spotify playlist. The hero music absolutely blasting in the ears, but ultimately unable to get a goal. Coming back down to earth, back in the net, defending. Triple defense from WAP. Ultimately gets it clear. Back to a bit. Oh, that kills. That kill.
That's error beam.
I was about to say it.
Yeah, and I think Lego Piece's hero music is louder because he's got full price stacks. He's got the punch flip punch combo down pat, finding those kills, and now I mean, 2 goals up, X with all this power. It's looking really, really strong for the side of BAP.
Yeah, bet. Okay, did this Asher pick up something on blank? No, not even dash range. I was about to say, do they just have dash range, or that's why they're pushing forward? But no, I think Kira is just maybe realized that the hamster is too fat to be properly taken on in the midfield with just 2 people.
Oh, no.
Wow, interesting. I mean, there we go. Against the run of play, WAP do have a goal, kind of just a slow roller in. I guess if it's any consolation, Youngkay doesn't expend flip, and they are definitely winning energy economy heading into this point.
Yeah, that is true. Just miscommunication, misplay there. But still, so much damage, and you gotta be terrified as Grim and Big Smoke when this X is just... I mean, he punches him into the corner for fun before killing him, I guess, just toying with his food. There's no living that, and now Asher in the corner still, but it's also X and Dubu in the corner. A bit of
Uh-oh.
battle of titans, and the Monu ultimate surging through, helping to break the barrier. But right now, Big Smoke lurking with Flip, and let's see if Bonk are able to convert on this goal.
Looking not too shabby. It's looking very shabby for WAP. Never mind. Big Smoke Manager managing to hit that flip onto the top barrier, though, meaning that the power play cannot be leveraged as hard as it could have 5 seconds prior. Grim back on the field. Yankee careful not to get caught overextending. Grim, really? I assume that was a bait on the Dubu roll, managing to bleed him dry of the ability and holding on to his life in the process. Ilpuma now just slowing the play down, but maybe a little unwise. Julian corner, very scary, but manages to wriggle away from the dash punch for the time being. Julie now just deciding to beat up Yonkade in corner, and there we go. Zoning them effectively out of their goal into corner, opening up that really easy strike. And I mean, this is the longest possible game we could have had.
Yeah, I just think they need to play more solid defensively to ensure they don't lose these barriers, because while the barriers are up, their comp is so strong, but once they fall, I mean, Kai is going to do a lot better in an open net situation than Dubu, of course, in the midfield. And wow, lots of big damage there, but not a kill this time. They still have their flip, and flip out from Kirital does a chunk of damage onto Lego Piece, and Grim trying to find the kill confirm but isn't able to. Puma nearly onto this flip, does have it, uses it a bit early though, and Lego Piece manages to just live on the other side and uses his flip but doesn't find the barrier.
Oh my god, bro. This is as tight as it could get. Just back and forth. Really good offense.
Oh.
There we go. Lego Piece slipping in, getting that. I think it was a strike reset. Might have just been a strike, honestly. In any case, now things looking decidedly scary for WAP. I mean, Yankee just drooling, salivating at the mouth, trying to push up and leverage that flip. Grim also that's a bad situation to be caught in. And after absolute World War III, some are saying, really long night market map with tons of killing, ultimately by the skin of their teeth, Bonk coming out on top.
Yeah, I think at the end there, Puma getting to full stacks was very
37 minutes, by the way. 37 minutes, chat.
Wait, guess how much damage X has, by the way. Hello? What is this character? This character has 98,000 damage and 16 kills. Can we have a conversation about X?
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. The lowest damage output is 32k. I think in 90% of games, that's going to get you the highest damage output. That's insane.
Yeah. I mean, great performance there. Can't forget the 460 redirects and the 440 going on Il Puma and Kirital as well. Big numbers from everyone in this match, as you'd expect from a 37-minute set 5.5 banger. But yeah, we still got more games to play. Potentially 2 more, maybe 1. Next map will be Atlas Lab, and yeah, I'm somewhat speechless after that one.
Yeah, I'm really, thank God I'm an American, because I feel like this is going to go past midnight and then some for my dear friends in Europe. But yeah, I feel even sorry. Like, the players have just gone to hell and back. I think, especially this is a very long bracket format, and then we're just getting hit with that 37-minute game of doom and despair. So I mean, I feel like this has got to just be endurance at this point. Like, can you keep your mental about you after all this?
Yeah, and especially, CCBA, they had a break, right? In this loser side, I think they waited a bit longer than Bonk Atomic Punch did, right? So they had kind of a mental reset, but back-to-back long series for Bonk has to be rocking up on them. But they've been holding strong. My one concern is I think, I said before the game, in my opinion, this Era Dubu XComp is so good on that map. I think it's a bit concerning that it was such a close game that on another map where you aren't able to find such a strong draft, it could go a lot better for the side of CCBA. So we'll have to see what the teams are going to opt for onto Atlas Lab. What picks do you think teams are going to be looking out for on a map like that?
I mean, as much of a non-answer as it is, I think where it's going to depend on Awakenings. I know we do know Kazan Evergreen on this map, kind of just no matter what. I think, yeah, I mean, I think can they get lucky with draft again is the question. That said, I don't know if it was so much like draft luck. I think there was a lot of good micro and technical play in there. I mean, yeah, I don't know what you pick without Awakenings. Do you?
Yeah, I think you know, like you said about Kazan, I think Estelle is always very, very pickable on this map. Like at least top 2 midfielder in the game. She's so strong right now, and pickable in a lot of situations. You want to play core, you pick Estelle. You want to play damage, you pick Estelle, right? And especially on this map, so many setups that she can go for. I think knowing these players, yeah, I would have said the Juliet for Lego piece, and it is probably wisely banned away by the side of CCBA. We do see a Castle Last Among Titans start. I think it's unlikely that we'll see many people pick Castle Last. So, what characters do you go on basically a free speed start?
Well, I think in this case would probably like Duba's got to appear somewhere with the CTL start. I think unless you're just going to do triple Titans and ignore the CTL. I think if you just want to defend and hold for your life, I mean, Dubu on the lab with CTL, you can't really go wrong with that. I think it's just ultimately going to depend if they're just going to opt for size and mobility. The Kai, I think, wisely being first picked to just leverage that cast to last value. I think that's a huge pickup. Probably the best of the midfielders, given the set of Awakenings on display. But then again, like I said, they might just go triple Titans. I mean, I don't know the game plan yet.
I think it's very likely that there will be triple Titans, or if anything, maybe it would be an X who goes solo cast the loss, something like that. But I think more than likely it's a Mug Titan sweep, right? I mean Zen on the other side, rather damage heavy picks there for the side of Bonk. I think Puma, other than Estelle, probably Amy her best pick, and Lego Piece, other than Julie, probably Zen his best pick. So definitely makes sense for them, and lots of synergy. Those two characters have very frequently been picked together, and we see Rune, Grim, such a good Rune player. He's maybe more known for his Estelle, but I played on a team with this guy. His Rune is really, really good. Back when we played for FLK in the EUSL season 2, and let's see what Big Smoke Manager wants to opt for. I think Asher is very possible here, or something like Rasmus. I think his Asher was super, super good in their series earlier, but it is the Rasmus and Atlas to round out the comp of Bonk. So both these comps I think make sense, but I think I would lean towards being more of a fan of Bonk's comp, just because I think Rune Rasmus is not as synergistic as Amy Zen.
Yeah, I think with I think the Rune Rasmus offense, I think it's heavily contingent on like checkmates and trapping, especially with those pillars. And I think if this Atlas has his wits about him and preemptively abilities, and if you've got a midfielder that's locked in his stepping on prime pillar locations, I think it's probably going to be hard to find this breakthrough, especially if Atlas can pick up some kit that just makes him another force of nature. So yeah, I think I am also leaning a bit towards Bonk, but happily, maybe not happy to be proven wrong and taken to another 37-minute game, but it'll make for good viewing.
Yeah, I do think the one thing about this Zen Amy is Amy her HP recently nerfed, right? And Zen always been a pretty frail character, and Rasmus having damage buffed recently, it's possible that the side of CCBA could just kill the enemy forwards, maybe alternatively to what you would expect, or where the Amy and the Zen are finding the kills, right? And Grim of course can help out with some banished kill pillar combos. But of course, they have Atlas in the backline, so if Yan is locked in and finding those reses, maybe it wouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, we'll see. Atlas, definitely a pretty good babysitter for these bite breakers, hopefully able to res them if things get sketchy. And yeah, we'll see what happens going into this first point. And there we go. Go ahead. My B.
Lego piece opening out with the dash here. Puma also following up with the dash. And I think this is indicative of how they're going to play. They've got these dashes and they're just going to be jumping around, covering a lot of space and trying to break these barriers. But so far, Kirita holding his second one strong. And I just want to point out as a final word that we've got this Mom Boots on the Kai and we've got the Strike Shot on Atlas. So let's see how those playstyles and Awakening choices lead to game results.
I mean, what's it called? Strike Shot Atlas, pretty traditional. I've heard many say that his primary only really starts becoming a real ability once you get some additional range onto it, which is great to have off rip in the form of Strike Shot, able to police that midfield a little more than usual. I mean, you get so much range on that. Kirtile smartly taking it to corner, putting it into the path of Grimm's teleport. Now, some pressure coming out in the top corner. Big expenditure of the Atlas secondary, meaning that he will be a bit of a sitting duck for the time being, but the ball is not able to be worked up the field in time. Now back to a bit of a neutral state as Big Smoke Manager being taken out of the play, just trying to survive. Speaking of Survivor, Puma might not have been in great shape had the play continued, but Lego Piece saying, no, I'm going to tap it in instead with a really good dash.
Wow, yeah, great synergy from Lego Piece and El Puma. Puma recognizing that she might have been killed by that Raz primary had it hit, and Lego Piece just locked in, finding the dash to confirm. And right now, so much damage going on to Big Smoke, but the Rune ultimate to Peel does so much damage in return. Kirital getting active though, but unable to find anything from this flip just yet. Just great strike layering from Yankee and Puma as Lego Piece tries to find the kill on Big Smoke Manager, but is ultimately unable to.
Yeah, I mean, such a change of pace from the last game regarding Kira and how active they are, just hustling up the field, leveraging this Kai Mom Boots, and just the fact that they are Kai, period. I mean, look, just pushing up the field, it also helps relieve the pressure on their teammates when they get staggered, because you've got a much more viable midfielder / forward with mobility for days. That said, Puma almost dead. A lot of Giga from, I believe, Kira. Yeah, Kira confirming that with the Giga. Just too many abilities to handle in top corner.
That was Kira's goal, but I have to give it to Grim. He was ruining it all over the place, finding a banish and then a play to his own TP. Just wonderful. And I think, we saw flashes of what Kirital felt he needed to do at the end of the game on Asher on Night Market, right? Where he was just running up like a madman, and now it's definitely a lot more viable on this Kai. And you can see, got such good positioning here. They're standing on the mid line, and he has enough speed with the Mom Boots and the Among Titans to just catch any call, right? So he's contesting Lego Piece in the middle of the field, and it's completely safe for him to do so. Really well played from him, although unfortunately he does lose his barrier.
Yankate also looking to flirt with the offense a little bit, but not quite able to see it to fruition. Really good clutch revive there. Great reaction time, managing to save Lego Piece from certain death, meaning that no power play goes the way of blue team for the time being. Lego Piece just trying to make things happen solo. Decidedly does. Really good chain of abilities, culminating in that ultimate to just tap it bot corner.
Yeah, and I think right now we're kind of seeing that the synergy of the Aimis and Taro is just beating out this enemy comp, where they just have so much dash range and so much coverage that the Rune and Rasmus don't have. Rune kind of wants to keep the ball in one place for his forward, and Rasmus kind of wants a midfielder a bit more like Aimi, right, that's covering range with him. So yeah, we'll have to see what adjustments Big Smoke and Grim can make. One of them might just be killing Lego Piece right now, or it could be something to do with involving Kirital more in the offense, right? But they'll have to do something to be able to win in this game.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and Kate locking it down Oh, I guess not, but good try nonetheless. Kira trying to funnel it through to Big Smoke Manager, maybe as one last great act to tap the ball into the goal, but unsuccessful through 2 attempts so far. Kira now just trying to work it through with Grim, working well as a tandem in defense to get that ball out the back. Kira now, once again, surging forward, unable to find anything promising offense-wise in that one situation. Now just switching the play downwards through Grim, trying to set up something in the corner, but Puma privy to it, managing to deal with it with a pretty well-placed turret. Kira smartly intercepts the wayward pass to Lego Piece, and we're back to just, kind of a stalemate between both teams, both able to deal with the rather milquetoast pressure coming out from the forwards, unable to deal with that. Yonkate, unfortunately, just whiffing the strike shot, meaning that we're at 2 apiece first set. Very familiar story.
Yeah, and I think, this Kai got a very big advantage on the Atlas, I think, when these barriers fall. Because, Yan has the strike shot and the primary, but, Kai just a much better goalie, I think, in the open net situations. And that kind of showed just then where, I don't actually know what killed. Maybe it was a Rasmus primary, maybe it was a Giga Blast, but whatever it was, it did get Yan killed. And this is the final point of this set, no matter what. So Legapiece and Puma defending for their lives, and they do manage to do it. Forwards in the net, managing to fight the allegations, you might say.
Yeah, Brawler in net prevailing. Lego Piece also prevailing in getting that orb, prolonging his life on the field. Zentaro, just such a squishy character, constantly fighting for survival. And surviving, he is doing, and thriving. Also, taking that barrier, the crazy melee in the top corner. Big Smoke Manager whiffing the primary, but managing to wriggle back and defend that in time. Lego Piece and Grim, both very low. Puma also not looking too good. That's in! And just like that, I don't know if that was the intention, but it manages to just about bump off of the top, I don't even know what that is, like the goal gate and into the net.
Yeah. And it's looking so far like it's anyone's game. It's Rune here, might opt for the prime time. Maybe gonna take team players, you don't want the enemy to get it. Don't know, could go for Siege. We'll have to see. He's waiting a bit here. Opts for the prime time, does make sense. I think, yeah, team player, a wise pick. You never want the enemy goalie to end up getting that. And the prize fighter deny, accompanied by the demolitionist deny, ends with the inner focus and Orb Dancer falling. I think Orb Dancer could be really, really nice for this Atlas to walk up. And of course, if Big Smoke Manager manages to stack up the inner focus, you have so many more cooldowns to be able to score on the Atlas, could be very crucial.
For sure. I think that's probably been the difficulty so far, is just dealing with the onslaught of Atlas cooldowns, especially because it's hard to coordinate the offense when you're getting knocked around constantly. So boxes have not been as consistently built as I'm sure they would like to have been. That said, bit of a situation in bottom corner. It's worked out well by Lego Piece, getting the clear and also turning it into a counterattack, which he's unable to convert on for the time being. Really smart clear by Kiritile to get it free, but ultimately, I mean, there's only so much striking you can do in top corner before you just lose barrier to the enemy team. Grim kind of flirting with danger, trying to work his way around all these cooldowns, ultimately opting to step into the goalie position as Kira, who is in much better health, deals with the advanced defending. Now, in spite of the power play, they're holding extremely well. Puma not quite able to make things happen. Lego Piece a little wayward with the primary and the secondary, and also almost dying there, but hanging on by a thread. Still a pseudo power play for the next couple seconds before they heal back up to health. Grim managing to work the ball forward amid the double pressure, not quite finding anything, teleporting away from the situation, trying to get a cheeky trap with the pillar, but not quite working out. And yeah, I mean, we're just back to pretty even situation, all things considered.
I think Lego should have flipped that. I think in this game, the barrier falling is the big decider, but they do manage to take the barrier regardless, and Lego probably going to want to flip on offense here, as he is very low. Great. Oh no, it was great to dodge the abilities, but not great for the health of his barriers. And still unable to find the kill confirm on Big Smoke Manager, but he's going to be healed up by his Atlas's ultimate. I think Puma maybe should use his turrets a bit more offensively. She's using them a lot on defense, but when you have an Atlas, you have a bit more breathing room to try and use your cooldowns as the midfielder on offense. And I think one of those in a corner could end up finding a goal, but she doesn't need it for that, as she finds a great dash strike redirect just into the corner. Kiratal, no cooldowns clearly to deal with it. And that's the first point for the side of Bonk, and Yan 1 orb away from max orb stacks, which will be a big power spike.
100%. Back to the corner situation, Yankade opting to not blow the ultimate, or no, sorry, the core flip when they have another barrier up. A really good pillar by Grim to try to keep the pressure up, but ultimately not much coming of it. Lego piece sneaking it through the back door twice in quick succession to secure both barriers and also steal a flip from Kira for their troubles. Lego piece now kind of just sitting on top of the goalie, trying to make things happen, ultimately getting a face full of abilities in exchange. Yankade a little hesitant to push forward. They're opting to just use the abilities on defense. Kira now just trying to find that's a lot of buttons. That's a lot of buttons, but ultimately nobody dying or getting called out. Getting called out after the fact, though. Big apology from Big Smoke. I think knocking Puma into prime position to tap that in.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking so dangerous for the forwards of Bonk there. Both hit by Rune Banish right on the Atlas Black Hole. But they managed to live and find the goal, and now they have so much energy to deal with. However, Lego taking quite low. So is Grim, though. Both have a flip, and Lego will be the first one to use it to find a kill. Gonna maybe need to play safe, but does manage to find an orb, and now Puma and Lego hunting for the second barrier.
And there it goes. Falls. Kira unable to deal with the situation with just strike. Portal explodes. Field really open. All they need is one counterattack to thread this through. Yankade being forced to expend secondary. Kira equal to the premature flip from Il Puma. Not able to find a cheeky goal there. Yankade holding for his life. But yeah, not quite up to the task. The rune pillar just ever bothersome, ever troublesome, taking that barrier despite their best wishes. And now we're into overtime. So a lot of nutty core speed about to take place. Kira being very cautious about where they send the ball at this point in time. Puma threatening with dash constantly, which I assume they have cyber swipe at this point. Oh wow, almost a call out on his own teammate by Grim with that pillar there, but Kira able to react and get it clear. Both teams desperately trying to make something happen in either corner, but it just feels like the goalies are equal to every setup so far at this point. Grim trying to buy himself some space, opening up the black hole. Not much coming of it. Lego piece being snuffed out by that Kai barrage. A pretty good trade, all things considered. Grim splitting the difference between the two defenders. I mean, really, I think just both teams are struggling to establish any sort of sustained offense.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it might boil down to which forward gets the energy burst first. And it seems so far like it's Lego piece, although Big Smoke Manager not too far behind. And right now, nice back pass there from Puma, who does have the team player. Could be a legitimate win con in this overtime, right? Might need to start going for some back passes to Yankade to try and farm the core speed. Right now, Big Smoke low, but manages to get both the orb and the flip now. And Lego piece also pops his off that ultimate ability. Big Smoke a bit early with his, a bit far away, but lots of chip on Lego piece, so he can't stand exactly where he wants to. Gonna need to use his flip soon. The black hole is soon. Oh, and he uses it unnecessarily, and Puma shoots into the middle and unfortunately kills Lego piece, and now she's kind of sitting in this midfield trying to hold back 3 enemies, but it's a rough spot. Yan has flip, but unfortunately doesn't use it, and it's his own Atlas Expanse that sends the ball into his net.
Unfortunate. Atlas Expanse startup, known scorer of own goals, and they're once again falling victim to that unfortunate nature of that ability. Still looking to bounce back. Anyone's game in the second set. That said, a lot of abilities being spent by both teams. Lego piece managing, in spite of his ill health, to secure the that is thumbs up moment. Honestly, I'd hit the thumbs up too after that one. I mean, how unlucky can you be to get that angle? Nonetheless, looking not too shaken by that unfortunate event, still poking and prodding, trying to get this offense going, but Kira, and succeeding. I was about to say, but Kira managing the situation well with strikes, but not really doing so in that situation.
I think Lego piece was a bit in Kiratal's head there. Patience on the barrier, waited out Kirital's early strike and managed to break it, and then a nice dash primary, and just Kirital's strikes went up to par to defend against it. Puma, the MVP here, honestly, I like maybe this hot shot here, yeah, to deny the rune. Unfortunately, anytime as a midfielder you don't get to pick peak performance, but I think she'll be happy with that awakening and her teammate getting it also. But Rune, Twin Drive really good on Rune himself, and also a deny from Atlas, and Atlas opts to deny built different, right? And we have spec training on Kai, along with Prize Fighter. There's a world where that scales out of control, right? Of repeated cheese kills, but so far I think that the side of Bonk won that draft.
Yeah, very game theoretical draft. Seems like there was a lot of denying going on, just like the denying of life happening on this poor Zentaro within the first 10 seconds of this new third set. And brilliant capitalization, good play synergy between the two forwards. Big Smoke tapping that in for a pretty quick first goal.
Yeah, and it was just that Giga Blast cheese kill that won them that point, and now it's 2 prize fighter stacks, and don't let it go out of control, because we saw last game what X did with it with spec training, right? And the same thing could happen with this Kai. Oh, I think Lego Piece lived because Il Puma tanked that Giga Blast. Might have been another stack there, but both of them relatively healthy now and relatively high on energy as well. Lego Piece, Zentaro, a known farmer of energy, and he is very close to his flip, and definitely going to look for this kill right here. And Puma also almost on flip to maybe try and find this goal.
Kai, I think, is also down. All his abilities after that barrage was spent. Still managing to defend. Almost a good call out there. Actually, is a good call out. Securing the barrier in the end, in spite of the unfortunate angle. Good patience from Grim, realizing that the tap-in was not going to work as intended. Still, the desperate double defense from Lego Pace and Yankein holding for the time being. Kira saying, okay, fine, I'll come up here too. And there it goes. Wait, Big Smoke got a final redirect on that, I guess. But there we go. Into the net.
Yeah, and Kirito walked up with that flip, right? And Yan actually reacted and covered it, but shot right into the middle, which blew up his midfielder and broke his barrier. Such an unfortunate angle there. And now it's Grim with the flip, and it's 2-0 up. Very tricky situation. They need to hold these barriers desperately.
Yeah, I think, if you told me coming into this game what's going to be the win con, I would not have told you really strong Kai Giga Blast, but I mean, it's proving to be a bit of a revelation as Kira has scaled in this game, getting goals, getting kills, establishing power plays, just real Swiss Army knife of an ability, and putting this the red team into a lot of pressure. That said, both goalies are on one barrier apiece. Lego Piece trying to get the confirm with the primary onto the barrier, but ultimately dealt with pretty convincingly by Kira. Grim now just really biding his time, winning that strike war, and also hitting it to his secondary and flipping to secure the second barrier. I mean, really just good sequence from Grim there to establish a really good situation for his team now that they are up a barrier. Yankade still proving that Atlas is quite a strong goalie, getting it away with that primary expenditure, managing to hold for the time being. Grim, watch out. You're not looking too good. Manages to TP away from the worst of it, but Big Smoke instead bearing the brunt of these hitboxes, and neither forward on this blue team looking too good. Lego just fiending for that KO.
Oh no!
Yeah, I mean, both people fiending for the KO, both whiffing flip. I mean, really bad energy deficit that they've just dug themselves into. Still, I mean, Big Smoke on his last legs, trying his best to hold on to flip and succeeding for the time being, probably just looking for that one cheese breakaway. What a holy sauce from DF Grim. Yeah. That's a really good setup.
That's a rune player right there, and just such an unfortunate play from Lego and Puma, both flipping, both believing their flips would kill. And then after the fact, they both kind of targeted different players, resulting in neither of them being killed. Right now, Grim, extra special on the board for him, perhaps. Opts to leave it for Kai. Actually, very, very, very cool of him to do, as his Kai has definitely a build for it. And he chooses to take Monumentalist. Zen and Aimee getting explosive entrance and stacks on stacks, and then rampage onto the Rasmus. Nice to finally get some size on the board. But missile prop Atlas, always very strong. And a double banish, but no pillars follow, so no kill confirmed there, and very neutral state to begin this game.
Really good find by Yankan initially with that clear, but not quite able to work it out the back. Good pillar by Grim to ensure that the Zentaro dash ultimately comes to nothing. Back to one barrier piece. Yangate being stunned by the Big Smoke primary, if I'm not mistaken, ultimately losing. That's so Christ alive, man. That is one heck of a Giga Blast. Just absolutely decking poor Lego piece off the field. Okay, wow, that might have been a Garfield you had burst moment. I would have flipped, but I'm also noob. But yeah, ball wriggles in.
Yeah, and honestly, the comparison between Kirital's build and Lego's from the last game on X, despite being on two very different characters, is immense. And now 3 prize fighter stacks up to 155 power, and more importantly, Lego piece off the board and moving the ball around. Yan, so much speed, by the way, with the max stacks class Orb Dancer, and almost another kill, but so far Yan holding and keeping his flip.
I mean, it's just you're just like they're just not allowed to contest wall off kickoff now that he's got this extra special. Otherwise, you just get obliterated. I mean, it's just so good for establishing that early momentum. That said, later in the game, they do find this breakthrough. Both goalies now down a barrier. Lego piece just a little out of position to get that strike. Now just trying to work it through. A lot of damage. Unable to get the double hit on both forwards though, but Il Puma just looking so bad.
Res.
Really smart. Yeah, really great res by Yankee. Stopping Kiritile's Giga Blast reign of terror, at least for the time being. But it'll be up in like another 20 seconds. So look out for that, team. Nonetheless, Kira working it down. Little whiff of the angle, meaning that Lego gets into a scary situation, but opts not to press the flip for the time being. I mean, there are 5 core flips on the field right now. Well, down to 4. Big Smoke not looking too good. Lego piece not able to snuff out that primary. Down to 4 flips. 3 flips, actually, because another one is expended while I wasn't looking. Grim and Kira just playing Principal, trying to get it out the back through the corner. Lego piece might actually get on the end of this here. Yeah, he does. And kills... Wait, that's a stack gone, isn't it?
That's
yeah,
2
a couple
stacks gone.
There we go.
Yeah. And honestly, I'm surprised that if anyone would have flipped, I thought it would have been Lego piece in that situation where he was low. But great that they don't lose both of them. And Puma definitely playing with awareness of the Giga Blast. The past 2 were aimed at her, and she managed to sidestep both of them. So, they're adapting to the situation, which is exactly what they need right now when they're kind of down a set right now. And Puma, max stacks, by the way, right now. So critical that she doesn't die. She is quite low. I want to see more from Lego piece and Puma avoiding this black hole, because I think they've been walking into it quite a bit too much, and you can't do that while you have these stacks up. And there's another Giga Blast, but doesn't find anything, and it's actually Grim who's taken off the board.
That Giga from Kira almost killed full stack, like full health Puma from like so far. I mean, it's just such a scary get off me tool that's coming out every 20 seconds at this point. Still, I mean, Yankade and Co. valiantly holding on to this barrier, meaning that they're actually the advantaged team in this situation. Puma trying to set up something with turret. I'm unable to work it through, but this is not a checkmate, apparently, because Grim coming in with a really clutch pillar to keep his team in the game for the time being. But Kira is not long for this world, having to step out and go play Brawler. We have midfielder in net and ends unfortunately.
Yeah, by the way, he had 714 move speed on that secondary. Very hard to kill. Would have been nice for the side of Bonk to be able to remove those stacks, but they'll take the goal, I'm sure. There's another Giga out, of course. You expect it on kickoff, and wow, the missile prop, so much value there. It's so good on Atlas, Yan, maybe not so happy that he has been unable as of yet to get a cooldown awakening, but the missile prop just so good.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you get a lot of value, sure, in a different form, but he's able to, in many situations, not even have to expend cooldowns because he's already batted it away with the astral projection. So, not being too punished for his lack of CDR in spite of this really powerful looking lobby. Good pillar by Grim. Right place, right time to be able to completely stall out that flip from Lego Piece. That said, not out of the woods just yet. Yeah, I mean, okay. And even if he won that strike war, Yankee was pushing it in with primary. I mean, that's about as checkmate as you can get.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, will this be another set 5.5? We don't know, but it is set 5. Lots of Zentaro Awakenings on the board. Surge, heavy, 1-2, bulk up. Tempo swing maybe in its past, but also the heavy, I think that's wise. Kirito, what will he go for here? I'm curious. Goes for the 1-2 punch. I mean, he's committed to the build, I guess. Timeless on this Atlas, always strong, and Rune goes cast the last. Definitely makes sense. Bulk up on Aimi here. Super strong pick. Lots of survivability to assist with that stacks on stacks, right? And I think Big Smoke Manager not probably too happy with the tempo swing here. Would have liked maybe one of these other awakenings that were taken away already.
For sure. It's funny how since nobody picked the CTL off rip, here it comes rearing its head in this final draft, and we'll see if Rune can get some really good stun and kill value off of it. First barrier has fallen for both goalies relatively quickly. I need to turn my game volume down because the sheer amount of abilities coming out is probably going to cause me tinnitus down the line. But in any case, we've got another corner setup. Grim just taking his time, trying to establish the correct setup, but not able to work it through this just huge wall of buttons coming out from Lego Piece and his friends. Kira stepping forward, but it goes a little awry. Lego Piece managing to work the ball around him, loses his second barrier. This is looking so scary, especially with this flip, but the flip is whiffed, but that could end up not being a problem. Looks like it was ultimately the triple defense by Big Smoke Manager Grim and Kira, able to mediate the situation for the time being. Grim running around a little bit like a chicken with his head cut off, not knowing where to escape this constant omnipresent pressure of kill. Good save by Kira to keep it out of the net. This is a nuts first point. The overtime core speed just doing my head in, but Kira holding steering, but getting stunned by a really good Puma dash.
I mean, what a crazy point. Great primary to catch the ball, and then double dashes coming out, and that's a Zenami comp for you. Puma, first point already at 90 stacks, right? But it is Lego Piece taking off the board, and that's a stack for Kirito. The Aimi turret did stall for a second there, and this Dubu secondary I'm sure will as well, but as it is right now, essentially 3 flips on the board. Oh, 2 flips on the board. As Grim is taken out by a great punish from Puma. Now it's the offense. Will Big Smoke even get an opportunity to flip him? We don't even know, and he doesn't, as Lego Piece threads the needle with his primary, and they're up 2-0 in the set.
We'll see if Bonk can ride this momentum off into the sunset and not hold us captive for another game. Looking the stronger team here, I guess. On paper versus in practice, 2 very different things. Il Puma exploding and power play capitalized on diligently. Second barrier being taken off Yankate. Lego Piece managing to buy a lot of time for his team, almost taking that second barrier for his troubles, but not quite working out for him. Big Smoke Manager having to blow the flip early. Doesn't even matter. Secures it with a really well-placed strike past Yankate.
Yeah, and that kill on Puma, not just for the goal, but for the stacks, was so critical. At the start of that round, she was on 136 stacks, just 14 away, and now she's on 22. The Gigaboss is out. It does so much damage to Lego Piece. He's flirting with the black hole very riskily, but manages to get the orb and manages to get this flip too. Kirito flips, but countered by the Zen passive, doesn't manage to find the barrier still, and there's the flip. So many creations.
Double pillar. Oh, good. Confirmed by Yankate to really leverage that missile prop insanity to get the barrier. If he's dead, this might be curtains. Okay, they're both living for the time being. A little bit of a Mexican standoff in the corner. Lego Pace and Kira just prodding each other, hoping that something works. Akira blinks, flinches, dodges, and is unable to deal with that follow-up. Lego Piece, really good redirect into the top corner to secure the 2-0.
Yeah, and Bonk don't want to take it to set 5.5, and they will advance to promotion through this losers semifinals. So well played. You know, they were making adaptations after they were getting killed by the Giga Blast. They were drafting well, super locked in. Very well played from all of those members, as well as CCBA, who, earlier on they almost took out Blobbap and they almost took out Bonk Atomic Punch just now. So hopefully we'll see them again in the next qualifier.
I'd hope so. And I think, given the way the field is cleared, I think, if not favorites, like very, very strong contenders to go through the following week. I mean, just, yeah, great performance. That was almost a 30-minute game, mind you. So once again, dragging out these games against very strong opposition. So yeah, they can definitely not bow their heads in shame as they bow out of this week 1 qualifier. They had a very good showing.
Yeah, absolutely. So at the end of today, the teams in promotion are Blob Gap, Don't Ask, and Bonk Atomic Punch. Blob Gap going through the winner's side of promotion. Super well played by them. Only dropped a game to CCBA at the end of the day. Don't Ask and Bonk Atomic Punch had a very, very close series earlier on. And I think both of those teams definitely deserve to make it through. So very well played, and well played to everyone who showed up. There were 16 teams, I believe. So lots of fierce competition at the end of the day. And hopefully a lot of these teams we'll see next week as well.
Yeah, looking forward to it, and also doing a couple signs of the cross. Hopefully, there were a little bit more on schedule next week. Maybe map pool might need some reconsidering if people want to eat dinner. That's all I'll say.
And I think that's it for us. Thank you for showing up, and we'll be here next week at the same time for Qualifier 2, where 3 more teams will get their chance to enter promotion.
Yeah, catch y'all around.